I request that we take our seats and start. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed members of the CTCN Advisory Board, the Technology Executive Committee, the UN Climate Change Secretariat, UN Environmental Program, and our valued observers. As chair of the CTCN Advisory Board, it is my honor to warmly welcome you to today's joint session of the TEC and the CTCN. In line with our established practice, the TEC and the CTCN convene back-to-back meetings with joint session in between to review and discuss the implementation of the joint work program of the technology mechanism. The Secretariat would also like to inform you of modification of today's agenda today. Today we will hear from a representative of the GEF who will brief the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board on the GEF-9 replenishment. This session will take place immediately after the thematic dialogue this afternoon. All other matters will be addressed under other matters item as scheduled towards the end of the session. Before we get started with the agenda, I would like to introduce the leadership of the technology mechanism. We have Stephen Minas as the Vice Chair of the CTCN Advisory Board. We have Dieter Appel, the Chair of the TEC, and Tibian as the Vice Chair of the TEC. Now, at this juncture, we'd like to have remarks from our distinguished guests who will share some welcome remarks with us. We are privileged to have today with us Mr. Martin Cross, the recently appointed Director of UNEP's new Climate Change Division. Mr. Cross, the floor is yours. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody here in the room and also online. I'm the new director of the Climate Division in UNEP, and it is my pleasure to be here this morning with you. Mr. Fred Onduri, Chair of the CTCN Advisory Board, Mr. Stephen Minas, Vice Chair of the CTCN Advisory Board, Mr. Tibian Ibrahim, Chair of the Technology Executive Committee, Mr. Dieter Appel, Vice Chair of the Technology Executive Committee, dear members of the TEC, members of the CTCN Advisory Board, observers, partners, it's a real pleasure and a privilege for me to be here and to say a few words at this joint session that we are having this morning between the TEC and the CTCN. You know, in a way, technology is at the center of the transformation that we are all trying to work towards, that we are all trying to achieve. The transformation to a low carbon and climate resilient world. Of course, there are many other ingredients that are necessary to achieve this transformation. But in some way, technology is at the core. When we are doing programs and projects in many countries around the world, we need to look that all these various ingredients align with each other. And here I'm talking about the legal and regulatory framework that is necessary. I'm talking about finance from public and private sector that is necessary. I'm talking about capacities that need to be there in the countries to embrace, to handle, to plan, to implement programs and projects that go deep into the sectors to transform, whether it is the energy sector, the agricultural sector, all these sectors are relevant when it comes to the transformation that we are trying to achieve and that we are working towards. With the support from donor governments and partners, CTCN has implemented by now over 450 technical assistance projects in over 120 developing countries. Now, these initiatives, these projects, they cover a very wide range of technologies and topics, deploying advanced technologies in all the sectors that are relevant for the transformation, strengthening national systems through policy reforms and roadmaps, and also, and very important, engaging the private sector to drive climate action and attract investment. Without the private sector, without investments, without the banks, this transformation that we are talking about will not happen. The technology mechanism community is defined by collaboration and innovation. And this is how CTCN and TEC have been responding to the country needs, creating lasting impacts across sectors. There is a growing demand for climate technologies, so the role of the technology mechanism is very important and will become even more important in the very near future. Looking ahead, I'm confident that we expect continued success from the technology mechanism in the next decade. The next 2 years in particular will be crucial for global climate action. All parties will submit more ambitious NDCs. And you know, the NDCs are the blueprint, are the plans for countries to move towards a low carbon and climate resilient economy and society. So making sure that our work here on technology finds its way into the NDCs, I think is very, very important. So we need to make sure that the connection is there between the technology needs assessments that are being carried out and there are various generations of these documents, the TNAs, that those find its way into the NDCs, because the NDCs are really what at the moment matters in terms of guiding countries, guiding investors, and the work that is being done here in the TEC and the CTCN needs to be connected to the NDCs that the countries that you are producing. UNEP has been and is the proud host of the CTCN since its inception, supporting its work within our broader environmental framework. We in UNEP, we remain committed to continuing and to enhance and to focus CTCN's efforts, broadening its reach and maximizing its impact, using our own UNEP's networks and assets to advance the global technology agenda. The leadership of UNEP's Climate Change Division, along with the new leadership at the CTCN, is set to foster even stronger collaboration and success. There was also recently a terminal evaluation of the CTCN covering 10 years from 2013 to 2022. And this evaluation has offered valuable insights for the future. And there were recommendations coming out of this evaluation, which CTCN and UNEP together are committed to work together to address and to follow up and to implement these recommendations. So in conclusion, In my view, partnerships and collaboration, as is being practiced here in this room today by having a joint session, is a key to our success. By working together locally and globally, we can achieve meaningful results, we can drive innovation, and we can scale up solutions to address the climate crisis. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our donors for their continued trust in UNEP and the CTCN. Their ongoing support is a testament to the CTCN's achievements and its future potential. Resource mobilization also remains essential, given the geopolitical context in which we are and which we are all aware of. Resource mobilization remains essential for UNEP and the CTCN to fulfill its mandate. We are committed to working with the parties and partners to keep this a priority. National designated entities, the so-called NDEs, are also vital for the work of the CTCN. Representing over 160 countries, they play a central role in facilitating technology transfer and aligning with national goals. It's also a pleasure to see many of the NDEs here today in the room and also online. Both and your input as NDEs is really very important for the work that is being done here. I also want to thank the CTCN Advisory Board, the Technology Executive Committee, for your continued support and for your collaboration, and the CTCN Secretariat for their dedication to our joint success. As we move forward, and you all know what is on the calendar, that is the June Climate Conference in Bonn, and of course then the COP30, it is very important that we stand ready and that we work together with and that we provide information to the parties to ensure successful deliberations at the ESB and at the COP. Again, thank you very much for your dedication, and I wish you a productive continuation of the TEC and Advisory Board meetings. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Martin, for your opening remarks, which set stage for our discussions in the days ahead. I'm particularly really intrigued by your emphasis on linking our activities with the NDCs and with the TNAs, and this can also mark the success of the technology mechanism. And you also emphasize that the role of UNEP as a host, we can tap the opportunities related to that by using the networks of UNEP to advance our activities. I think those are very strong points you have raised, and thank you very much for that. We really appreciate UNEP's continued commitment to supporting the CTCN and extend our gratitude to you and your UNEP colleagues for your active engagement with the advisory board. Next, we will have remarks from Sophie de Koning, the Director of Means of Implementation Division of the UNFCCC. Ms. de Koning, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished chairs from the TEC and CTCN, esteemed members of the Technology Executive Committee and of the CTCN Advisory Board, delegate colleagues, it's really my privilege to be here with you today and to follow the words of Mr. Martin Kroes, Director of the Climate Change Division of UNEP. Also a pleasure to see Mr. Idris Zakirov, representative from the COP29 presidency, and Mr. Pedro Ivo Ferraz da Silva, representative from the incoming COP30 presidency. So we're happy to welcome you to this joint session of the TEC and Advisory Board of the CTCN. Your presence here today in this room together illustrates the importance of international collaboration for advancing climate technology to address the pressing challenge of climate change. Mr. Kroes has highlighted already the nationally determined contribution. It is indeed a very special year as we're expecting more NDCs to be submitted, and they're all essential to aligning global efforts with the Paris Agreement's long-term goals and seizing the narrowing window of opportunity for meaningful climate action. If we are to close the implementation gap, and there is a large gap to fill still, and meet the Paris Agreement goals, these NDCs must be both ambitious and actionable. We heard from Martin Kroes about finance and capacity building. They also need to leverage the full potential of technology. Technology has been identified consistently, regularly in past NDCs, and they also flag technology in terms of integrated solutions linking mitigation and adaptation, and also other means of implementation. As we move forward to COP30, as highlighted in the first letter from the COP30 president, technology needs to be at the forefront of climate action and driving implementation, not just as a mere solution, but as a true strategic enabler of transformation across all sectors. I've been very interested to observe the rich discussions of the TEC over the last 3 days, and I'm very impressed by the level of effort and engagement of the TEC and also the partners to constantly strive to make the work of the TEC as impactful as possible. Over the past 2 years, the TEC and CTCN Advisory Board have worked together to advance their joint work program, and this is very commendable as we observe too often fragmentation and duplication of efforts. As we look ahead, I really encourage you to raise the bar even higher. Climate change and climate technologies are evolving rapidly. We need to anticipate the needs and also anticipate how the technology mechanism can best support them as we move forward. Whether it's through the identification and deployment of small-scale technologies in local communities, we heard about that over the last few days, or large-scale innovations that transform entire industries, climate technologies will have profound impact on building resilience and reducing emissions. Your joint work, which combines through the CTCN and TEC country engagement, knowledge sharing, and policy advice, has already developed so much know-how which countries can use to implement their climate plans. And now we must continue building on this momentum. Today's session is a chance to strengthen implementation of the joint work program by defining clear steps for collaboration between TEC and CTCN and other potential partners, ensuring that recommendations lead to increased tangible support for developing countries. It's a chance to align efforts to maximize the technology mechanism impact on key issues, which were also discussed, such as digitalization, AI for climate action, the AI for Climate Action Initiative, or the financing of the national systems of innovation. It's also a chance to exchange insights and refine strategies on engagement with national designated entities so that they can help drive the scaling up, the deployment of low emission and climate resilience technologies. And it's a chance to reflect on partnerships and resource mobilization efforts so more support can be deployed to the countries to address their needs, ensuring that the on-the-ground experience also informs the policy guidance, which in turn can inform replication and scale. The Secretariat of the UNFCCC is committed to supporting these efforts. The success of the technology mechanism relies on your expertise and dedication, and I really encourage us all to take advantage of this unique setting to engage fully, challenge ideas, and contribute solutions that will bring about the impact that is needed for the people we all serve. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sophie, for your welcome remarks. We sincerely appreciate the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat continued effort for the technology mechanism, particularly as we reach the midpoint of implementing the first ever joint work program. The message that I get from your submission is that technology should be at the forefront of interventions. Indeed, we request you, as the Director for Means of Implementation, to promote the position of technology at the forefront, because the prominence of technology is not really very great at the moment, because finance is given more prominence than technology. But through you, we hope that technology will take the place it deserves, because without technology, there's no NDC, there's no NAPS, and there's no interventions. Technology is at the forefront, but we are not seeing this. And we shall work together through the joint work program to make sure that we place technology where it belongs. Thank you very much. Let me now welcome Yashin Rafner, representing the COP29 presidency, who will share his remarks. Rashif is joining us online today. Yashin, can you hear us? Yashin, can you hear us? The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, dear friends, it's a pleasure to address you all for the joint session of the Technology Executive Committee and Advisory Board of the Climate Technology Center and Network. Dear colleagues, almost 1 year ago, COP29 presidency set out its vision to enhance ambition and enable action. We recognize the technology development and transfer as an essential means of implementation and critical enabler for turning ambition into action. By driving more ambitious climate action, technology plays a pivotal role for expediting both effective mitigation and adaptation action, ensuring a long-term global response to climate change. Throughout the year, we engage closely with all parties, Technology Executive Committee, and the Climate Technology Center and Network. We have been following very closely the dynamics of technology agenda items and continuously engaging with parties in an inclusive manner in order to find a common ground that would support our collective efforts and contribute to technology implementation. It is within this spirit that we created spaces for the parties to come together and make progress across different mandates of technology. For instance, informal discussions on technology implementation program that we organized during 60 sessions of SPs last year in Bonn allowed parties to engage on this important agenda item for the first time. We had very rich discussions on technology mandates at COP29 in Baku. COP29 launched the process for elaborating the technology implementation program. Overall, COP29 was a significant step forward for multilateral climate action. Together, we delivered many historic and long overdue breakthroughs. By concluding negotiation on Article 6, we have completed critical work to set up high-integrity carbon markets. We agreed the Baku Finance goal to mobilize at least $300 billion a year to the developing world by 2035. This tripled the previous goal and made sure we had a clear framework for international support ahead of the next generation of climate plans that are due this year. Outside the negotiations, we were also eager to make progress on a range of topics, including technology. We held the first ever Digitalization Day in recognition of its growing importance. Over 90 governments and more than 1,000 organizations signed the COP29 Declaration on Green Digital Action. We also sought to put international focus on some of the critical technologies that will enable the transition. Over 60 countries endorsed the COP29 Global Energy Storage and Grids Pledge to increase storage capacity 6 times and add or refurbish 25 million kilometers of grids by 2030. And we've made sure that we included technology transfer in declarations such as on reducing methane from organic waste. Turning to the year ahead, we are already working closely with Brazil to ensure that there will be spaces for parties to make progress on technology. We recognize the importance of reviewing the Climate Technology Center and Network. We also appreciate the enhanced collaboration and coordination between TEC and CTCN. And we are focused on the need to get the technology implementation program up and running in the lab. We will support the Brazilian presidency to use every opportunity to take concrete steps forward at Bonn and elsewhere so that we are ready at COP30. And as we work with our Troika partners to support countries submitting their new climate plans, we will also continue to make the case that good NDCs and NAPs can be critical guides for technology development and transfer. By highlighting priority sectors and industries, they can be a green light to green investment and direct the private sector and international support. Ladies and gentlemen, technology has huge potential, but it still needs to be fully unlocked. The COP30 presidency has asked us to embrace a spirit of Muchirao where a community comes together to work on a shared task. In Azerbaijan, we are committed to working with the global community. We want to continue to build partnerships, and we look forward to delivering progress. I thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, dear friends, it's a pleasure to address you all for the joint session of the Technology Executive Committee and Advisory Board of the Climate Technology Center and Network. Dear colleagues, almost 1 year ago, COP29 presidency set out its vision to enhance ambition and enable action. We recognize the technology development and transfer as an essential means of implementation and critical enabler for turning ambition into action. By driving more ambitious climate action, technology plays a pivotal role for expediting both effective mitigation and adaptation action, ensuring a long-term global response to climate change. Throughout the year, we engage closely with all parties, Technology Executive Committee, and the Climate Technology Center and Network. We have been following very closely.
Yeah, thank you. We thank Yashin, but I think you realize that was a technical mishap. Oh, we are sorry for that. Yeah, but we continue by thanking Yashin on behalf of both the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board. We really appreciate his leadership and continuous engagement with the technology mechanism throughout this past year, and especially during the COP29. And finally, let me welcome Mr. Pedro Ivo Perez de Silva, representing the incoming COP30 presidency, who will share some remarks. We're all aware that Pedro is a member of the CTCN, and he is also a negotiator. He is a negotiator who has been really very active. So, Pedro, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fred, and good morning to all. So esteemed chairs and vice chairs of the Technology Executive Committee and the CTCN Advisory Board, esteemed members of the two bodies, also esteemed Mr. Krause, Mrs. De Koning, dear observers, colleagues of the UNFCCC Secretariat and also of the CTCN, and well, dear friends. So on behalf of the COP30 President-designate, Ambassador André Aranha Correia do Lago, I'd like to thank both bodies here for offering us the opportunity to convey this message in this important gathering of the technology mechanism of the UNFCCC. In his first letter to the international community, Ambassador Lago has extended an invitation to everyone to join Brazil in a global mutirão. Mutirão is an indigenous concept that refers to a community coming together to work on a shared task, whether it is harvesting, building, or simply supporting each other. In a current context marked by so many challenges, armed conflicts, trade wars, mass migrations, increase of extremism, hunger and poverty, it has become more urgent than ever that we pull ourselves together to confront one of humanity's largest existential threats, which is climate change. So, in this spirit of pulling ourselves together, so Brazil wishes that this spirit prevails in the 30th Conference of the Parties that will take place coming November in Belém, in the heart of the Amazon forest. Mutirão does not simply mean getting together. It means getting together to accomplish a task, getting together to achieve something. And the task we have in front of us is huge, as you all know. So in his letter, the COP30 President-designate has conveyed his vision for the conference in Belém that we could summarize in the three following strategic objectives. First, the strengthening of multilateralism. Second, the need to connect the UNFCCC process with the reality of the people on the ground, and the urgency to accelerate the implementation of the Paris Agreement. For our fight against the impact of climate change to be effective, we need to uphold multilateralism by preserving and expanding our collective legacy. Brazil's leadership in hosting COP30 builds on the momentum created by the UAE and the Azerbaijani presidencies, with key milestones like the UAE Consensus and the Baku Climate Unity Pact on climate finance. These efforts underscore the power of collective action in scaling up climate finance, particularly for developing countries, aiming for 1.3 trillion annually by 2035. As we move forward, we must strengthen multilateral cooperation to overcome barriers, ensuring that finance, technology, and global collaboration drive climate action. By leveraging multilateral institutions, we can create a just, low-carbon, and climate-resilient future for all. The climate change regime must be closely connected to the lives of people, with negotiations and commitments now requiring action on the ground. COP30 will mark the shift to a post-negotiation phase where the focus will be on translating words into meaningful transformations. This includes intensifying efforts to enhance the efficiency of the UNFCCC process and ensuring that climate governance remains agile and responsive. The incoming presidency plans to create a circle of presidencies to draw from past COP experiences and a circle of indigenous leadership to integrate insights from indigenous people, ensuring that the global climate agenda reflects diverse perspectives and strengthens local actions. To move from negotiation to implementation, COP30 will focus on enhancing international cooperation and stimulating climate ambition through the Mission 1.5 Troika. A key priority will be raising awareness and political momentum around the already mentioned here nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, and foster public mobilization. The presidency will engage with various stakeholders through initiatives like the Global Ethical Stocktake to reflect on ethical commitments in addressing climate change. The Amazon and forests will be central topics, and a movement of movements will be created, connecting local multi-stakeholder actions to strengthen the multilateral regime and enhance the global response to the climate crisis. In this context and overview, it's needless to say that technology being one of the 5 fundamental pillars of the climate change regime, one of the 5 stars of the Southern Cross that will guide us in Belém, it's essential that it's needed to say that technology is essential to materialize the vision and to accomplish the objectives of COP30. In moving from negotiation to implementation, we need to move from decision texts to solutions. In various ways, technologies provide these solutions, be it to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases in an efficient and permanent way, be it to support effective adaptation to global warming, to anticipate extreme weather events, and to recover from losses and damages caused by these events. Furthermore, nurturing technology development and transfer is an instrumental means to add value to developing economies, allowing them to evolve and to climb up the ladder of social and economic prosperity. In Belém, the Brazilian COP30 presidency is committed to place technology at the top of the priority list. We envisage an action agenda that will showcase successful examples, that will advertise promising solutions, and that will discuss ways and means to scale them up through just and equitable cooperation among governments, civil society, private sector, academia, indigenous peoples, and local communities. In this effort, we plan to highlight the importance of bioeconomy, digital technologies, especially AI and digital public infrastructure. Plan to highlight, of course, indigenous knowledge and social innovation as central elements of these technological solutions. With regards to the negotiation agenda, we will do whatever we can to facilitate parties in their endeavor to reach consensus on the various mandates of the technology track. As underlined in the President's designate letter, the Technology Implementation Program, the TIP, and the review of the functions of the CTC, together with the other decision items, are key to ensure that the technology mechanism is strengthened and stand up to its task to make technology development transfer for climate action a reality. Friends and colleagues, in these challenging times, I truly hope we can all come together in Belém and in a global mutirão work to enter in a new and decisive phase of the climate change regime, a phase of implementation, of deployment, and of real and enduring results on the ground. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Pedro, and on behalf of the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board, we look forward to your continued engagement with the technology mechanism over the year and in the lead up to COP in Belém. We've had your one important statement, placing technology on top of the agenda. We count on you on this, and please, we shall observe this. We shall follow it up, and thank you very much. We are now diving to the next agenda item, and before we proceed, I would like to mention that the newly elected member or representative of the LDC is in the room with us. You recall that I've been on the advisory board as a representative of the LDC, but now we have a new elected member who's with us. According to the advisory board rules and procedures, my term as an LDC representative ended immediately before the start of this advisory board meeting. Having said that, my role as chair for this meeting will focus on opening and closing the meeting, presiding over discussions, and facilitating the meeting to allow us to have smooth and productive deliberations. I thank everyone for your understanding and support on this matter. I'll now proceed to the agenda item 2 of the CTCN. Yeah, sorry, I've been reminded that at least we have Traore, who's representing the LDC. Pardon? Yeah, okay, let's proceed. We have the representative of the LDC there, Traore. I think you can, she's now the new representative of the LDC in the. I also see a flag from the European Union. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. Speaking on behalf of the European Commission, but I'm sure there are many other parties as well, that share our views that to avoid any disruptions of our deliberations and also in the spirit of maintaining the integrity of this process, we accept that Fred chairs the meeting as originally planned. We think that this will really allow us to proceed efficiently without unnecessary procedural delays. Nevertheless, I think it's important to emphasize that this should not be seen as setting a precedent, not for the technology mechanism and not for the UNFCCC overall. And we recognize the unique nature of these circumstances and the necessity of an exceptional approach for this meeting alone, and to uphold the integrity of our processes and to ensure that we have a strong agreement on the decisions that are taken at this meeting. We also expect the chair to confine himself, as mentioned, strictly to the role of chair as provided in paragraph 16 of the Rules of Procedure, without engaging in substantive discussions as a representative of his party or group. But I think that will go really well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that clarification. I will now proceed to agenda item 2 of the CTCN agenda, which is the opening of the 25th Advisory Board meeting and the joint TEC-CTCN session. Distinguished guests, members of the CTCN Advisory Board, and observers, I hereby declare the 25th meeting of the CTCN Advisory Board officially open. Today's joint session of the TEC and the CTCN marks the first day of the CTCN 25th Advisory Board meeting and the final day of the TEC's 30th TEC meeting. The purpose of this joint session is to provide an update on the activities of both bodies, including feedback on their work, offer guidance on the implementation of the joint work program of the technology mechanism for 23-27, and discuss and provide direction on key issues such as digitalization, the technology mechanism initiative on artificial intelligence for climate action, monitoring and evaluation, joint engagement with the NDEs, and guidance on the role of Annex 1 NDEs. And we all know that we have been discussing what value addition we have from the Annex 1 NDEs, and I think you'll be able to get that during the discussion. Now, I'll now move to the adaptation of the agenda and refer the advisory board members to document AB/2025/25/3.1, which contains the provisional annotated agenda of this meeting. In accordance with Decision 25/CP on 19, Annex 2, which requires the CTCN Secretariat to make all documents accessible 2 weeks prior to the Advisory Board meeting, the agenda and the supporting documents for the 25th CTCN Advisory Board meeting, including the joint TEC and CTCN sessions, were circulated 2 weeks in advance and made available on the CTCN website. I now invite CTCN Advisory Board members to adopt the agenda for the 25th meeting. Please raise your hand only if you have a question or comment. In the absence of any comments, we'll consider this as a consensus to approve the agenda. So, I can see Ambrosio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Since it's the first time taking the floor, I want to welcome the work of the chairs, the Secretariat, and of course, all our TEC and CTCN AV colleagues, observers, and other colleagues that might be watching the stream of this meeting. As Chile, we're very glad to be in advisory board member capacity of this body that we care so much about. Just we sent several comments previous to the CTCN advisory meeting. In this intervention, we reserve the right to raise some of these issues that we might feel were not adequately reflected in the programming of the CTCN AV meeting, just to say this and not further delay the joint session. So we will introduce some question related to communications sent to the CTCN, but we will do that in the next week. So no cost delay on our joint meeting with the TEC colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Any other comments from members? I see no flag, so I'll proceed. I'll proceed by declaring that the agenda is adopted. Thank you very much for your consideration. Now I'll turn to item 3.2 of the agenda, adoption of the report of the 24th CTCN Advisory Board meeting, which refers to the document AB/2025/25/3.2. Pursuant to the decision 25/CP10, para 33, the chair of the advisory board shall, in consultation with the vice chair and assisted by the secretariat, prepare a draft report of the meeting. The developed draft report was circulated to board members in preparation for this meeting. Unless there are any specific proposed adjustments to the report, I would like to invite the CTCN Advisory Board to adopt the report of the 24th Advisory Board meeting. I think we all got this in advance, so I see no flag. I therefore declare that the report is adopted. Thank you very much. I would like to say that starting from the next meeting, this agenda item will no longer be included, as the Secretariat plans to shift its approach by publishing the meeting report within 4 weeks after the meeting and sharing it with members prior to their inputs. That is a proposal by the Secretariat. I will open the floor to the advisory board members to reflect on this change. I see no flag. I therefore assume that we have agreed to this change. Moving to the agenda item 8A, I of the TEC provisional agenda, and item 4.1 of the CTCN agenda, I would like to invite Bava Dungana from the technology team of the UNFCCC Secretariat to provide an overview of the key technology-related outcomes of the Baku Climate Change Conference in November 24th during the COP29. Bava, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair. I'll give a brief overview of the outcomes of the Baku Climate Change Conference, starting off with the negotiation items. So the first item I'd like to refer to is the joint annual report of the TEC and the CTCN. This decision is 17 CMA 6 and 10 CP29. As you all know, this is a traditional item that occurs every year during the COP, where the reports of both the TEC and the CTCN are presented for progress on the work and also to seek further guidance. On the main outcome from this decision was that a process to review the functions and decide whether to extend the term of the Climate Technology Center at COP30, CMA 7 was requested, was decided on, and this process would be initiated at SBI 62 at the upcoming June conference in Bonn. And this item will be, we hope that parties will make progress and present a decision for the COP in Balaam on this matter, as they have to review functions and decide whether to extend the term. The second agenda item is on the Poznan Strategic Program on Technology Transfer. On this agenda item, the decision is 9 CP29, and here the Secretariat was requested under the guidance of the TEC and in consultation with the GF to prepare the report for SBI 64 on the evaluation of the PSP. And this process would be initiated next year, so SBI 64 will be next year with a view to recommending a decision at COP31. Then another agenda item was on the Technology Implementation Program. This resulted in Decision 18 CMA 6. And as you all recall, this the TIP, as it's called, the Technology Implementation Program, is a result of a decision from the Global Stocktake. And last year's decision launched the process for the elaboration of the TIP. This discussion will continue at SBI 62. And there's a draft text for a basis for the discussion at SBI 62 with a view to recommending a decision. Then another agenda item was on the linkages between the technology mechanism and the financial mechanism. Many of the former both TEC and CTCN members were involved in this process last year, where there was a submission, synthesis report, a workshop report as well. In the COP, parties agreed to continue this discussion at the upcoming SBI 62. Just to recap on this, at the upcoming June session, all three of these agenda items will be on the SBI agenda, so there will be discussions on this matter at the upcoming June session. Then I would just like to highlight a few events where both of the technology mechanism. I'm sure you've seen them. If you go and look on the various websites of the TEC and the CTCN, you'll see that both the TEC and CTCN were involved in a number of engagements throughout the two-week conference. Here, just to highlight a few. So the first one was on the climate technologies impact stories from country support through the UNFCCC technology mechanism. At this event, one of the key highlights was that the announcement made by the GCF on the support for the project facilitation facility in Kenya. This was a project that was supported by this CTCN technical assistance. In addition, at this event, the TEC work on tracking implementation efforts in developing countries for turning TNA and TAPS into concrete actions and investments were also presented. The second event I have here is the AI Innovation Grand Challenge Award. This was the first of its kind under the Technology Mechanisms Initiative on AI for Climate Action. This was a global competition that was launched last year called the AI Grand Challenge, and the winner was announced at the conference. For those of you who had attended, the award went to an initiative called AI for SIDS, an AI-driven climate resilience platform for the SIDS, from a participant, a submission from Trinidad and Tobago, Miss Letitia Addison. Then another event was, this was done jointly with the UNEP, CCC, the COP29 presidency, and the technology mechanism, both the TEC and the CTCN. This was the event on implementation of climate action plans to realize ambition and feasible NDCs. And here also the TEC analysis report on success stories of implemented TAPs were presented. Then another event was the Technology Day on Transformative Industry, Driving Industrial Transition through NDCs. There was two parts to the technology, one technical and one high-level event. Both were organized in collaboration of the TEC, UNIDO, CTCN, and also METI from Japan. And here this event provided an opportunity to inform countries on the technology and policy options for hard-to-abate industries as they develop and implement their industry. And the TEC policy brief on integrating hard-to-abate industries in the process of preparing and implementing the NDCs was launched here. Then the final two events was another event on capacities for climate innovation and artificial intelligence. This was done at the PCCB hub. So this provided a great opportunity for participants to share experiences on various AI applications and its role in climate action, and also to learn from one another through an interactive session. At this event, the TEC's information note on AI for climate action was also launched. Then the last event that I would like to highlight is an event hosted by TEC, FAO, and CTCN. The TEC has collaborated with the FAO on preparing a policy report last year on climate technologies for agri-food system transformation, placing food security, climate change, and poverty reduction at the forefront. It was a high-level event organized with ministers, local and regional leaders, as well as indigenous and other financial institutions, and to share some of the key recommendations and outcomes of this report. So thank you very much, Chair. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Baba, for the insight summary of the technology-related discussions during the COP29. I would like now invite the TEC and the Citizen Advisory Board to take note of the information provided. I'm seeking your comments, if there's any. Lydia?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretariat, for everything, for the presentation, for the logistic, for the invitation from the CTCN, from the chairs. Thank you very much being here. Actually, very good presentation from you, and I'm emphasizing two matters. The first one, I'm now the echo of my colleagues from developing countries that financial bodies must be there in every events, every negotiation meetings, every line side by side, because it's very important to highlight this issue of financing the technology and technology transfer as well. The second one is about the upcoming SP 2062. I guess that it's very short time to negotiate the rest of the subjects or matters that outcome from the COP29, and I'm asking my colleagues, all my colleagues, to make the time very efficient to make up a good progress related to our agenda item, which is technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lydia. I don't see any other flag, so I'll suggest that we take note of the information provided by the UNFCCC Secretariat, and we proceed to the next agenda item. I'll now move on to item 8.A.I of the TEC Provisional Agenda and agenda item 4.2 of the CTCN Advisory Board agenda. In line with our consistent practice during joint sessions and in response to the guidance from the COP26 to enhance the feedback mechanisms between our two bodies for greater coherence, synergy, and the effective delivery of the technology mechanisms mandates, the chairs of the CTCN and Advisory Board and the TEC will provide updates on developments within each body since the conclusion of the TEC 29 and the CTCN Advisory Board 24, including on technology needs assessment and their implications for each other's work. And I now invite the TEC chair, Detram, to provide an update on the work of the TEC. Detram.
Yeah, many thanks, Chair. Many thanks, Fred. A very warm welcome also from my side. So I would like to give first an overview of the activities of the TEC overall, but then also specifically of our last meeting this week, and then or this meeting this week, and then also on the synergies between the TEC and the CTCN especially. Before I do that, I would also like to echo the comments made by others on the importance of technology, and also like to quote an analysis which was just published by IEA, analyzing the emissions from 2019 to 2024. And this analysis highlighted that basically on an annual basis through clean technologies, especially 2.6 gigatons of emissions are avoided. And so, unfortunately, we still increase our global emissions, but energy emissions would have been on an annual basis over this period about 4 gigatons higher. But because of clean technologies, it would two-thirds of these emissions have been avoided, and I think that shows. Just how important our work is, and hopefully we will soon get on a path to lower emissions overall, which is absolutely urgently needed. With this, I would like to go now into specifics. So, and our contributions as a TEC to contribute to that effort on mitigating and adaptation efforts to address the climate crisis. So we have developed 6 knowledge products. And in 2024, and Bava has highlighted already the events which the TEC has organized. So overall, we had over 10 events, and then participated in over 20 events. The details Bava has already shown from the UNFCCC Secretariat. Next, I would like to go on the highlights of our work streams. That is part of the TEC's overall work plan 2023-2027. And I go now in the main topics of what we have achieved on the different on the 3 different work streams we're addressing. So the first one is the work stream 1, National System of Innovation and Collaborative Research, Development and Demonstration. So here, first we have the topic of incubators and accelerators. So we have agreed to form an activity group and to prepare a concept note, which will be considered at the next TEC meeting, TEC 31. And we again highlight also and welcome very much the collaboration of UNIDO, which is also supporting the TEC on several of its activities. Next is the NSI, the National System of Innovation. Here we have agreed to develop a tool, and this tool has a purpose to identify country needs for the setup and implementation of NSIs and knowledge products. The next item is our work on R&D, research, development, and deployment of technologies. And here we are advancing with of the development, drafting of a policy brief. And this policy brief will focus on the critical role of energy storage to advance clean energy transition. On workstream 2, technology needs assessment and technology planning tools to support NDC implementation. We have 2 items on technology needs assessment, TNAs. The first one is we are finalizing a technology guidebook on energy, and this TNA guidebook on energy has been prepared by UNIDO and UNEP, Copenhagen Climate Change Center. So again, many thanks also from our side to the partners on developing this, and that has been prepared with the guidance of the TEC. Yeah, and the next one is the work of the TEC on technology assessment to support developing countries for further developing the TNAs overall. So we have discussed that, and that work will continue in progress, and the next results will be also discussed at the next TEC meeting, TEC-31. Last on reporting on the work streams is workstream 3, which is our work on transformative and innovative solutions. So here we have 4 items. So the first one is the water energy food system. Here we have an excellent collaboration with the FAO, and so we have already developed together with FAO a knowledge product on climate technologies and agri-food systems transformation, and we are going to continue our work and disseminating this publication. And then on buildings and infrastructure, here we are advancing our work on compiling a tech brief for the deployment and establishment of climate technology solutions for building and infrastructure. And here we also consider or have the aim that we have a side event at SB 62 in June in Bonn. The next one is our work on transformative industries. Here we have agreed in the TEC to develop a product and analysis on standards and labels for low and near zero emission production in industries, products and production industries for focus on hard-to-abate industries, and that will be further considered at the TEC-31. Related to that, we're planning an event at COP30 in Belém, Brazil, and on a technology day. And we have discussed the concept note for that, and we'll further detail that with further discussions or finalization at the next TEC meeting. Oops. Okay, with this, I would like to go to the next item or last item for reporting back from the TEC, and this is our collaboration with the CTCN. And here I would like also to highlight that, first of all, I would like to comment our really good and I think increasingly good cooperation with the CTCN. So that's very important that we work hand in hand and maximize all our efforts. And I think it's really going well. And I just would like to highlight what has been already achieved that you will always see on the left side. And then on our suggestions to progress as next steps. Yeah. So, and I go now through the different items. So the first one is the National System of Innovation. And here most of the work of the TEC has already accomplished, but we're still continuing the work actually. And what we would like to do is we would like to invite as a TEC the CTCN to further consider the findings, especially from today's thematic dialogue and NSE financing for future technology assistance on NSI. So this is some topic of the agenda of today, so this will come. And then we also invite the CTCN to contribute to the continuing work of the TEC on the tool to identify country needs and the setup of implementation of NSI. So we were happy if the TEC if the CTCN actively engages with the TEC on contributing to the tool to make it really practical and valuable for the countries where we plan also pilot implementations. Then also we request the CTCN to invite the TEC at the CTCN's thematic webinars on NSI. Next item is the water and energy and food nexus. So here, so the CTCN's lesson learned from the water, energy, food nexus were integrated in the TEC knowledge products, and the CTCN was also invited to present at the TEC high-level ministerial dialogue in COP29 on moving forward with NDC and acceleration agri-food systems and technology uptake. So thanks for participating in that. And then also going forward, we would like to request the CTCN to use the TEC and FAO knowledge product on climate technologies and agri-food systems and transformation in its webinars and capacity building programs and NDE forums regarding the water, energy, food nexus. We also invite CTCN to explore further opportunities to integrate key messages of its work to help develop technical assistance. And we request the CTCN also to invite the TEC at its thematic webinars on water, energy, food nexus. Next is energy systems, and on energy systems, so the CTCN Secretariat was invited to join the TEC's activity group on RD&D that is on energy storage, and to provide feedback on the concept node. So we have CTCN actively engaged on that and also added its views. So we very much welcome this, and this is a very constructive and collaborative work. Going forward, we invite the CTCN to engage on TEC, on providing capacity building support, thematic webinars, and learning exchange events on further developing this work of the TEC on energy storage. Then we also invite the CTCN to collaborate with the TEC on, and this is a new acronym invented by the colleagues, which I just also had to learn. It's CRD2B2. Okay, so this is the collaborative RD&D bridge building workshop. So so this is where we invite you, CTCN, to collaborate with us on this bridge building efforts on this topic. The next one is the building, our work on buildings and resilience infrastructure. Here, the TEC is developing a knowledge product, and also the TEC was also provided, or CTCN was invited to provide case studies to the publication, and that has taken place. Also, thank you for this. And then on the way forward, so we so on the intended workshop at SB62, so we invite the TEC, the CTCN to closely collaborate to do this together. And then on we request the CTCN also to leverage its findings on lessons learned from the TEC's work on technological assistance, response plans, and designs. And we request the CTCN to invite TEC at its thematic webinars on building and infrastructure. So the last one, and then I'm finished. So this is on technology needs assessment. On technology needs assessment, the TEC has incorporated the insights from the CTCN's technical assistance related to the implementation of TAPs and TNAs in 6 country stories. And you will receive this presentation, and then you can also find the link to those information. And the CTCN also provided inputs to the TEC draft knowledge products on how countries can be supported to conduct and update TNAs. Thank you for this. And then on the way forward, we requested the CTCN to continue sharing its insight on its assistance related to TAPs and TNAs, and also we further engage or encourage the CTCN to engage us, the TEC, on its work on its analysis of the CTCN's technology needs portfolio assessment. With this, I would like to conclude and give the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ditram, Chair of the TEC. And as Chair of the CTCN Advisory Board, I will now provide an update on the CTCN activities and offer some reflections on the synergies with the TEC. Does it work? Security alert. I'll take you through the citizen engagement in the TEC activity group. That is the TEC and CTCN joint work program, implementation 23-27, and then the joint outreach. In this presentation, I'll go into the details of the 3 overarching common areas where the CTCN engages with the TEC and the CTCN engagement in TEC activity groups. TEC and CTCN joint work program implementation for the year 23-27 and joint outreach of the COP29. Looking at the slides, the key TEC activities include national systems of innovation, which you can all see there. And under this, the TEC and the CTCN thematic dialogue on national system of innovation financing. And this contributed to the organization of the thematic dialogue, including through inputs. So the other activity is R&D, where there was a draft concept note for energy storage, and the CTCN provided comments on the draft concept note, and also proposed the inclusion of CTCN technical assistance project case studies on the energy storage of the policy paper. They also exchanged information with the TEC about the opportunities for further collaboration through CRD2B2 workshop and the dissemination of the TEC policy paper. Then the other TEC activity was the transformative industry, where there was a draft concept note for Technology Day, transformative industry. The CTCN provided comments on supported the organization of the Technology Day at COP29 with the resource speakers from successful technical assistances in the cement and steel sector. They made contribution to the draft concept note for the Technology Day for COP30 by suggesting a resource speaker from a past technical assistance in Thailand. The other activity, TEC activity group, where the CTCN provided input was on the digital technologies. There was a draft technical paper on AI for climate action proposals for the organization of an event on AI for climate action in developing countries and for a global AI contest. The CTCN provided to various activities under the Joint Technology Mechanism AI initiative, provided insights on the CTCN technical assistance for upcoming tech event and knowledge product on the use of AI for energy systems, and provided inputs to the draft technical paper and proposal on the event and the global AI contest. Engaged with the activity group on the AI Climate Application Hub by providing updates on the requirements and discussions with the enterprise neural system. The other activity group where the CTCN engaged was on the technology needs assessment and the draft knowledge product on this, on how countries can be supported to conduct update. The role of the CTCN here was to share the lessons learned from its support to develop and update TNA supported through GCF Readiness Program, offered to contribute to development of knowledge products on how countries can be supported. The other item of the TEC was the CTCN was the open-ended activity group, where I think both the TEC and the CTCN conducted the activity group meeting and collaborated to develop the joint document, monitoring and evaluation of the joint collaborative efforts of the Technology Executive Committee and the Climate Technology Center Network, to be discussed at the joint session, which is now. Going to the knowledge products used in the implementation of technical assistance. The title, for example, is Market Assessment in the Applications of Climate Technologies in the Agriculture Sector in Rural Cambodia. And here the CTCN, they use the tech knowledge products and in the stimulating the uptake of technologies in support of NDC's implementation, and also use a summary for policymakers, good practices and lessons learned on the setup and implementation of national system of innovation. Now, going to another knowledge products of the tech that was used by the CTCN, the adaptation of green building in Pakistan to achieve Pakistan's nationally determined contributions. Policy brief on enabling environments and challenges to technology development and transfer identified in TNAs and NDCs and CTCN technical assistance. And then the other important one is the technologies framework for implementation of national determined contributions for Pakistan. That is implementation of technology needs assessments, linkages between the technology needs assessment process and the national determined contributions. Coming to the TEC-CTCN Joint Work Program 23-27, there are common areas of work between the two institutions and the National Systems of Innovation. The CTCN Technical Assistant, while the National System of Innovation is one of the CTCN's two key enablers of system transformation, several technical assistance requests also specifically focus on National System of Innovation, addressing topics such as renewable energy technologies, climate adaptation measures, and then also current and upcoming projects, implementation of exploring National System of Innovation projects in Ghana, Indonesia, Zambia. Now, when we reflect on the pertinent issues of the TEC, the CTCN will consider the findings from the TEC-CTCN thematic dialogue on National System of Innovation, financing for the future technical assistance on National System of Innovation. CTCN will contribute to the TEC work on tool to identify country needs for the setup and implementation of National System of Innovation. CTCN feedback to the TEC to consider lessons learned from the technical assistance on National System of Innovation. There is a common area of work which includes water, energy, and food nexus, and the technical assistant on web systems completed, and then several technical assistance requests have focused on technology piloting and deployment, sustainable groundwater extraction system, weather forecasting, rainwater harvesting, soil erosion evaluation, flood early warning systems. CTCN will use TEC and FAO knowledge product climate technologies for agro-food systems transformation in capacity building events, regional forums where applicable, and the development of technical assistance requests. Then there are current and upcoming projects that include feasibility study on aquatics in Peru, developing lifetime mapping of floods in Mali. The TEC to analyze CTCN lessons from using the knowledge product in the TA technical assistance implementation. Continuing with the common areas of work, the energy system, the technical assistance on energy system completed. This includes the technical requests on efficient appliance strategies, combined heat and power supply using green hydrogen, institutional framework for energy intensive sectors, developing a national green hydrogen strategy. Current and upcoming projects, the SF6 phase out in Kenya, grid codes in Timor-Leste, and harnessing ocean energy in Papua New Guinea. Then looking at issues that are pertinent to TEC work, research and development, diffusion work on the energy storage can influence future cities, and technical assistance and lessons learned can be integrated into future knowledge product. TEC, from the side of the CTCN, TEC to participate in CTCN collaborative research and development bridge building workshop. On building and resilient infrastructure. Technical assistance in this sector were completed. The longer lead time flood forecasting, green building, and green building standards, framework and methodology for carbon sinks and forestry sector, integrated coastal zone management plan to protect mangrove, and then smart drinking water. The CTCN has several technical assistance on green building and green buildings which can be featured as case studies in the tech knowledge product to deploying established climate technologies and solutions for building and infrastructure. Then the CTCN there will be a side event at the SB on building and the infrastructure by the TEC and the CTCN to be conducted. CTCN will invite the TEC to at this side event. And the current or upcoming technical assistance that we expect is the development of green building guidelines and standards for Ghana, green building initiative in Vanuatu. Where business and industry in this area, we have the completed work, that is the market assessment in the application of climate technology in the agriculture sector, technologies framework for implementation of NDCs, and developing an SII-led cross-sectional circular economy roadmap and framework and roadmap for national system of innovation. From the side of the TEC, the CTCN to use the TEC policy brief on hard to abate industries for future technical assistance development. And then from the CTCN, lessons learned from the CTCN technical assistance on cement to be shared with the TEC and used in TEC analysis of standard for low and near zero emissions product and new production and products.
There's a brief note, but we don't have time to go through the whole PowerPoint.
Okay. Then when we look at the current and upcoming projects, we have decarbonization of the cement sector in Senegal and Zimbabwe, developing a national framework for the standardization of architecture and the procedures for climate smart street vendors in the Bahamas. Now, in the interest of time, I'll go through this very fast, and I may skip some of the issues which may not be important, which you can read, because I think this presentation will be shared with you. Now, when you look at the technology needs assessment, I think we all know that TNA was completed during the reporting period, and the following are the outcomes. In Chile, its first TNA started in 2023, and 4 taps for energy, wastewater, resources management, and so on. And then when you look at the results from the TNA being integrated into the 17 sectoral plans that make up Chile's climate change. And then in Tunisia, the TNA led to technical assistance project on smart drinking water. So those are the issues related to the TNA technology needs assessment. And how do the TEC and the CTCN support each other? The CTCN, the TEC members participated in the CTCN's NDE forum and the capacity building program. This was a good start because now the TEC have been attending the NDE forum, and we hope they shall continue to do that. Then there was a launch of the joint session at COP29 called Delivery of Capacities for Climate Innovation, Artificial Intelligence, jointly raise awareness of the initiative. When you look at the COP29 highlights, we had climate technologies, impact stories from country support through the UNFCCC technology mechanism, and the capacities of climate innovation, artificial intelligence. And then we had a meeting of the TEC and the CTCN attended. That meeting, TEC and CTCN attended G77 and China coordination meeting. That is raising the visibility of the technology mechanism. And then there was the 9th annual meeting between the Green Climate Fund and consolidated bodies of the United Nations Framework Convention, which were attended by both the TEC and the CTCN. What contributions did the TEC and the CTCN make? COP29 Green Digital Action Declaration, both the TEC and the CTCN participated in this, and they collaborated to provide a joint quote in this COP29 action agenda, and TEC Vice Chair attended the press conference to represent technology mechanism. The TEC meetings, in the TEC meetings, CTCN contributed to implementation of technology action plans in support of ambitious and implementable NDCs, and also CTCN contributed to high-level ministerial dialogue, moving forward with NDC acceleration in agro-systems climate technology uptake. Colleagues, that's the end of my presentation. And if there's any question or clarification from the members, we have a representative. Is it Karen? Please.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Karina Barrera from the Adaptation Committee. I just want to mention some things. Maybe on Monday, I think that I will share some activities that we are carrying out now with the ASC committee. I identify some synergies. However, I'd like to ask, for example, in the case of the Adaptation Committee, we compilate and mapping the information related to the indicators of the adaptation at the global level regarding to NDCs, adaptation communications, and we identified some information about what is happening in the water sector, energy sector, and some specific indicators. Maybe this information could be useful to identify some opportunity areas. The results are very interesting for you. On Monday, I will present some information, but there are some gaps regarding to the information, and maybe if you are working on studies, we can match with this information. On the other hand, just one question about what is the approach with indigenous people in the technology reports, because you are not mentioned, for example, in infrastructure, the ancestral knowledge should be one of the main points, especially if Brazil will be the next scope. What is how the ancestral knowledge is being considered in the technology? How are you managing this approach This is my question. Thank you.
Yes, next on my list is Halima.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you to both chairs of the TEC and the CTCN for the presentations. My two questions are from the presentation made by Ditra, TEC Chair, about the agri-food systems work that the TEC is doing. In Nigeria, the agri-food systems conversation is being powered or supported by the GIZ so far, mostly, I would think. I just wanted to know how the work that the TEC does relates with that of the agri-food systems conversation at the national level. That's one. The second one is there any role for the TEC and the CTCNAB in trying to push for the agri-food systems to be part of the NDC 3.0 review? We've been at a panel at the national level where people are asking how we can link the conversation on the agri-food systems, how we can push it in the NDC 3.0 conversation. So is there a role and for the TEC and the CTCN to do this? Thank you.
Thank you, Halima. Next on my list is Aze.
Thank you very much, Chair. And before I take the floor, so I'm the co-chair of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, and I wish to congratulate the incoming presidency of COP30, who's with us today, and also the COP29 COP president. I've listened very well the presentations that has been made, and also the importance of capacity building. I think that what I would like, that would be interesting to see. It's how all the streams needed in terms of capacity building from TEC and the CTCN can be feeding into, can be mapped and come to the PCCB. Because as you know, the PCCB, I think that we would like to I often use that metaphoric vision of the ocean in terms of capacity building within the UNFCCC system. But we need to have, within the all work streams that exist, to allow parties that when they know that when it comes to capacity building, it's a PCCB body. But it would be interesting that all the subcommittees that exist, the capacity building needs who are identified can come to the PCCB. One point, Your Excellency, from COP30, you raised well on the expertise for the local communities and indigenous people, which is important also to bring in is to the experts from developing countries, the experts from the diaspora that exists. I think that's often we mix the underdevelopment and the capacity of the brains. It's not that the countries is least developed or in developing countries that they do not have the experts. And I think that is the role of organizations like the CTC and the TEC to see how they can leverage on that untapped expertise and have also showing the inclusivity. And you're taking your words, you were saying that coming from words to implementation, how are we going to mobilize and leverage on that? And the means of implementation department can support also on that. And I think, and to see how the chairs of the committees can come to this is just a call to consider I will be today all along with you, but the PCCB within the agenda has to make a presentation. This will be on Monday, but I will be delivering it on online. But we wanted to share those concerns that's raising from the parties that we're hearing from the PCCB. Another point from the where you're talking about energy storage. I'm happy to let you know that the PCCB will be launching as well a cluster on energy, and I would like to follow up today how we can exchange and see how to feature. Thank you very much, Chairs.
Thank you. Next on the list is Victor.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, for your presentation, and also to the TEC Chair. In fact, everybody who presented, COP30 President, the Secretariat, to help catch us up with where things stand. I wanted to ask I wasn't sure where in today's discussion to ask about this, but since this seems to be the point where we're talking about overall operations of both bodies and reflecting on synergies and so on, I wanted to ask about the status of the relationship of the United States and the mechanism. I was at the Standing Committee on Finance 6 weeks ago. The U.S. lead negotiator was on the participants list, but did not show. A few weeks after, we saw a letter removing the U.S. from the board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and taking them off the website. I see the U.S. state colleague is still on the website for the CTCN, but I'm just asking, is there any update or news, or before we proceed with everything, how do we understand the relationship to the whole mechanism here? So, yeah, asking about the elephant that's now not in the room. Sorry, and as you know, sometimes people outside the U.S. have more information about what's going on inside the U.S. than people inside the U.S. have.
Thank you, Victor. I think there will be a response from the Secretariat on that one. And the next on the list is the agenda constituency, which is who is online. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chairs, for the presentation. And since it's the first time that I speak, first of all, I want to congratulate the COP30 incoming presidency and the TEC-CTCN chairs, and welcome the new members. I also want to appreciate the great efforts that the TEC and the CTCN have made to implement the joint work program. And I just want to echo my colleagues of the Women and Gender constituency that have spoke for this in the recent days about especially to suggest a new synergy under the joint technology mechanism on artificial intelligence to initiate a policy brief on the generation and collection of gender disaggregated data to feed into the artificial intelligence papers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Pedro.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to thank the representatives from the Adaptation Committee and the PCCB for the kind words, and mention that this is undoubtedly fundamental aspect. The ways and means to include and incorporate the knowledge of indigenous people and local communities into the process. There are channels and ways which we are exploring together with the international community to make this happen. I think Belém will be an excellent opportunity to create this greater synergy, given the increasing interest of representatives of indigenous people and local communities in the conference, and there are arrangements being thought about, including places in which this interaction will take place, and also I think one important aspect, and I think we are at a very initial stage of thinking, is how to incorporate indigenous knowledge into the process. There are challenges, of course, especially with regards to for example, the means, as, for example, indigenous knowledge is predominantly transmitted through oral means and not written. So how we make sure that this is somehow incorporated and influences our discussions. I think we will provide the time and space to discuss about this topic as well, reminding that in other fora that discussion is also increasing. For example, in the IPCC, there will be a special workshop, especially to discuss how indigenous knowledge can be used and served as a meaningful input for the assessment reports. So yes, count on us. I think that will be certainly one of the prominent aspects of our conference in Belém. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro, and I would like to close the list. I request that I close the list with Lydia, because we are eating into time for the next items. So, Lydia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I have a very simple comment regarding the common area of works that we want to emphasize the waste sector in almost all common work of area, because it's going to be a very critical issue and want to be controlled, even in the food sector and energy sector and building and infrastructure sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lydia. Sorry, I thought I'd closed, but Ambrosio, please, very briefly. And I think that closes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very brief. Just on the reporting of the outcome of the TNAs from Chile, perhaps some amendment is needed, but I think positive amendments. Not going much into detail, but the impacts of the TNA process have been one, the TNA process itself, that is going into some of those plans, not the full, actually 19, not the 17, but the intention is on 5 of them, but the final version of those plans still needs to go, so at the end of this year, we will be able to report on which ones that was captured. It was captured on the national communications and the BTR in several sections, though, that's already published. Since Chile was also part of the Climate Club, it had an impact, and now documents from the Climate Club are making reference to a technology needs assessment, so that's an unexpected positive outcome. And also, it started to have a life of its own, as internally, the government started doing technology needs assessment for all of these plans. So now we internally have analyzed around 250 technology needs associated to each one of the plans. And that is starting to become its own thing internally. And that's quite actually interesting. I will not go into the detail. We hope to, on the next meeting, perhaps we can inform. It's a very interesting case of very good outcome of the TNA process. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. I would like to take this opportunity to request the Secretariat to respond to the issue raised by Victor.
The TEC Secretariat first, and then us.
Okay, I'm guided that we should start with the TEC Secretariat, respond to some of the issues.
Sure.
And you may not respond to all, but thank you.
Thanks. I will actually just respond to one question raised on the status of the U.S. member and with regards to the TEC. As all of you know, the U.S. has submitted their proposal, their submission to leave the Paris Agreement. That has actually not yet been finalized, so they're actually still a party to the Paris Agreement. And regarding the TEC member, they have not resigned from the TEC yet, so they are still represented in the TEC. Thank you.
Thank you, Bava. And I would like to request Ditam to respond to some of the issues raised.
Yeah, many thanks, colleagues, for your questions and issues. So first of all, from a colleague from PCB, on contributing to our work on energy storage, RD&D. This is highly welcome and highly appreciated. Then there was a colleague also on AI and gender. So we are finalizing our product on AI, our technical paper, and we have discussed at this tech meeting also the issue of gender, and we are happy also maybe UNIDO is finalizing that to establish a link to UNIDO on supporting the finalization of the paper. And if you have additional points on that, then UNIDO can take them in consideration, and it will be agreed then by all the TEC members between this TEC and the next TEC meeting. And then on the link, on waste, we are not specifically addressing waste on the joint activities in our current work program. And on the NDCs and water, energy, food nexus, and agriculture. So first of all, in our paper, we have addressed the topics and case studies on NDCs and the linkages between that topic and NDCs, and then how countries further implement this is up to the country. So as a TEC, we are not directly engaging in the implementation, but you can. We encourage highly that you use a publication and then also make use of the publication. So I think that is the main responses.
Okay, thank you, Ditam, and I think I'll respond to two issues. One raised by Aze, that is linking the capacity, Paris Committee on Capacity Building with the work of the technology mechanism. I think this is very important, as we have always discussed about the limited capacity in developing countries to develop fundable proposals. I think this is an opportune moment to identify the capacity gaps within the technology mechanism and share with the Paris Committee on capacity building so that there is some advancement in redressing it. Then on the common areas of work by Lydia, I think indeed the waste management, the TEC and the CTCN could come up with the methods or ways of handling the waste management. But as you know that the response from the CTCN especially depends on the requests from the developing countries. And if there has not been any request on the waste management, it's very difficult for CTCN to take it up. So it is demand driven. It depends on the request from developing countries. But it is an area where consideration can be given in future when we feel it is really necessary. I think the rest of the questions we can handle bilaterally. If you have any issue, we can handle it outside this, because in the interest of time, the Secretariat would like to respond to some of the issues. So I will give the Director of the CTCN the opportunity to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, AB members and TEC members for the questions. I think that we have been given responses of some of the questions, but I would like to, on the questions submitted by Adaptation Committee and Pedro on indigenous people, indigenous communities, and indigenous technologies and knowledge. Of course, like as mentioned already by the chair, that we're encouraging also NDEs when they submit. CTCN is a demand-driven process, and therefore we're encouraging the NDEs also to submit to include elements of the indigenous technologies. But also we do have a couple of technical assistants that actually very close and that will work together with the local communities, ones in Bangladesh for enhancing longer lead time flood forecasting and strengthen the community disseminations, as well as in Eswatini on the utilization of solar energy for sugarcane irrigation pumping, and this is for the small cane growers. With regard, again, a bit on the capacity building side of the indigenous training, like back in 2023, the CTCN collaborated with UNITAR, CIFAL in Jeju, where we included the theme on the inclusive climate technologies, which is also including the discussion on indigenous technologies. In 2024, during the AI for Climate Action Capacity Building Hub, this also included the use case of AI in capturing the indigenous technology. So we have been trying to mainstream a different part of the indigenous technology and knowledge into our work. On the questions, I think there's a questions on Nigeria on the agri-food. I think this is the CTCN is of course helping countries to align the agri-food system with their NDCs by leveraging its technical assistance, and we always in the technical assistance format we always ask countries whether this technical assistance request is aligned with the NDC, and of course we now happy with the publications produced by the TEC that really try to strengthen the linkages between agri-food system and NDC, and we will implementing and help and dissemination this project, this knowledge product in the context of the technical assistance. For question on the US, I think our colleague from Tech Secretariat has already replied. For the advisory board, the US is a part of a membership of is a member of the CTCN advisory board. The US member has already submitted information to the chair and the vice chair of advisory board that they cannot attend this meeting, and look forward for the future meetings. I think I've already touched upon many things, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues, for very fruitful discussion, and thanks for raising the issues. We've eaten so much into our time, so we are going to take a 15 minutes break. Part of it will be no, I'm thinking about viability of 10, I'm being told 10 minutes, but the viability, because we have to take photos, and then we also have to take coffee. So let's try to minimize time waste. Let's rush for the photo first, and then we come back and take coffee.
The photo is during now, so 10 minutes come back.
Okay.
Because I told you we have a session, and we really need to run in time. We have a thematic dialogue that people are waiting online.
Yeah, it's now 11:03, so let's be back here in 11:13. I'm advised that we can live within that time, and let's try to speed up. We go for the photo?
No.
We don't?
No. During lunch.
The photo has been shifted to lunchtime. That is, before we go for lunch, we can have the photo, then we go for our lunch. Thank you.
un attimo la memoria improvvisa. No, la password è questo, appunto, la password entra in EA. Ecco.
Colleagues, can we take our seats and start? Colleagues, can we take our seats and we start?
We already did it with Soldier. Okay. So there's nothing. He has the script that they can open. All right. Okay. Thank you. So what's the initiative? So we will continue with sub-agenda item 5.5, 5.2, and then we break for lunch. And the M&E will go in the afternoon because we also have to resume the 11 Yes. So this one will go in the afternoon. We will pass the second points to the Okay.
So in case we finish early, there's a I mean finishing this in case we finish these two.
Turn off the microphone.
Yeah, colleagues, we are starting. And our next item on the agenda is the implementation of the joint work program of the technology mechanisms for 2023 and 2027. Colleagues, I would like to turn to item 8.C.I of the TEC-29 agenda and item 5 of the CTC Advisory Board 25 agenda, where we'll discuss the progress made in the implementation of the joint work program of the technology mechanisms for 2023-2027. At the previous joint session, the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board agreed to continue their collaboration efforts on digitalization and artificial intelligence. The Joint Task Force on Digitalization continued to operate and strengthen coordination between the TEC and the CTCN, ensuring synergies in their work and advancing joint initiatives in this area. I will now invite the Secretariat to provide an update on the progress made in this area.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. My name is Valentin Rudloff. I'm representing the CTCN Secretariat for this presentation on the collaboration with the World Intellectual Property Organization. I will deliver this presentation together with Peter Oxen from WIPO, who is joining me now. I will deliver the first couple of slides and then we'll hand over to Peter. As you may be aware, the last discussions at the last AB meeting and last joint meeting were also around the dissemination of the green technology database that WIPO has developed, and I will highlight a few dissemination activities and our dissemination plan for the WIPO Green technology database. on the next couple of slides. Since the last meeting in September last year, we have included on the CTCN website a prominent reference to the Green Technology Database, as you can see here. A similar website link has also been included on the TT-Clear, so the UNFCCC TEC website, to the WIPO Green database. We have furthermore integrated the WIPO Green database also in our technical assistance template, so in particular in the technical assistance request template to sensitize NDEs and project proponents on the availability of on the available climate technology options, as shown in the WIPO Green technology database. And there are several dissemination activities for knowledge sharing that we are scheduling in the next couple of weeks and months. First of all, a simplified user guide for NDEs that WIPO and CTCN are finalizing together to assist NDEs in navigating the platform efficiently. This guide will be accessible through both the WIPO database page and also the CTCN website. We are also including references to the Green Technology Database in the NDE newsletters with key updates and insights for NDEs. We are integrating the WIPO Green database into the NDE fora that are upcoming this year, so we will incorporate an introduction to the database to all the regional NDE fora, ensuring better awareness and utilization of available resources through this platform. And last but not least, also organizing several events and a series of events, a series of webinars, 3 in total between April and May 2025, where we offer sessions to NDEs in English, Spanish, and French to maximize their accessibility and regional participation for the WIPO Green platform. With this, I'm handing over to Peter for the next few slides.
Yes, thank you very much. So, for those of you who haven't heard about me talking about the database before, because I have done it a few times on these board meetings also, but in WIPO, we come from a small unit in WIPO called WIPO Green, and there we have developed this database since quite a number of years, completely rebuilt it a few years ago. And what we really want to do is to build a neutral, UN-based, inclusive, and free database of green technologies and needs. It's important for us, since we're part of the UN, that it is inclusive. That means that we're not focusing only on the most advanced, the most fancy, the most expensive, the most efficient technologies, but also the ones that are much more available in various areas and which may be exactly what you need in a specific context. Out for the understanding that what works in Ouagadougou may not work in Geneva and the other way around. So therefore, we try to grasp a very high diversity of solutions in the database. Now, the database is relatively large. We have more than 140,000 articles in it. But and the most important part is more than 5,000 user uploads. So that means actually companies that themselves or that we upload for, who upload to the database, and thereby get a window to show what their technology can do for various things. So we're neutral. We don't recommend any technologies. We don't vet them either. We don't have the resources for that. But we check what comes in terms of, does it look feasible? Does it look realistic? But otherwise, it is very much an open platform and, of course, completely free to use. Now, we're very interested in getting this database used as a repository of green technologies, of climate change solutions, and so on. And this is why we're very happy to have the cooperation here with CTCN, where we can integrate it more in the work so that it's being used by your member countries, by national governments in their implementation work, in their planning work, as an inspiration for what is possible to do in terms of technology. So it's not showing technology as technology areas, but it's showing actual solutions, actual technologies that are available somewhere, with the idea that people who are in some other place can see, I can see that this is actually possible, it works somewhere. Maybe this specific technology is not available where I am, but then I can look for something similar here in my area. What we're working on now is to integrate much more in terms of AI agents as part of the database, so that it becomes more responsive to the specific situation of the user, is something we'll be developing over the coming year. Now, one of the products that is also based on the database is the Green Technology Book. I have two of them here. A third one is down the table. I'll put it down on the table so you can have a look at them. The idea with the Green Technology Book, which is made in partnership with CTCN and also with the Egyptian Academy of Scientific Research and Technology, is that we want to show again what technologies are available. So we created this publication in 2022, we started it on climate change adaptation technologies, and then we worked on climate change mitigation technologies. Last year, we made on energy technologies and climate change, and right now we're working on the next edition on disaster technologies in climate change. Now, the idea is that this is not an academic report showing trends and so on. There are lots of those out there. We don't think we need another one. We do work on trends, but we work more in terms of showing then technologies in relation to these different technology areas. So we try to go behind the hype. There's a lot of talk about new technologies and breakthroughs and blah, 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 and maybe in 2030 or later on. We look at what is working now, what is relatively new, and we look at what we expect to come here within the next couple of years. So a very practical focus on it. Digital first, very simple language, not so reduced text as much as possible in order to people to be able to find themselves in it. It's been quite popular so far. We had more than 1.4 million visitors to our website, most of them from developing countries, and the book has been downloaded more than 77,000 times since we launched it. And we're pretty happy about that, and we continue to do that. And I'm not quite sure which slides follow here. But I think there'll be some slides later on. I can show you how it works in the database also. Now, indigenous practices and consultations. So I noticed that the presidency from Brazil here mentioned that as an important issue. Actually inspired from the board meeting last week with our last year here in Copenhagen, when we talked to the representative of the IPOs. We started to think about how we could contribute to making these indigenous technologies and solutions more visible. And one of the ways we could imagine to do that was through creating a special indigenous knowledge technologies, solutions, whatever, in our database, making a special space for these technologies in there. Now, in WIPO, we have a whole division who is focusing only on indigenous technologies. So, of course, we work together with them to find out how we could do this. And we established an expert group of various representatives from indigenous groups here during the last year and had some interesting in-depth discussions with them on how to do that. And that revealed that it's not just something you just go and do. I think you also pointed to that before, Mr. Perron, that there are certain aspects that has to be considered when going into this. And one of them that we have in the database, for example, we normally have an owner to a technology. If it's an indigenous technology, that might be challenging to find out who is actually the owner and who actually represents the technologies, and so on and so forth. So we have developed a draft concept note for this. It's also with CTCN, and we want to continue to consult some of the indigenous constituencies to find out how we can actually implement this, or if we can implement it at all. And of course, in cooperation with the indigenous knowledge division in WIPO also. We do believe that there is a need to better show what actually indigenous knowledge can bring to the climate change solutions. But we also realize that it's not easy, it's not that straightforward. There are many caveats, there are many potential risks that we need to address before we do it. So work in progress on that one. Yes, next please. So this is a slide that we showed last year in the board meeting here of what we wanted to do in terms of integration of the database that I just talked about into the work of CTCN and also to TEC as much as we can. And I'm happy to say that actually most of these points here have already been addressed in what was just shown here. What I want to highlight that was not mentioned here is, for example, UNEP DHI water match database, which you may know about. It has just been taken down a few months ago because UNEP DHI did not want to continue it. And we have therefore agreed that we will take over that database and integrate it into our database there. So we're working on that now. We're working out some of the technical details. And we expect that there will be a new partnership gateway pointing to the UNEP DHI cooperation in relation to that also. Otherwise, most of these things are already implemented. And what we really would like to do is to you who represent various countries and the national designated entities, that you bring the database back with you home and try to use it. If you look for technologies, when you have to do your NDCs and national adaptation plans or whatever, the database can be a way for you to get an idea of what is possible, what actually exists out there, and what can be done. So this is what is really behind a lot of the work here. And of course, we come from WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. We are not specifically focusing on intellectual property rights or patents in the database. There's no requirement for technologies to have a patent in it. The reason we do this is because through supporting or showing what technology and innovation can do for climate change, we also support the innovation ecosystem. We support technology transfer, and not only from north to south, but also south to south, where there's a lot of technology transfer going on. And thereby, we also support intellectual property because it is a very important cornerstone of both the innovation ecosystem and technology transfer. So that's basically why we do the effort of doing these things. And we do believe that technology and innovation has a very important role to play in climate change and also food security in other areas. Now, the Green Technology book here is available here, the free editions that are already online and available to download both as a PDF, but they are digital online versions also. And of course, they are also no cost in relation to that. Next one, please.
Just letting people scan.
Oh, yes. So as I said, there are free editions, and here is where we have the background in the database. So the database is relatively simple. We have built a special collection for the Green Technology book as a backdrop to the book. So basically, in each of these books, there are about 200, 250 technologies. We have many more in the database in these collections here. We create a special collection for each edition. And there we continue to build it up. So when you, on the online edition of the book or in the database, you find a technology that you're interested in, you can click on that technology in the book. It'll take you to the database, and in the database you will have a link to the company, so you can directly to the website, or you can send an email to the company directly to get in contact with them. So therefore, the Green Technology book, as well as the collection here, is also part of as a matchmaking tool to help to actually get real traction in it. You will see there are 4 on the collection there, and the 4th there is one we're working on and very advanced on right now. It's a special edition on the one on energy technologies we did last year with a special focus on Asia and the Pacific. And we do that specifically for the Expo 25 that is going on now in Japan, and it will be presented in Osaka in October. And the next January edition of the Green Technology book will be launched at the COP. We always launch it at the COP. In Brazil in November, and that will be on these disaster technologies, as I mentioned. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With respect to Chair.
Thank you, Valentin and Peter, for the updates. Let me now open the floor for members to provide comments or clarifications. Can see Christian, followed by Halima, then Kama. Victor, so that we take the first 4. Start with Christian.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Peter and Valentin, for the presentation. It was very interesting. Over the last year or so in Papua New Guinea, we've been working on something called a green taxonomy. This is sort of like a definition, a dictionary of green technologies, green terms, and one of the main purposes of that is to allow finances, investors, financial institutions to have a common language for investment. It strikes me that the WIPO Green database could be that sort of thing. Is this something that you've had in mind? I did note that one of the slides you do mention technology taxonomy. Is this something that you could align with the other green taxonomies out there? Could it serve a similar purpose?
Thank you, Christian. Halima?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the floor. And thank you, Valentine and Peter, for the presentation on the effort on the WIPO. It's very good to hear, and it's also very good to hear about your trying to get the NDEs capacitated. As we all know, for Africa, I would want to say that is very, very important. We have data issues, and of course, without data, there are quite a lot of things you would be missing. And I just want to encourage you more to engage with the NDEs from Africa on this. The more capacity that we have with the NDEs on this tool, the better the uptake of the technologies available and the better implementation of whatever TAs that the countries are operating. To congratulate you and thank you for the work you've done on the WIPO, and further encourage you to engage with the African NDEs on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kama.
Congratulations for the information, the Green Technology book, very useful. I just was wondering about the approach that we are promoting in technology. Because if you talk with of indigenous people, you said it's dangerous or it's not so easy to transfer technology. But why we cannot talk about recognize a different kind of technology? For example, water harvesting is a specific technology from the indigenous people, but this technology is not included in the taxonomy, for example, but it's a green technology. I'm just wonder how we are going to move in this kind of concepts. This is a different way to see the world. Otherwise, we are not inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Kama. Next is Victor.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to this discussion that happened in the last meeting in September in Bonn, my first meeting of CTCN. And I remember the request from the chair about the database and the difficulty that a lot of developing countries have with accessing the information because of the bandwidth, just internet bandwidth in a lot of countries. Congratulations on the progress you've made, and if you're happy with the number of downloads and visits, that's a good sign. But I do remember the chair not asking, but actually pleading for some kind of budget for printing and postage of the material so that countries could actually access it. And I'm just wondering what happened to that, or where's the status of that? And to recognize the role of Egypt, I didn't know about the written reports. It looks like they're divided according to different categories, but is it that those have the actual contents of the website and it functions like the directory or the catalog, or is it more, I guess I need to actually pick one up and look at it, but maybe you could explain, or is there a way going forward, because it sounds like future ones will be printed to combine with your request to make the information more accessible.
Next is Pedro.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for the update on the WIPO Green database. And I have, well, first I'd like to comment on the initiative to try to incorporate indigenous technologies into this registry. And I, as you could, I think, tell from the reaction here, it is a it's not an easy process. I think there are other aspects that need to be taken into account, but I think it's worth the initiative, and I would really recommend engaging with institutions in developing countries that have, including research institutions that have been developing very interesting work on serving as a bridge between, let's say, the scientific, academic sector and the indigenous people, and trying to already having very concrete suggestions on how to reach these two different worlds, as it was mentioned here. On the traditional database, I would like to have pose a question on whether there is an assessment or an indication of the maturity level of the technologies based on TRLs, for example. And I think because this is quite useful in terms of trying to envisage the way how these technologies can be transferred through off-the-shelf kind of transferring, or a transfer that would entail co-development and adaptation, for example. So I think that would be also a very important aspect to indicate of the individual technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Next is Grace.
Yes, thank you very much. This is my first meeting attending the advisory board meeting of the CTCN. And it's really very impressive to hear the concerns on the integration of indigenous people's knowledge systems. And I'm here representing the indigenous people's constituency. At the same time, I'm a member of the FWG, or the Facilitative Working Group of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform. That's why upon hearing all of these advancements and also updates on the green database, as well as the integration of or a focus on integrating indigenous people's knowledge systems and local communities, local knowledge is really it is really very important for me to continue working closely with the WIPO as well as the CTCN and the TEC in relation to how we should be advancing on this. But of course, as we always emphasize in our last consultations with you, we are very much concerned really on the issue on more effective safeguards, because there are some information or some some indigenous peoples do not like to have their information on indigenous knowledge and technologies to be published, because if it's in a written form, it's very different from the oral and the spiritual traditions that they have. And I'm also very thankful for our representative of the COP30 presidency. We are working also very closely with them, and I'm very appreciative for mentioning all of this, and also with the adaptation committee, which the FWG-LCP is working closely with. So thank you very much for your reports on this, and I hope to work more closely. We work more closely with you in the future discussions about the concept note on the integration of indigenous people's knowledge systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. Next is Ambrosio.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. I would like to join the colleagues in appreciating the presentation by WIPO. This is one of the most relevant partnerships of the TEC-CTCN, in our view. It's a partnership with also a global institution that is dedicated not just to patents, but also for the promotion of technology and also their excellent work on innovation indicators. We're very pleased to see that progress has been made on the inclusion, on the efforts to include indigenous knowledge into this database. And we're pleased because it's our view that sometimes we on some issues, we go through the checklist. So we're making reference to indigenous knowledge, but not actually doing the effort to have a substantive outcome. And we can see on this work that there is an effort to have a substantive outcome on how indigenous knowledge and technologies are considered and included into this database. This is very important, especially if you, in the overall context, for example, the IPCC, technology and innovation was part of the mitigation work, not the adaptation work, and therefore many of the aspects that are very relevant for adaptation, that includes indigenous knowledge and technologies, were not assessed in or included, for example, in the NSI framework into the chapter of technology because it was on mitigation. And in a way, this work can help slowly bridge that understanding. So the implication of this might be even beyond the specific work and the uses within the TEC-CTCN itself. Now, in terms of the impact, I think there was a point raised on probably one of the most relevant impacts of this collaboration is how this is used and reflected at the national level. I previously make a comment about the TNA process and how it's starting its own life within Chile, and part of this own life of the focal point, the ones that are doing this work are actually the national focal point for WIPO. So that's the National Office for Patents. That could also work at the national level with the NDEs of the technology mechanism. And the work that they're doing is actually looking at the technology needs from the point, and one of the databases that they're reviewing is the WIPO Green database and the IPO database to try to identify if there are available technologies for the needs in our 19 or 12 adaptation plans and 7 mitigation plans. So this is an example at the national level how a process that was sparked through the TNA with the collaboration of the CTCN and the NDE start to become its own thing, but being uptaken by the focal point of WIPO at the national level and connected with this green database. And I wonder if something like that collaboration can be fostered through this work and the TEC-CTCN in terms of using this database as a tool to answering the technology needs, searching the technology needs that could be fulfilled for the different countries through looking what is already in this database that is maintained for WIPO, but also I think this is a very challenge and very important, is how this provides the opportunity for developing countries to showcase the developments that they might do in their own countries. Because I remember a couple of years ago, one of the early points, right now, most of these technologies come from developed country parties, and there are also the potential of the CTCN to help foster that developing countries make use of this database by uploading this solution, and that helping showcase also solutions that are made on developing country context that could also work in other developing countries. So that also could foster more international and South-South collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Can we open to the observers, please, if you have any issue, question? Who's that? Can you read?
Irene from FAO.
Irene?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone, and thank you for all the ongoing discussions. We also have work ongoing on the taxonomy side and on the technology side, so I would like to flag that it would be great to compare notes. I was very happy to see that agriculture was picked up in 2022 and is part of what you're covering, so I think there would be definitely room to try and compare notes. also because in the developing world a lot of agriculture happens in the informal sector, I was also very interested in understanding more the aspect of non-patented versus patented technology, which I think would be very relevant for the developing world and how some of these technologies can be picked up. And secondly, you were saying that the technologies are not always validated. So maybe even looking at some collaboration at how work in the field can be a means of validation of some of these technologies to ensure that really we're achieving the objective of what we're trying to implement on the ground. And then thirdly, there's a lot of work ongoing in terms of technology outlook, and there's what is called the TEC-CTCN database in FAO. So again, I think it would, on the agriculture side, it would be great to compare notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. And any other observer? Yeah, I think that closes the comments and the observations, questions. I just would like to add my either question or comments to other than we let Peter. Yeah, there's an issue that has been bothering me, and it was raised also by Victor. And we also talked about the partnership between the TEC, the CTCN, and then other organizations within and outside the UN system. The partnership, we envisage that this partnership should lead into causing at least changes in the communities. Now I can see the WIPO Green Database, a very useful sort of instrument for informing the communities in developing countries about the available technologies, and then also the use of these technologies, maybe giving further guidelines. It's not very clear, even to some of us, the structure of this, the information in this database. But the developing countries, the communities, would like information that would help them access the relevant technology. Can this database be translated into technology directory, informing the developing countries the sources of technology, the types of technology, maybe the cost of technology, such that even if they don't get funding from the various established institutions, they can look for funding from domestic sources to access the technology, so long as they know where the technology exists, what it takes to access that technology, the other arrangements that are required. And I think maybe WIPO Green could throw more light on this. Are there legal issues? Are there any other issues that would hinder translating this information in the WIPO Green database into directory, such that the TEC can take it up, or the CTC and the TEC can take up this together? Thank you. Peter, I think you can respond, and then we go to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred, and I'll try to do it brief because there's quite a number of questions. I think I'll take them in the order they were asked. So Christian, and also you talking about taxonomy here in the end. In terms of technology taxonomy, yes, there are quite a few out there, and we have looked at them also the taxonomy we have in the database is quite old, actually. It was from the very beginning when it's created back in 2013, and we have only adjusted it since. Our approach to technology is not very scientific in the way that we have basically created the different, we have 82 subgroups, I think, of technologies, and we basically created them as we saw it relevant for what we want to do with the database. to create a common taxonomy as such, I think that's great, and we would like to participate in that work. I wouldn't say that our database is something that could be used as a model at all. We're not that detailed on that. We don't focus that much on the taxonomy as such, but there are some very great values of working more with that, and we'll be happy to do that. But it's not something that we're going deeply into as it is now. But if there's a need for it and a demand for it to have a very specific taxonomy, build a new one that is not already there, then we're fine. I would say that one of the sources that we use, we have a lot of patents in the database also. They are mostly for inspiration, because a patent is not a solution, right? It's an idea. And you never know whether this idea actually develops into a solution later on. But when we collect these patents, we actually use the European IP Office's Y02 classification, which is actually quite a good classification for climate technologies. So that may also be a place to look. To the question or the comment from Nigeria there, thank you very much. And yes, absolutely, we are very keen on working with African countries. We actually, in the last edition on energy technologies, we actually managed to find quite a number of African technologies which are represented in the book also. And in both of the last two launches, we actually had 2 African companies presenting their technologies at the launch at the COP also. So it's something we definitely now have an eye out for. We're starting up a new project. We do what we call acceleration projects, which is actually where we do matchmaking on the ground, look for specific needs and try to find technologies for them. The needs can be from individual farmers and so on. And we're starting up a project in Senegal now this year as a first one in Africa, and we hope that we can do more, because there's definitely a need. But we'll be very happy to link up through CTCN to the NDEs in African cultures and do that. And we'll participate in some of these regional forums also, where we can hopefully make the use of the database more prominent. So indigenous knowledge was mentioned by several people, Pedro, the IPO representative, the adaptation committee there. And I think we are all pretty much on the same page in terms of, I think, the potential for what indigenous technologies can be, and it should really be there as a voice in what can be done in green towards technology. But as we have talked about, I think have been mentioned several times, it's not necessarily that straightforward. I look forward to continue the consultations with various groups on this, so that we can find a way. We don't want to do this if it creates unintended harm or consequences for indigenous groups or whatever, that they feel that their technology is misrepresented or appropriated. This is not a risk we want to take from WIPO's side. So that's why we are pretty careful in approaching this. On the other hand, we do think that something should be done. I'm not sure we will be the ones actually doing it in the end. We'll see. If it's too difficult, we won't do it. But we are willing to giving it a try, and we've been doing that the last year, and we'll continue that for a while. I hope that one of the ways that we can overcome some of these potential issues is that we want it to be based on user uploads, meaning that we actually want the indigenous groups to upload themselves the technology. We don't really have the capacity to go out and upload hundreds of technologies for them. But the database is very much based on user uploads. So we hope that we can do that, and we hope together with indigenous groups that we can also create some calls among indigenous groups for them to submit technologies to it. And you'll see in the concept note, we also have some ideas for maybe there should be a group of indigenous people to verify various things. Let me just quickly move on here.
I think we need to answer some of them bilaterally, unfortunately.
Okay, so we'll have to do some of them bilaterally then also. Just want to say, Ambrosios, thank you very much for the kind words, and very much that is exactly how we want the database to be used in a local context, in local planning, in getting it out as part of the NGE's work. So I think I'll have to stop here now, and of course I'll be here also next week for the CTCN meeting, so happy to talk more in depth on various issues. Sorry.
No problem. We're very sorry for cutting it short.
Yeah, thank you, Valentin and Peter. And I think in the interest of time, we would like to invite the TEC and the CTCN Secretariat to provide an update on the implementation of activities and the Technology Mechanism Initiative on Artificial Intelligence for Action. Tayun Kim, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. As the UNFCCC Secretariat and CTCN Secretariat, we would like to provide you an update on the implementation of the work plan of the Technology Mechanism Initiative on AI for Climate Action. So, as you are aware of, would recall the Technology Mechanism Initiative on AI for Climate Action was established by the TEC and CTCN AB in June 2023. This was followed by the endorsement of the initiative's work plan in April 2024. The work plan of the initiative is organized in 3 work streams, as you see on the screen, and each work stream includes activities that are to be undertaken jointly by the TEC and the CTCN, as well as activities that are to be undertaken by the TEC and activities to be undertaken by the CTCN. So the activities by the TEC are guided by the TEC Activity Group on Digital Technologies, and the joint activities are guided by the TEC-CTCN Joint Task Force on Digitalization. This presentation has been jointly prepared by the TEC and the CTCN Secretariats to provide members with an update on the implementation of the deliverables in 2024 and an outlook on joint activities in 2025. The TEC and CTCN advisory board will be invited to consider the information presented and provide guidance for further work on the TEC-CTCN joint activities in 2025. So, in the next slides, I will focus on the progress made on the TEC activities under the initiative since the last update provided at the last joint session in September 2024. So first of all, I'd like to talk about the information note on AI for climate action. The information note on AI for climate action provides an overview of opportunities, risks, and challenges of using AI for climate action in developing countries, particularly in the LDCs and SIDS. The publication includes different areas where AI-powered solutions support climate change mitigation and adaptation, including climate modeling and planning, early warning systems, agriculture, food systems, and energy and transport management, among others. So at the last TEC, the TEC agreed in publishing this information note, and this has been finalized and has been launched at COP29. This information note highlights risks and challenges of the use of AI in developing countries, including the digital divide, data availability and access, data security, gender bias and social inequities, energy and water consumption, among others. Then the next activity conducted by the TEC last year under this initiative was the AI Innovation Grand Challenge Award Ceremony, AI Innovation Grand Challenge and its award ceremony at COP29. So last year, the TEC, in partnership with Enterprise System, undertook the AI Innovation Grand Challenge as a climate innovation competition to identify and support AI applications for climate mitigation and adaptation action in developing countries, in particular in LDCs and SIDS. And as previously mentioned, Dr. Letitia Addison from Trinidad and Tobago was announced as the winner at COP, where she presented her AI-powered early warning system for small island developing states in the Caribbean. So the application was called AI for SIDS, and it is an AI-powered platform designed to enhance climate resilience in the SIDS, and these regions are highly vulnerable to extreme weather events like hurricanes and floods. And this application collects and processes real-time data from IoT devices, social media, and weather reports, and uses a generative AI language model and delivers multi-channel alerts when actually these events happen. So the platform's predictive analytics and automated feedback will optimize disaster response, allowing a better resilience in the regions. And also, this activity has been launched last year and is still ongoing, which is the revised draft technical paper on AI for climate action. And the TEC continued work on this draft technical paper on AI for climate action and considered a revised draft at TEC-30 this time. And the TEC agreed to move forward by requesting the activity group to finalize the technical paper, reflecting comments from the TEC members, and will circulate the final document to be approved by the TEC on a no objection basis for publication in time for a possible launch later this year. And also, there are inputs on AI to TEC knowledge products. This also has been decided at TEC last year, and the TEC agreed that the TEC activity group on digital technologies will provide inputs on AI to other TEC knowledge products, and already this has been done to 2 knowledge products on early warning systems and technology needs assessment, and 3 more products this year will receive inputs on AI from the activity group co-leads. And also, lastly but not least, although this slide is under the category of TEC activities, actually these activities have been done together by the TEC and CTCN. It is an update on the collaboration with the COP29 presidency and the ITU. So, in the last joint session, the TEC and CTCN Advisory Board highlighted the importance of engaging with other initiatives relevant to their work in this area in relation to digital technologies, including the ITU and the COP29 presidency. So following this, the chairs and the TEC and CTCN Advisory Board collaborated with the COP29 presidency on the Green Digital Action, and also following the request of the TEC and CTCN Advisory Board, both of the secretariats continue to engage with the ITU, including the contribution to the working group on AI for climate applications that contribute to the work of the focus group on AI for natural disaster management, which is led by the ITU. And we explored opportunities for an engagement with ITU in the AI for Good Global Summit, which is happening in July. And we also identified possible synergies between the work of the ITU and CTCN technical assistances under the AFCIA program. So these are the updates from the TEC Secretariat, and I'd like to pass the floor to the CTCN Secretariat. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tayun. I will cover now the part on the CTCN activities under the initiative before coming then to the joint activities of the TEC and the CTCN. As you may recall, last year in 2024, we have delivered a series of regional thematic capacity building sessions on AI for climate action. At this moment, I would like to thank, in the name of CTCN, all the colleagues who have introduced us to really valuable resource speakers for these capacity building activities, and also the collaborations that we had with various institutions that are here in the room today. One of the 4 regional thematic capacity building sessions took place after the last AB meeting, which is the Latin America and the Caribbean one, and this is why we wanted to highlight it here again. The outcomes were quite considerable. We had in total 32 AI-led TA project ideas that came up. You can see a breakdown here across the different regions. Asia Pacific, 17 new ideas. In Africa, 11 new ideas came up, and in Latin America and the Caribbean, 4 new ideas came up as a result of this thematic capacity building workshop. Some of these technical assistances are also highlighted here. As you can see, I will just highlight a few. In the Pacific region, for example, in Samoa, we're working on time series land use and land cover mapping and land use change drivers analysis. In Africa, we are, I think, starting to work on data-driven approach in flood mitigation, developing a real-time mapping of floods in Mali. And also other projects that we are starting now with a link to AI in Georgia and in Suriname across different regions. What is upcoming this year? We are working on various capacity building activities under the work package 1, 2, 3 online to reach more NDEs. We are launching an AI online learning format. We have explored the potential to feature ready-made lectures recordings on the TT-Clear website and are currently in contact with several UN learning platforms, including UNSCC, that is providing a really interesting learning platform where this could be hosted. A backup plan would be the YouTube CTCN channel with a membership function where we could host such an AI online learning platform, which will be self-paced and made accessible to more stakeholders. Furthermore, we are working on strengthening the enabling environment work package 2.2 through capacitating also network members, not only NDEs. For this, we have an upcoming webinar on the 17th of April that will focus on AI, leveraging AI for advancing renewable energy, in particular in Asia Pacific. And additionally to that, this is not a webinar, but a call for prospective network members with AI, with skills in AI, that will be out on the 30th of July, 2025. Lastly, in terms of insight sharing, we have developed a summary note on we are developing a summary note on capacity building program on AI for climate action, which will be delivered across 4 different region specific groups of NDEs, and a draft will be shared with the TEC Secretariat for its integration into activities 214 and or 314 of the joint work program. We would also like to highlight, this is not an activity of the CTCN directly, but a network-led publication that was kindly done by our network member NIGT, the National Institute of Green Technology based in South Korea. They have developed a knowledge product on integrating AI into climate action in 2024, focusing on Asia Pacific region with various case studies that you can see here. And upcoming editions will also be focusing on the Latin American Caribbean region in 2025 and for the Africa region in 2026. Now I would like to draw attention to the TEC-CTCN joint activities under the initiative in 2025. First, focusing on deliverable 142, a framework for developing an alliance for public and private sector stakeholders in this space. I've already quickly mentioned the invitation for network membership that will be sent out on the 30th of July, which will be the second batch. A first batch has already been received. Thank you very much for your support in reaching out to different organizations, experts, institutions at a national level. We have 23 organizations and entities that have been invited now to CTCN membership that all very much qualify in the space with expertise on artificial intelligence. And now coming to deliverable 231 with an update on the AI Climate Application Hub. As you may recall, at the TEC-CTCN AB joint session in April 2024, the development of this AI Climate Application Hub was agreed as a joint effort by the TEC and CTCN in partnership with Enterprise Neurosystem. Thank you very much, Bill Wright, for being here, also in person from Enterprise Neurosystem. The hub aims to serve as a repository for AI-powered open source climate solutions, algorithms, data and resources, including applications from the AI Innovation Grant Challenge that was mentioned earlier. At the last joint session in September 2024, the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board took note of the progress made on the development of this AI Climate Application Hub. And today we would like to provide an update on what happened since. In the last few months, we had various exchanges organized between UNEP, UNEF-CCC, the CTCN, TEC obviously, and Enterprise Neurosystem, and meetings were conducted also with the TEC-CTCN Joint Task Force on digitalization. UNEP and UNEF-CCC both engaged with Enterprise Neurosystem on technical requirements for the Climate Application Hub, and we would just like to list some of these very technical discussions that evolved over the last few months together with Enterprise Neurosystem, and some of these aspects we will dive a bit deeper into in the coming slides. We will look at submission process and quality control, maintenance requirements and outreach, monitoring and evaluation, accountability and liability risks, the duplication of efforts with other AI repositories, and the questions of resources So let me start with the submission process and quality control. Maybe to provide one more sentence on background, it is obviously for such a platform very important to feature quality submissions, to feature quality entries on different AI tools and algorithms, and to make this platform operationally used with a large amount of traffic. Otherwise, such a platform is failing its purpose, basically. So in this light, we were looking at different requirements, and we will dive into some of these requirements now. In terms of the submission process and quality control, these entries would need to meet standards across different quality categories, and we've listed some of the quality categories here, which include their climate impact, their positive climate impact of the solution, the operational performance and technical accuracy, the development process and governance of the solutions that are submitted, the inclusivity and ethical considerations of AI solutions, and also the negative climate impact, so the environmental footprint and sustainability. All of the submissions would need to be developed, or all these submissions would need to go through a screening process that would be oversighted by a technical review panel, including UNEP, CTCN, UNFCCC, Enterprise Neurosystem, and various experts. In terms of maintenance and outreach, we identified, together with Enterprise Neurosystem, several requirements in terms of the hub remaining to be a trusted and scalable resource. This includes that continuous quality assurance and monitoring would have to be delivered. Technical maintenance and feature development would have to be delivered, and AI, and we would need to engage an AI and climate community on an ongoing basis. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, there are several key aspects that we would need to monitor on an ongoing basis, including the relevance, the effectiveness, the efficiency, sustainability, and scalability of the submissions that are listed on the platform through various indicators. And lastly, the accountability and liability aspects that remain partially unsolved because of obviously the risk of hosting external solutions on a platform that is branded with the UNEP-CTCN and UNEP-CTC Tech logos. I also mentioned that there are various other platforms that are existing, including the Digital Public Goods Alliance, which is a multi-stakeholder initiative that promotes open source technologies already in line with the SDGs, which includes UNICEF, UNDP, and ITU already, and the Coalition for Sustainable AI that recently got introduced by including UNEP and ITU. So in summary, Enterprise Neurosystem and both of the secretariats came up with several requirements that resulted in the following insights. Firstly, there's significant work and resources that would be required by Enterprise Neurosystem and the secretariats, for which currently both Enterprise Neurosystem and the secretariats don't have the dedicated resources to undertake the related work. There are persisting legal issues. And other platforms like the Digital Public Goods Alliance and also Sustainable Coalition for AI have already dedicated funding and have the potential to address many of the intended functionalities. And hence we have to consider other options that are more efficient, resource efficient, and more effective as well.
Thank you, Valentin. And I would also like to present two of the joint activities under the work plan, including some proposals. And as mentioned previously, the capacity building hub last year at COP29 was very successful, jointly hosted by the TEC-CTCN PCCB in partnership with Enterprise Neurosystem and in collaboration with the COP29 presidency. And in 2025, the TEC and CTCN have a joint deliverable 1.3.1 knowledge product event on the use of AI for improving energy systems under the work plan for the AI for Climate Action initiative. So based on that, the the TEC-CTCN Advisory Board Joint Task Force on Digitalization agreed to continue collaboration with the PCCB in 2025 by co-organizing an event on the use of AI for improving energy systems at COP30 Capacity Building Hub. The event will build on findings from the technology products on AI for climate action and insights from the CTCN TA, making its own contribution to the global discourse in this arena. And also, this is another activity, a proposal for the regarding a technology mechanism global AI contest. So as a background, the Korea International Cooperation Agency, also known as KOICA, offered to support the TEC, possibly with the CTCN, to organize a global AI contest in 2025. And at the TEC meeting, the TEC agreed to the proposal and proposed to deliver this global AI contest as a joint activity with the CTCN in collaboration with Enterprise Neurosystem. So on this, the approach would be this year's global AI competition will build on the success of last year's AI Innovation Grand Challenge, pursuing the same objectives and approach. And this will be undertaken as a TEC-CTCN joint activity in partnership with KOICA and in collaboration with Enterprise Neurosystem. And we'll also see collaboration with the COP30 incoming presidency. This utilizing responses to the contest to inform future work of the TEC and the CTCN on AI for climate action. So the format would be the same as last year, with a call for submissions, followed by a review and selection processes with multiple rounds, and the announcement of the winner would be done at COP30. So the competition would run between approximately May to November this year. So based on our presentation, our suggested next steps are to consider and provide guidance on the proposed way forward regarding, first of all, the framework for developing an alliance of public and private sector stakeholders worldwide active in this space. 2, the AI Climate Application Hub. 3, a COP event with the Paris Committee on Capacity Building on the use of AI for improving energy systems. And 4, on the global AI contest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tayin and Valentin. And colleagues, I think time is not on our side. And if you have a question or comments, please be very brief and to the point so that we minimize time waste and we have our presenters respond before we are standing in the time for lunch. So I request your consideration of this. Thank you. I can see Lydia, then followed by Pedro.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation regarding the AI matters. The question is for both Valentin and our friend. Regarding the learning issue, online learning or recorded online learning, is it certified and followed by, after listening for the lectures, is it followed by some exam like other institutes like GHGMI, the management institution, certified it with a really good exams? Or it is a kind of awareness of the AI? Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Next is Pedro.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Two points here. First, on the capacity building, I think that is very important, and I welcome the fact that the focus area on improving energy systems with AI. But I think we should also consider in the future other focus area, especially I think of great importance for developing countries is the use of AI to curb deforestation, also for restoration aspects. So I invite to consider everyone to consider also developing webinars and courses of AI with that focus. Second, I'm very much interested in engaging in the preparation of the contest, and as I mentioned during the TEC meeting, perhaps one of the first items to consider is whether to explore synergies with other initiatives, especially the AI Innovation Factory of the ITU. I think there are important, let's say, overlaps, and maybe we can consider a single effort or eventually efforts that complement each other. So I think that also would like to put this here under discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Next is Ambrosio.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. The presentation, the updates are well appreciated. My comment will be mostly on a bit of a different direction towards the technology mechanism use of this technology to increase its outreach. If you recall, a couple COPs ago, there was very welcome that we did translation of documents of several UN-recognized language, so we can reach to wider audiences. Now, back home, in many countries, people do not speak English, which of course limits the ability of the TEC and the CTCN and their products to reach out. Also in the case of the CTCN side, because obviously most of the technical assistants are made on the language of the country, it also creates a barrier in terms of later for somebody looking to different cases to actually know what happened on the ground, because it's on a language you might not know. So there is an opportunity. A couple of years ago, the status of the technology, because of this thing called context, wouldn't allow it, and the quality was not that yet, that you could translate full documents. I remember we tested that with a post-review of a technical assistant of the CTCN. It took us a couple hours, we managed to do it, but it was not that easy. We expect to be quite more easy. But this was 2 years ago, and we submit that to the CTCN. Now we did the same with a document that we sent to the CTCN a couple of days ago. Was just one query and did a full translation for the document to Spanish to English, doing a next post-evaluation of a CTCN technical assistant. Just did the same this morning with a much larger document, the FAO paper that published by the TEC, that was more than 100-page document. It did it completely in around 15 minutes within the context window. The context window now is in 1 million tokens. So a 100-page document is less than 50,000. So right now you have a tool that is free with a model. In this case, the one I'm using is the Google AI Studio. That is free to use. And it allows you to get that type of output. That means we could seriously start thinking a very low cost to have much outreach. Also, to not talk much more about this, just to make for the point that we can start using this for outreach. Also, it can be very helpful in style, and I'm gonna share an experiment with the colleagues working on the AI paper, because pretty much I fit the paper into the model and asked it, can you make it more concise, more on point, and more like a technical paper? And the result was interesting, so I will share that with the colleagues. Thanks.
Thanks, Ambrosio. Olia?
Thank you very much. As this is my first intervention at this session, I'd like first to say that it's a pleasure to be back on the advisory board, and I look forward to working with old colleagues as well as new ones. I would also like to note, to provide a short note of context for my participation at this session. As some of you may know, we are currently in an election period in Canada. We refer to this period as the caretaker period for the government. This means that my interventions at this session will be more limited in order to respect the Caretaker Convention and its rules for government conduct during this time, in order to not affect any positions or activities of whatever the future government may be and may want to do. So I did want to come in with just a couple of quick comments, because I think they're important to highlight some of the great work that we've just been shown. I think one of the things that's important to note is that this presentation showed how the CTCN can really work and spark interest and facilitate requests related to enablers. So the regional workshops on AI and the various other activities really shows what can be done to encourage interest in these areas. This is exactly what we had in mind when we created the new program of work. Some of you will recall that we really wanted to promote focus areas in order to maximize impacts and results. And I really want to congratulate the CTCN Secretariat for really pushing forward in this area and really helping NDEs understand what are the services that the CTCN can provide in this area. I also do want to very much appreciate the partnership with Enterprise Neurosystems, and the reason I really want to highlight that is because we're really showing what's possible when the CTCN partners with external organizations. And this goes straight to the heart of the idea that our colleague from the incoming presidency was highlighting, is that we really need to be moving towards implementation, and we move towards implementation when we have these partnerships and we put in place activities that we take out of the UN system and we deliver out there in the field. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. We have one observer, Julia.
Thank you. First, congratulations on the progress made with regard to this important initiative. We appreciate, I'm speaking for GIZ and German Implementing Agency for Development Cooperation, and we appreciate the collaboration so far on contributing to the technical paper and also the capacity building following our presentation at TEC-28 on AI and climate use cases. We would like to offer follow up on the supporting of the work plan and the task force on digitalization. First, for example, we can offer to share data and AI solutions that were piloted in Global South countries to support the NDCs and are provided now as digital public goods, ready to be scaled in other contexts. For example, monitoring of high carbon stock in forest sector or mangroves, as mentioned before already, also with regard to the COP30 this year, and also to support further support collaboration on capacity building on AI for climate and also green data and related activities. So happy to follow up on this separately afterwards and build linkages and synergies where it supports your impressive work plan. And yeah, thank you for sharing the insights.
Thank you, Julia. And I think, colleagues, I would like to appreciate you for the comments and guidance that you have given. The Secretariat will take into account your guidance in moving forward with the activities under this initiative, bearing in mind that we have gone into our lunch period. The next item on the agenda, that is agenda item 6, monitoring and evaluation. We shall begin with it in the afternoon. So we would like to break now for lunch, but maybe we could give. Yeah, there could be response from the...
Sorry, Chair, but I had my hand raised. So if I can.
Yes, please. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. No, it's okay. I just want to be very brief. Sorry that I don't have my camera on. So I just want to support what Pedro said, that to expanding the focus area about artificial intelligence, but I also want to add that there are other priorities that we maybe can concentrate. For example, the promotion of rapid and just deployment of renewable energies, as the IPCC have suggested. And I also want just to make a question about regarding what Valentin was mentioned about, like the risk of duplication of efforts. So I just wanted to to ask, like, what are like the financial implications for the CTCN to do to moderate and maintain this platform, if that is the correct term. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And colleagues, I think most of the issues raised were just comments. We shall take into account those. And I would like to suggest that we now break for lunch. And we come back at exactly 13:45.
No, Fred. Counted it.
What?
1:30.
Hmm?
1:30. Because we have to have the dialogue. We start with the dialogue, NSI dialogue.
Okay, I'm advised that we come back at 13:30. Yeah, so that we leave time for the dialogue also. Thank you.
Could I perhaps, because some members may not be here in the afternoon, so to have a very, very short group photo, TEC and AB members here in the room at the front. So before you leave for lunch, thank you very much.
Roland, could you please sign the roster, please? And then Uganda.
Are you near here? You want to go?
Thank you. I'll let you know when the card is loaded.
Okay, okay.
Monday or
Which-
Tuesday.
Which one are you loading on?
The one you told me, this one.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
But you can't put it on our,
No.
the problem of with that card, it is
Yeah.
very expensive to withdraw money in Uganda shillings.
Okay.
They charge a lot. I remember in Bonn, I lost $150 transacting with that card. But
If you want in the future, we can do bank transfer, but then 100% of the money will be transferred when the meeting is completed. And then
that's
that's
I'd
worse.
rather go with this.
I mean, in my opinion, this is the best option.
Okay, okay.
You receive it during the meeting.
Okay.
I'm the project manager of the technical assistance funded by CTCN that's centered around rainwater harvesting in Pakistan. So Pakistan is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change worldwide. When you think of
Hi, my name is Everin Peters. I'm with GIZ. I'm the global coordinator of the Catalyst initiative.
Hello, I'm Wafa Alam, the CEO of Visio Process Morocco, a startup that won the Clean Tech Award in the energy efficiency category.
My name is Enohek Bago, and I'm the founder and CEO of eSAM.
think this one.
Yeah, no, I have to start
You
here.
have this one?
Yeah, this one.
Does it have this? You'll start with the where we stop.
No, it says DSI. So. So welcome back. I hope you all had a good lunch, and because of time, we just start. We hope people coming back soon. So, but anyway, we'll start now. Otherwise, we'll not make it with the agenda today. We will start this afternoon with the thematic dialogue on financing national systems of innovation, NSI, followed by other matters where we'll hear an update from the JEF Secretariat on programming for climate change, focal areas under JEF's 9th replenishment. Now turning to agenda point item 8B of the TEC agenda and item 7 of the CTCN AB agenda, thematic dialogue on financing national systems of innovation. As per activity A.1.2 on national systems of innovation of the TEC rolling work plan 2023-2027, the TEC is to organize a thematic dialogue at TEC 30. As NSI is a common area of work of the TEC and the CTCN under the joint work program of the Technology Mechanism 2023-2027, and to benefit from the participation of members from both bodies, we, the chairs and vice chairs of the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board, agreed to jointly organize a thematic dialogue on financing NSI at this session. With the support from the Secretariat, we have outlined the structure, objective, and scope of the thematic dialogue, which was further developed and executed by the TEC Activity Group on NSI. We thank the Activity Group for their work and look forward to engaging with distinguished speakers who have accepted our invitation to be part of this discussion and share insights on NSI financing from the work of their respective entities. With this background, I would like to hand over to Pemi to moderate the dialogue. Pemi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. As Chair has already said, my name is Pemi Kasela, and I'll be moderating this session on the financing national system of innovation. Just to briefly provide the objectives of the event are to foster a common understanding of NSI and raise awareness of approaches and opportunities for financing actors, institution, and process of NSI. To also identify barriers in accessing NSI financing and explore ways to overcome the barriers. Discuss possible roles of various actors in enhancing financing of NSI, as well as to inform future work of the TEC and the CTCN on NSI. With that said, I would now like to invite the TEC Vice Chair, Tibian Ibrahim, to deliver a scene-setting presentation on the previous work of TEC on definition, scope, and setting up, strengthening and financing of NSI. Over to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Pemi, and good afternoon, everyone. So I will be going through the scene setting. Looking first, I'll just wait for the presentation. Going first into the definition, so next slide, please. The definition of national systems of innovation. Following the approach taken by the IPCC, the TEC defines national systems of innovation as a network of actors, institutional contexts, and linkages that underlie national technological change. For example, by initiating, modifying, importing, and diffusing innovations and new technologies. Here, actors are understood as organizations that participate in technology development and transfer, such as technology firms, universities, and financiers. Institutional context here refers to the norms, cultural practices, and laws that shape actor efforts, such as government policies that affect how the private sector invests in a particular sector. And linkages are understood as interactions and relations between actors and the institutional context, such as flows of information and knowledge, and collaboration between firms, universities, and research institutes. The TEC has explored the concept of NSI over the years since 2015 and produced key messages and recommendations to parties on the topic. In the following slide, I will present the findings of the TEC's previous work on NSI, including policies for setting up and strengthening the functions of NSI, actions and support needed for doing so, as well as the challenges and systematic barriers observed by developing countries in pursuing such processes, including for financing NSI. So looking into the functions, firstly, knowledge and development diffusion. So the expansion and intensification of the knowledge base of innovation system, dissemination of knowledge among actors in the system, creation of new combinations of knowledge are a key function. Secondly, the entrepreneurial experimentation, which are the practices of uncertainty reduction through experimentation with new technologies, applications, and strategies. Third, market formation, which includes the processes related to the definition of demand and choices, positioning of products, regulation of standards, and the rules of exchange. Next is influence on the direction of search, which means the influence on which technologies firms and other actors explore, which problems or solutions they choose to invest in, and where they channel their resources from. Resource mobilization refers to the processes by which the system acquires the resources required for innovation, such as financial and human resources, complementary assets such as channelize their resources from, infrastructure, and legitimation, which are the mechanisms by which an emergent technology, its developers, and the technological innovation system in question attain regulative, normative, and cognitive legitimacy by stakeholders. And the final role is the development of positive externalities, which is the creation of system-level utilities or resources, such as pooled labor markets, complementary technologies, and specialized suppliers. Next slide, please. So how can NSI be strengthened? So the strengthening of NSI requires three key complementary actions. The first being to develop the fundamental elements, such as building a strong education system, investing in research, development, and demonstration, implementing enabling policies, including to support market creation. Second is to focus on specific climate technologies, such as identifying the stages of the technology cycle that might require the most support, undertaking technology demonstration and deployment, and helping overcome barriers to innovation. And thirdly, it's to develop national strategic and coordination capabilities, which include identifying roadmaps to meet innovation priorities for climate and development, identifying innovation gaps to be addressed, to successfully progress on the roadmaps, and to coordinate activities across the innovation cycle. Financing NSI may involve different sets of actors, institutional context, and linkages, depending on the type of action, stage of technology cycle, and particularities of a country's climate technologies and national circumstances. On strengthening NSI, the work of the TEC on NSI following the IPCC approach highlights key policy areas that need to be considered by developing countries aiming for establishing and strengthening their NSI, as well as the diverse range of actors involved in such processes. While individually important, the work on these actors in tandem yield greater benefits and lasting results in supporting of functioning NSI. The combination and role of these actors in strengthening NSI is sector and context specific and varies across different stages of the innovation and technology development process. For example, governments can provide direct investment in the research stage, providing a basis for private sector engagement later on in support of the diffusion of useful existing and newly developed climate technologies. Public-private collaborative efforts could be utilized to define national priorities, develop national strategies and action plans. And international actors can complement, catalyze, and accelerate national efforts on strengthening NSI. On the challenges, taking into account the actions needed to strengthen NSI and the role of different actors, institutions, and interactions between them, I would now like to highlight some of the issues that may hinder the full functioning of NSI, and those could be categorized as, firstly, infrastructural failures, such as the absence or inadequate quality of infrastructure, which includes knowledge and physical. Hard, which means the laws and regulations, and soft, which means the culture and social norms of institutional failures, and the absence or inadequate capabilities of institutions. Next is the interaction failures, which include strong and weak network failures, such as the absence and inadequate quality or intensity of interactions. And then there's capability failures relating to firms and other actors, which refers to the absence of required relevant institutions or their inadequate capabilities. Next is the lock-in systems and institutions, infrastructures, and technologies, and also the directional reflexivity and coordination failures that can occur. Finally, I would like to highlight some key takeaways based on insights gathered by the TEC on how developing countries have accessed financing of NSI to strengthen their functioning while overcoming these systematic barriers to innovation and technological change. I would also invite you to consult the relevant TEC publications, as you can see on the slide, for more details. First, I would like to leave you with these key takeaway messages. It is important to explore innovative, customized, and flexible funding frameworks. Previous findings of the TEC show that while government funding was used in all cases, countries have utilized innovative financial mechanisms to diversify their funding models for NSI, including from bilateral and multilateral donors, private sector investments, and non-traditional funding instruments. For example, the Kenya Climate Innovation Center demonstrates a successful evolution in a funding model from mostly international funding leading to the establishment of the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. The Kenya Climate Innovation Center and international funding established the Kenya Climate Ventures, and then the Kenya Climate Ventures funding is now funding early stage finance mechanism, ESFM, which funds projects. A second most important point is developing financial instruments that reduce the risk and opportunity cost for local, public, and private financial institutions to invest in the development and demonstration of climate technologies. Local actors have the best understanding of local contexts and institutions and can contribute to strengthening the entrepreneurial ecosystem within which they exist with long-lasting impacts. The role of the private sector is also highlighted in strengthening NSI and its financing. It may be facilitated by undertaking business environment regulatory reform that increases the ease of doing business. Investments from private sector entities or risked capital providers may also be encouraged and utilized for technology demonstration in order to test and obtain user feedback and support market formation at a later stage. Another key point is strengthening an entrepreneurial ecosystem, for example, through incubators and accelerators, enhances the effectiveness of NSI in developing countries and unlocks finance, and increases an entrepreneur's ability to innovate effectively. My final point is on the importance of engaging with international actors. The strengthening of NSI, while primarily being a national responsibility and prerogative, could be supported by the experiences and expertise of international organizations. These actors can play an important role by bringing in best practices, promoting innovation cooperation, facilitating resource mobilization, and providing capacity building support. In closing, I would like to reiterate the TEC's continued commitment to working with relevant actors in advancing the work of innovation and technology development and transfer, including through advancing NSI, and we look forward to the exchanges that follows to inform and inspire our work. Thank you, and back to you, Pemi.
Thank you, Tibian, for that presentation. Now, to complement the scene-setting presentation we just had, a number of actors with practical insight and success stories from receiving financing for strengthening NSI have been invited to share their insight in the form of short video messages. These testimonies highlight examples of financing NSI for advancing technology solutions for climate change adaptation and mitigation in Pakistan, Latin America and West Africa, Morocco and Nigeria, with the support provided by the GCF Adaptation Fund, as well as the CTCN and UNIDO. The Secretariat, please, would you play the testimonies? And these videos, they are also available on the webpage, should you want to watch them again. Whilst we're still trying to
Marsala from the company WaveSafe. Hi, I'm Omar Saleh from the company WaveSafe. I'm the project manager of the technical assistance funded by CTCN that's centered around rainwater harvesting in Pakistan. So Pakistan is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change worldwide. When you think of Pakistan, you might think of flood issues, but in the recent decades, recent years, we've seen also water scarcity as being a big issue for the country. And that's something impacting communities nationwide. Water scarcity will lead issues with drink water, lack of agricultural production due to lack of water for irrigation purposes. With this NSI-TA, we aimed to enhance resilience to water scarcity through improved rainwater harvesting technologies. What we did is we developed a capacity needs assessment and a blueprint for action, but highly community-driven. This approach enabled us to enhance resilience to climate change effectively. So the aim of this NSI-TA was to build knowledge amongst communities, amongst institutions on improved rainwater harvesting, and at the same time develop a blueprint for scaling up these new technologies. We've already done 2 pilots, one in a rural community and one at an urban area, that focused on improved rainwater harvesting. But if we want to have really a big impact, then we need to scale up rapidly. We need to follow the blueprint, replicate these solutions nationwide and even beyond. In doing so, I think we can help millions of people in Pakistan and in other countries worldwide.
Hi, my name is Severin Peters. I'm with GIZ. I'm the global coordinator of the Catalyst initiative, which is funded by the Green Climate Fund and the German government. We at Catalyst believe that we need more new technologies to combat climate change, and that these technologies should not just come from the global north, but also from developing and emerging economies where an ever-increasing share of emissions is generated. At the same time, we also need more private investment for climate change, but we need business models that make such private investment attractive to investors, such as venture capital funds. In this sense, we support climate tech startups, climate tech ventures from Latin America and West Africa, companies like Microterra from Mexico, which has developed a new technology for the plant-based food industry, or TC Solutions from Burkina Faso, an innovative energy company. And the idea is that those companies at the same time avoid CO2 and raise private capital. And in this sense, we are contributing to many elements of NSI, from entrepreneurial experimentation to resource mobilization. And of course, we are also strengthening ecosystems and creating better framework conditions. All of this is only possible thanks to the support from the GCF, from UNFCCC. So my big thank you goes out to all the partners supporting this project. We're working very hard every day to make sure that we have new technologies for climate change in the global south. And I think we're on a good track to get there. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Wafa Alam, the CEO of Visio Process Morocco, a startup that won the Clean Tech Award in the energy efficiency category thanks to its smart globe software. This software allows commercial and industrial buildings to reduce their energy consumption by 30 to 40% with minimal renovation work. So the Clean Tech Award we won, organized by GCIP in partnership with UNIDO and the Moroccan Ministry of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development, has given us 3 key advantages. The first one is the credibility in the eyes of major industrial players and large Moroccan companies, as we are a startup introducing an innovative technology. The second one is giving us a legitimacy among Moroccan industrial stakeholders who are now already looking to establish some partnership with us. These partnerships aim to combine innovation with our already developed and implemented technology in energy efficiency, as well as their own industrial processes, where energy efficiency was previously missing components. This collaboration would likely not have been possible without the visibility and recognition brought by this award and this program. Additionally, the financial prize we received allows us to strengthen our structure by seeking advice from lawyers specialized in digital technology, some communication companies to let us have better visibility on our internet website, for example, or social medias. And it's also enable us to invest in equipment to continue the development and testing, particularly with emerging technologies such as LoRaWAN communication protocol, or, for example, new IoT systems in the market. Thank you very much.
My name is Enohek Baba, and I'm the founder and CEO of ESAM Energy Solutions Limited. ESAM, we specialize in providing customized solar solutions for households and businesses. So ESAM, I'm here to share a success story. ESAM was one of the GSIP alumni. From our experience with GSIP Nigeria, we've been able to learn how to structure our pitch deck, also learn how to refine our business model to be more attractive to investors. Our experience so far, has taking our business from 0 to 100, from the grant from the GSIP program, $10,000 grant. We've been able to expand our business to a new state, Kaduna State, where we'll be providing hybrid solar systems for their civil servants, to power their homes and businesses. The main challenge in solar system deployment is affordability. So with the grant, we've been able to give them an affordable solution where they'll be paying over 3 years from their salaries. And with these systems, we hope to be saving over 100 tons of CO2 annually from the environment. So we're very grateful to UNIDO, CC Hub, the Global Environment Facility, for helping our business scale. And we hope there will be many more opportunities to come.
Thank you to our speakers for setting the scene for the discussion with their testimony from perspectives of the recipient of financing for NSI and implementing technology solutions through that. We now move to the panel discussions to hear perspectives from support providers for strengthening the NSI. We have Marcus Johansson, who will be joining us in person, and he's the Climate Change Specialist Adaptation Fund, and we're also going to have others joining us virtually, and this will be Patricia Marcos Hoydobro, Senior Climate Specialist, Global Environment Facility Secretariat, and Federica Irene Falumi, Head of Program, United Nations Technology Bank for Least Developed Countries. And we also have Julian Terris, Senior Financial Structuring Specialist, GCF Secretariat. Over to our panelists. There will be 2 rounds of questions that we'll be asking from you. The first one will go to Federica. How would you understand financing for NSI in your work? Are you using elements from the NSI framework elaborated in the work by the IPCC TEC? Federica, over to you.
Thank you, moderator. Just to confirm that you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone in the room, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. My apologies for not being with you in person. I'm currently in Lusaka, where we just concluded the 3rd LDC Future Forum, whose focus was on resilience through innovation for the LDCs. So very relevant to today's discussion, I believe. So as some may know, the UN Technology Bank is the UN focal point entity for supporting science, technology, and innovation in the 44 least developed countries. So our mandate is directly linked to strengthening national systems of innovation, which are, of course, essential for countries to be able to develop, adapt, and scale technological solutions which are needed for sustainable development at large. And of course, the technological capabilities in a country are determined by the effectiveness of its national system of innovation. When functioning well, It can enable a country to advance science and technology for economic transformation, for social progress, and also to address major challenges, including climate change adaptation, which is really critical for the least developed countries. However, I mean, with our work, we've observed that the systems of innovation in least developed countries face persistent constraints, including limited investment in research and development, often below the policy target of 1%, fragmented innovation ecosystems with weak linkages between the various actors, weak private sector growth opportunities with limited access to financing, and high perceived investment risks. So even the financial ecosystem supporting the NSIs in LDCs remains quite underdeveloped, with limited venture capital, limited innovation funds, and relatively limited financial instruments available for it. At the UN Technology Bank in particular, we see the role of NSI and its financing as a key enabler of technological development. Financing in this sense has to go beyond just providing financial resources, but the investment should really serve the purpose, the broader task of building strong and context-specific STI ecosystems. So I would like to just briefly, in the time available, to highlight 3 ways in which we work with least developed countries to strengthen their systems of innovation and improve their ability to attract financing. So first, we develop with countries technology needs assessment, which also the UNFCCC does, to identify the highest priorities and inform evidence-based science, technology, and innovation strategies. Today, only some LDCs actually have an updated STI policy in place, and the TNAs serve to complement efforts to strengthen policy frameworks for technological development. The TNAs conduct a scan of the functioning of the STI system. They provide recommendation for its strengthening, and this in turn enables LDCs to attract funding. We've done between 2021 and 2024, 13 technology needs assessment, through which we have identified niche sectors for transformation. And although the LDCs are a diverse group, many share common challenges, particularly in areas like climate smart agriculture, green economy, digital transformation, and of course, climate resilience at large. Secondly, once a TNA is completed, we work with countries and development partners to develop bankable projects and mobilize resources to access the technologies that have been recommended through TNAs. We provide technical assistance in developing investment projects in areas emerging from the TNAs. So this exactly goes in the direction of aiming to bridge financing gap by connecting LDCs with international financing institutions and private sector investors. Third and last point, we know that capacity building as well, it has been mentioned earlier, is a prerequisite for financing, and the Technology Bank works closely with the LDCs to strengthen the STI ecosystems and the STI capabilities, so that finance can be utilized and absorbed effectively. We focus on facilitating the transfer of know-how and building institutional and individual capacity of national actors in these countries. We've provided throughout the years training and capacity building to scientists, to entrepreneurs, and of course to government institutions and policymakers. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Federica, for that. It's good that you stopped just way under 3 minutes. Otherwise, I was going to stop you myself. Julian, you have the same question, so I'm not going to repeat it. Over to you, Julian. Thank you very much, Federica. Julian?
No, thanks a lot, Pemi. I will try to be short and not to and to use maybe at least or to use maybe 2 minutes. No, thanks a lot for your invitation. I'm very delighted also to present also GCF and share these insights also with you about climate technologies. and also to share with you about a bit about what GCF, is doing now for that. First of all, I would like just to emphasize the fact that for GCF, technologies and climate technologies, it's a key target and it's a key goal also for us now. Part of our current, strategy, updated strategy for 2024 to 2027. And in this context, I'm developing also a portfolio of project of investment by 2027 for GCF. So I work for a private sector facility. So I will develop also something based on the private sector perspective point of view. And for us, and based on your question also, Pemi, it's clearly NSI are key, because when we consider a project and when we assess a project, mainly we think that we have also to support entrepreneurship and also companies. But to do so, clearly ecosystem and NSI are clearly something key. That's why we want to support projects that could combine both components. Entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs, funding startups, using also a wide range of financial instruments to do so, but also developing and strengthening also ecosystem and NSI. It's something key. It's something that, we are doing with and through the Catalyst project that Severin Peters also highlighted through the video and the presentation that, he gave about that. So for us, clearly, and for GCF, the question is combining both, and it's something that we would like to do more in the future with other projects in other countries, other regions, and so on. It's a case also for another project that we are about to launch in a couple of weeks, also in Southeast Asia, in 5 countries, also with Korean, 2 financial Korean institutions and the support of GGI. And in a way, we are fully open to, in a nutshell, to work more closely with government and stakeholders that are be part of this NSIs. Thanks a lot. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Julian. And I'm also happy that you are under the time. Marcus, you have the challenge because you are seated here, but you also have 3 minutes. But here's your question. How is financing for NSI done in your institution? How do you interact with other support providers for NSI? Are there any elements of the NSI framework as presented by the TEC that could be incorporated into your institution, into how the institution supports NSI? Over to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the Adaptation Fund, we are, of course, very happy to be here and share our experience in this interesting topic. And, well, to begin with, the mandate of the Adaptation Fund is to support concrete adaptation projects among the most vulnerable countries. And we do this through our various funding windows. When it comes to NSI, the fund supports elements of NSI primarily through its various project modalities, particularly via the fund's innovation facility, which has 3 grant-based funding windows, small and large grants, and a small grants mechanism called Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator Program, AFCIA. And here today I would like to just highlight the fund's, the AFCIA program, the accelerator program, which is fitting in the context of NSI. So here, under this program, we collaborate with experienced global innovation partners that, aside UNEP and CTCN, also work with the fund's other multilateral implementing entities, including UNIDO, WFP, and UNDP, to bring innovative climate adaptation projects and positive change among communities worldwide. The sectors are various, and we define and apply in this program and are in our portfolio various innovative approaches, practices and technologies, but with a common aim to respond to real needs on the ground. And typically, the projects in this program, the AFSIA program, follows a sequence of innovation processes embedded in the local context, sourcing global innovations for local context, followed by incubation and acceleration, with the aim of identifying and piloting successful innovations that in the end can also be scaled up. And these processes are involving and enabling linkages in between key NSA actors, such as local communities and innovators, private sector, research and academia, and expert support organizations, and local governments and institutions. And in this way, we are developing tailored adaptation solutions for local needs on the ground, while also enhancing the capacities of the enabling environment. And we see the AFSIA program, it's really a partnership among global impact innovators, where we're also focusing on coordinating the efforts in between these programs running in parallel to enhance the impact. And when it comes to the framework presented by the TEC, I found it very interesting, and I would say that particularly the functional, or generally the functional and approach and analysis, while assessing the performance of NSI, is very interesting, and it holds the potential to contribute to strengthen the Adaptation Fund's so-called theory of change under its innovation pillar. I think if we more structurally could explore the leverage points that could incentivize and enable innovation ecosystems for adaptation with this approach. And it could be a more dynamic tool for analyzing the relational aspects within our program, within the theory of change. And it could also support our implementing partners to manage the programs more adaptively, to seek or incentivize the high desired behavioral changes in the system. And I think also this approach could be particularly interesting in exploring how we could connect the locally led adaptation ecosystems in our projects to the more regional or national systems. So I think it has great potential, this bottom-up and top-down linkages. And yeah, I think I'll stop there to leave the floor for my colleagues in the panel here. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Patricia, in the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat the question. So you have the same question as Marcus. Over to you.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patricia Marcos. I am a senior climate change specialist at the GEF. Thank you so much for inviting us to this panel. It's really a pleasure for us to be here today, even though we cannot be there in person. So how does the GEF support NSI financing? So as I always repeat, and I'm sorry if you already know that, the GEF distribute most of our resources to all our recipient countries. So the countries are the owners of the funding, and at the beginning of each of the replenishment cycle, they can decide how to spend their resources. So of course, innovation and technology development is at the core of our programming strategy, and actually in all our proposals, there's specific questions on how the proposed project is supporting innovation. So what are the main innovative features of the project, and and also what are the main technology angles of the proposed project. So, so it's really up to the countries to decide how they're gonna support innovation and NSIs. But I want to mention today a really successful program that the GEF has financing is the GCIP, the Global Technology, the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program. Actually, two of the videos that you've seen earlier today, the one from the energy efficiency company in Morocco and the one from the Nigeria colleague on renewable energy. Those are two examples under the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program. This is a program that GEF has been supporting in 15 countries with approximately $31 million and a co-financing of more than $190 million. It's an initiative designed to accelerate the development and deployment of clean technologies around the world and focuses on innovation in the clean tech sector, supporting entrepreneurs and addressing global environmental challenges. There are many highlights of the program, but I wanted to briefly mention here the key highlights that are the program is focusing on support early stage clean technology entrepreneurs. It provides a platform for early stage startups and entrepreneurs working on innovative clean technologies. Number two, another key highlight is the capacity building and training. Entrepreneurs receive capacity building training to help them enhance their skills in areas such as technology, commercialization, business planning, and market entry strategies. It also provides a global network of industry experts, investors, and clean tech leaders, providing valuable guidance and partnerships. It has also really important mentorship programs where entrepreneurs receive advice and insights from experienced professionals. The program also connect developers with investors and as a way acts as a market accelerator, helping startups gain exposure and traction in global markets. It also has a competition at the national level where the country is leading the preparation of the competition, and I will provide an example later on, and provide recognitions and award to the best innovators of this competition. Yeah, it has overall also the Clean Tech Innovation Program also provides a network of community entrepreneurs, experts, and investors, and on an annual basis they do organize a conference where they bring together all the entrepreneurs that have participated in the programs, and it focus on helping countries assess their market readiness to scale up their clean tech technology innovations. So I was mentioning before, the program has global as well as regional and national competitions. And for instance, in 2019 in India, there was a really successful company called Pollution Control Systems that received a top honor for its cutting-edge air filtration technology that leads to further investment and national recognitions. We also have a few other examples. For instance, a company called Green Structure that develops sustainable modular energy systems. The company gained traction through the program and secured partnership with leading energy firms. And I can provide many more in the Middle East and South Asia. We have a website for the program that where you can find more examples. But this is just an example of a government-led and country-owned program that has been really successful within the GEF, and that in a way has been supporting the NSIs of the 15 participating countries. And well, I have more information, but conscious of the time, I think I will stop here, and I'm happy to provide more information if time allows after my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Now we move to the second round of the questions. And Frederica, I'm going to start with you again. And here I'm going to ask what needs to be in place for scaling up financing for NSI, and how do you see the role of different actors in this context?
Thank you very much. So yes, scaling up financing for national system of innovation, particularly in the least developed countries, which is the context in which we do our work, requires definitely a system-wide approach. Just as a note, a few years ago at the Technology Bank, we published the first ever report on the state of science, technology, and innovation in the LDCs, and it emerged very clearly that while there is quite an extensive innovative activity ongoing in the LDCs, the financial and institutional conditions required to support it and scale it remain quite underfunded. And as I said earlier, the LDCs face some structural challenges in innovation ecosystems which require support in terms of financing, but beyond that as well. But as I said, even with these constraints, many firms in LDCs, they do engage in innovation, which reflects a huge potential that needs to be sort of unlocked to a greater extent through financing and institutional support. From our perspective, to scale up financing, there needs to be several aspects in place. I will mention four for the sake of brevity. First, policy coherence. Informed by data, which are also quite often lacking or limited or partial in LDCs. This has to be combined with adequate resource mobilization, even at the domestic level. Many LDCs do have STI strategies in place. They do have innovation policies in place, but sometimes these are disconnected from national development plans, from industrial strategies or education policies. So coherence across the various domains is essential to build confidence and attract financing. And also policies need resources allocated for implementation. So the efforts to mobilize domestic investment in STI and use a mix of financial and non-financial policy instruments is critical. And without this commitment, it's going to be really, really hard for innovation to pick up at a substantive level. Secondly, investment-friendly environments and financial de-risking mechanisms. LDCs are often perceived as high-risk markets, so there's a need for de-risking instruments, credit guarantees, and others to catalyze private sector investment. Third, the capacity to develop bankable projects needs to be strengthened. There's a lot of high potential innovation that sometimes fail to secure funding, not due to lack of merit, but because they are not adequately structured to attract investment. And so here, for example, as I said, we provide technical assistance. Fourth, regional collaboration. Sometimes domestic markets in LDCs are too small to attract large-scale innovation investments, so regional approaches can create economies of scale and reduce duplication. So these are the fourths. In terms of roles, and I'll conclude, of course, as it was said at the beginning, national governments play the leading role. They have the duty to set the strategic direction and develop an environment which is conducive to investment. And then multilateral development banks and IFIs are critical in providing concessional finance, blended finance, and guarantees to all the risk investment, as I was saying. And development partner play a role in providing technical assistance to various aspects of the NSIs that needs strengthening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederica. Marcus, you have the same question? Over to you.
Thank you very much. And well, I can agree with much that was already said by the previous speaker, but I'll try not to repeat myself. But well, we also acknowledge that we are working in very high-risk environments, and in our dialogue with our implementing partners, we hear that, or we can tell that there is a lack of innovation capacity many a times, and also, of course, a lack of finance, particularly among the national implementing entities. And we can also see that there in the projects that are succeeding and reaching their targets, or there is a local and national commitment. So what we are doing here, we want to, of course, strengthen the enabling and ecosystem, the institutional capacity as far as we can. But I would like to say something about the scaling aspect of NSI from a more local perspective, because when we look at the many of the projects that are succeeding and that become interesting for scale up, we can see some common denominators. For one thing, they have in the local environment been able to demonstrate proof of concept, and they have showcased a deep knowledge of how to apply and implement the solution for positive benefits in the systems of social, environment, and economic aspects and context. There is a financial sustainability with access to markets and with dedicated local commitment among the local population. And all of this then shows to be allows for adaptability and replicability from one context or region to another to address similar challenges. And another thing which I think is also over and over coming back to us is that it's quite difficult to navigate in the complex climate finance landscape. So the importance of facilitating partnerships and linkages among our actors or interventions to other external funding sources for scale-up has proven to be quite important. This could be through networking, matchmaking, and joint events with other donors, implementing partners, financial institutions, and investors, as well as public funders, not only by the end of the project, but also in the midst of the project, and while one can tell that there are promising concepts and interventions that could be scaled up within the ecosystem. I would also like to mention that we are at the adaptation fund, we have recently revised our strategic results framework and to focus more on or enabling or encouraging our implementing partners and executing entities to promote the institutional capacity strengthening and the systems. So really starting from inside the fund, how we think of how we should scale up financing for NSI. We need to start already from the design phase. I think it's worth mentioning here. And also to build, over time, build a community of practice in between the practitioners and the global leaders in innovation. I think it's important. This is also something we do in dialogue with the AFSIA partners, the likes of UNEP and CTCN and the other ones we work with, and the national entities. For instance, we have in 2025, in October, we have something we call Adaptation Innovation Days, which will take place under the auspice of the Adaptation Futures Conference. Here we invite global innovation leaders and practitioners to exchange and network to really share what is working and not working, and what could the future look like for innovation in the context of adaptation and climate. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Marcus. Patricia, your question: what more could the technology mechanism, the CTCN, do to strengthen NSI, including their financing and uptake of the NSI framework? Over to you.
Thank you, moderator. Yeah, I think there are three main maybe like entry points for the technology mechanism to strengthen the NSIs. Maybe the first one is continue to provide customized technical assistance, providing tailored and context-specific support to countries at different stages of their NSI development could improve the implementation of innovation policies. This technical assistant could continue helping countries design and adopt innovation systems that align with their local needs, climate conditions, and sectoral priorities. One potential area is to continue to strengthen NDE's involvement in the projects. At the end of the day, most of our projects, and I think other institutions' projects, they do have an important innovation component. As I was mentioning before, we have a specific section on our proposal template on innovation, right? So what are the main innovative features of the project that is being proposed? So a greater involvement of the NDEs in general could help to identify those entry points and make and help connect the link between the projects that are already being developed in the countries and the strengthening of the NSIs. I think the third one would be building policy coherence, and this is an area where the GEF has been working over the last couple of years. We recently launched a window on policy coherence, realizing that there are many harmful policies that seems to be good for one sector but not for the other, and it has negative effects for other sectors. And we believe that a stronger policy coherence at the government level will ensure that, in this case, NSIs are embedded with the national strategies with clear alignment between innovation, climate, and sustainability policies. This could involve policy dialogues, creating frameworks for interministerial coordination. At the end of the day, what we advocate for when we talk about policy coherence at the GEF is this whole of a government approach, right? And how the different policies in different sectors and across different line ministries, they are interrelated. And the fact that further coordination will enable a more effective implementation of different sectors, but also of the NSI framework in a country across different sectors. And I already mentioned three, but I wanted to mention two more, and I think that maybe this is too obvious, but I think it's worth mentioning, making stronger linkages between the industry and research. And this is related with my previous point on not only, I mean, when we talk about whole of a government, we should be talking about whole of a society approach, right? Not just collaboration among different line ministries, but also with universities, research institutions, private companies, and so on. And finally, my final point, it could help maybe create a global NSI innovation network or something similar, like that will foster knowledge, exchange, collaboration, and best practices across region. And this could provide a platform for cross-border innovations where entrepreneurs, researchers, and policymakers can collaborate on a specific project. So I think these are a few of the entry points that could be strengthened within the technology mechanism.
Thank you for that,
Thank you.
Patricia. Julian, you also have the same question as Patricia, so I will not repeat that, but over to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm the last one, so I need to be brief I think so. So I'm not so smart, but it's one of my duties. No, thanks a lot. I think again also this question is really key, and I believe, and also I'm as the last panelist, I think we share also some strong ideas and strong beliefs. So first of all is that the potential in the countries also is really high, immense. It's the case also when we engage also with countries, with ecosystems, and so on. We are fully aware of that, and very impressed also by the potential in the countries. From a very private sector perspective, also there is a need to strengthen also the NSIs. First of all, because it's absolutely key for the entrepreneurs also to thrive and to develop also their businesses and their technology. It's absolutely key to do so. But it's also critical to strengthen the systems to attract more private capital. And again, I'm very surprised because in some cases we see also the lack of awareness, and sometimes also in terms of risk assessment. So some of them and some of the potential private investors are quite a bit reluctant. So when we develop also this project, I mentioned also and briefly mentioned also the project with GIZ, but also the project that we are doing now in Southeast Asia with Korea Development Bank. It's clearly developing also and strengthening the ecosystem and the NSIs. That's why we work closely with governments. The question, for example, just to illustrate also that the question of the PI, it's something absolutely key to do so. I'm fully convinced by the tech mechanism is absolutely critical to and could play a role into that. And I would like to emphasize also what GCF could do to do so and to provide also the concrete support to do so. I would like to thank CTCN because we have started a fruitful collaboration and defined key areas of collaboration that we could also develop together. And I'm very optimistic, and I think that there could be also, and this collaboration could be very fruitful between GCF and particularly CTCN, and for GCF to work closely with also the national ecosystem, the NSIs, to convince more private capital to invest in the country. So again, I think this area of collaboration between GCF and CTCN could be something absolutely key for the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Julian, and for keeping it brief. Now, with these few minutes, I would like to hand over to the members here on the floor to ask questions to our speakers. And just to say that Federica had to get a flight, so if you have any questions, the other panelists can try to answer. So when you raise your flag, also just say to whom you are addressing the questions to. The floor is open. Okay, Nigeria first.
Thank you, Pemi, and thank you to the panelists. Very enlightening presentations. The question is, I think, to Jeff. So basically, I have a question from one of the NDs, the Africa NDs, that they should make the global competition not just a one-slot winner kind of thing, but kind of open it up to maybe two or more possibilities of having winners, so that there's more encouragement for others to also submit applications for this competitions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll just take a few rounds and then get our panelists to respond. Karina? What's Karina?
Thank you. I'm not sure who is going to respond, but whoever who want to respond me. The first question is regarding to the age of for example, for the agricultures in Latin America. The most of the agricultures are more of 50 years old, between 50 and 55 years old. And implementing an innovation ecosystem is really challenging for this kind of age. How are you maybe trying to include these people in the system? The financial system is not thought about these people. On the other hand, in the traditional system for the private sector, for example, the adaptation are complex concepts, and they are not bankable concepts in the real life, because they said you always have you need a tangible asset to repay our investment. How to address this kind of barriers that maybe the GCF is trying to change. When you are in the private sector, you are talking about loans, and loans require a guarantee, and the guarantee is sustained in specific assets. How are you going to repay your debt? But climate change maybe is not so tangible. Adaptation is not so tangible to the repayment. How to manage this tangible, this kind of barriers?
Thank you very much, Karina, for that. Pedro, do you have the floor?
Thank you. This was going to be a question, but unfortunately Federica is not there anymore, so I'll just make a suggestion. And because I could see lots of similarities between the process that is conducted within the Technology Bank and I think the process here within the technology mechanism, especially the CTCN, and precisely also this challenge to bridge or going from technology needs assessment to actual implementation. So I think I would encourage an engagement between the two institutions. So perhaps I think there could be very important learnings from each other. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to our panelists. So you have a question from Halima, Karina, and Pedro. You can just take a bite at it. I think everyone, because the questions were said, it was not clear to whom. So we have Marcus. Marcus, you can take the first bite. Then Julian, you can follow. And Patricia.
Thank you. And I would like to respond to the interesting question. The first question you had, Karina, because we see this many times when we work with the vulnerable communities that then are connected to innovators, local innovators, that, well, the difficulties and challenges are the ones you mentioned, but I would like to specify it a little bit. We can see in many of the countries we work, there are lack of input, for instance, for innovations. It could be technological input, resources, human resources, and capacity. But what we have seen that could be a way forward is to not try to make the innovations too complicated and use maybe small-scale input, for instance, small-scale infrastructure solutions that then could be scaled up and base the innovations. Could be approaches, practices combined with some simple method or technology based on what's available, and not maybe always bringing cutting edge. This is a way of approaching in vulnerable contexts or where there are lacking of input in general. That's one thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think the question also raised about the difficulty in some cases, and I recognized also the case of the situation in LATAM. I was in LATAM in November also. I engaged also a lot with a lot of stakeholders involved in the agri-tech system and so on. And I saw that the question of financing smallholders and small farmers, it's clearly a key question. And I think innovation, it's also the way of providing the proper financial instruments. And I think so. And I think also, and for example, we are discussing now also with one or two VCs, for example, in LATAM, working also with startups, providing also, and this startup also, they provide also some specific financial instruments also for these farmers to transition and to adapt also to the New Deal and climate change also. So I think for me and for us also for GCF, the scope of technology that we should consider should embrace also the financial side and the way also of financing by mobilizing also new financial instruments and way also of doing that. Because indeed, the lack of assets in this case also is clearly a barrier that we have to overcome. So finally, I think in a nutshell, I think that raises also the question of what is climate tech, and I think also when we help also farmers, transition, adapt, and so on. I think, and my belief also is that clearly this kind of tech, of financial services, it's part also of the services and the offers that we could also develop for these kind of beneficiaries.
Thank you. Patricia?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. So to the first question, specifically to the Jeff on the African NDEs and the suggestion of having more than one competition or having recurring competition. Yeah, I agree. That would be more sustainable in the long term. The way this was designed, we have two programs, one in GEF 6 and one in GEF 7 on global clean tech innovation. And the way each of the program was designed was that it was a phase program where it started with creating the capacity building, identifying entrepreneurships, training them, helping them prepare their business case, and then it ended up with the final competition, like a regional and a worldwide competition. So that was the way the program was designed. So the competition came at the very end after the capacity building, the creation of the business case was done. So that's why the program did not include a competition on a periodic basis. And then when the following program was approved, it followed the same approach. But I note your comment. I think it's a valid one. And maybe if a future program on clean tech comes, maybe this is something to consider. Yeah, and on the other comments, I basically echo what my colleague says on climate tech and how to adapt that to the targeted entrepreneurs, right? Bear in mind that some of them, they might be no technology savvy in a way, and we will need to look for other ways to reach out to them. And I think this has been usually considered. And actually, the video that you saw before about the Nigeria renewable energy company, I think they face a challenge, and the video explains how they customize their services in order to reach out to all kind of customers, including those that do not have technology available. I don't have a case for Latin America that I'm aware right now, but I think this example in Nigeria could also be helpful. Yeah, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank members and observers for their participation and the panelists for their valuable contributions. I'd now like to give the floor to the chair of the CTCN advisory board. Fred?
To me here.
Oh, okay. It's Fred.
Yeah, distinguished colleagues, panelists, and participants, on behalf of the Climate Technology Center Network, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all the institutions that shared their valuable success stories today, and our panelists for their insightful contributions. Your engagement and expertise have made this thematic dialogue both enriching and impactful. Today's session underscores the significant role that financing for national systems of innovation plays in fostering technology advancement and accelerating the deployment of climate solutions. Innovation cannot flourish without robust, sustained, and well-aligned financial support. We heard that a range of financial mechanisms such as the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environmental Facility and Adaptation Fund are already significantly supporting innovation. Yet there is a shared understanding that deeper collaboration and more targeted funding models are needed to ensure these mechanisms are truly fit for purpose. In this context, the joint TEC, IPCC, and NSI framework presents a valuable opportunity. It can serve as a strategic tool for to better align policy direction with financial support, bridging the gap between ambition and implementation. Looking ahead, future discussions must focus on three key issues: ensuring long-term sustainability of financing for the national system of innovations, expanding meaningful public-private partnerships, and strengthening the innovation capacities of developing countries. Both the TEC and the CTCN have critical roles to play in this effort. The TEC will continue to provide essential policy guidance, while the CTCN stands ready to enhance technical support and drive project implementation on the ground. As chair of the CTCN Advisory Board, I reaffirm our commitment to supporting these shared goals. Let us continue working together with dedication, creativity, and collaboration to advance financing for national systems of innovation and accelerate climate action globally. Thank you very much for your contribution and a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Chair. So let us now turn to agenda 8G of the TEC agenda and item 10 of the CTCN AB agenda, other matters. As per decision 4 CP 29, paragraph 2F, the COP invited the CHEF in the context of programming for the climate change focal area under the CHEF's 9th replenishment, CHEF 9, to consider consulting the TEC and the CTN on technology-related elements of the programming. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Chizuruku Aoki from the CHEF
to brief the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board on JEF 9 replenishment. Just from the JEF, you have the floor.
I see Chile. What is the problem?
Hi. She's connecting right now. Just one second.
In the meantime, there's a flag from Ambrosio. Maybe we can take that quickly until we set up the technology. Ambrosio, over to you.
Thank you very much. Happy to fill in while the connection gets good. Just a small comment, maybe a suggestion that the thematic dialogues not to be allocated on the joint session due to the time constraint, and maybe allocated on a different place, maybe the SV, so there is more space for the dialogue element. I believe some of, maybe many of the AV and TEC members perhaps will have been happy to engage with the presenters, and that opportunity was not provided in such an important issue as NSI. So a suggestion, maybe in the future, based on this experience, maybe we can allocate these dialogues on a different venue. Maybe perhaps this be appropriate. Thanks.
Many thanks, Ambrosio. I think indeed the time is always very tight for the joint session, and I think for future planning, I think that can be well considered. Yeah. Right then, yeah. I hope. Are we set? Not yet. So we're still waiting for Guy to come online. Yeah, so while we're waiting, if colleagues you can take a tea, but it's not a break. Yeah, so don't everybody take a break. Yeah, so I mean, just short interim. All right, colleagues. Aoki has arrived, so Miss Aoki has arrived, so I think we are good to go. Ms. Aoki, if you're ready, we're happy to give you the floor.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you very well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for this opportunity to come in and say a few words as well as answer any questions that the esteemed members might have. My name is Chizuru Aoki. I head the JEF division on multilateral environmental conventions as in funds. So in this capacity, I'm also engaged in the obviously interactions with the various conventions and also the process of the JEF 9 replenishment, which is the process we undertake every 4 years to agree upon the what the GEF will be in a position to support for the next 4 years, and to agree upon the financial scenarios for the JEF Trust Fund. So I do have a couple of slides to explain where we're coming from in terms of the replenishment process. I don't necessarily have to show it. We can just leave it for your information. Basically, the process of the replenishment is a formal process where it's undertaken by the World Bank as a trustee for the JEF Trust Fund, as well as on the side of the JEF Secretariat, the CEO. And it is processed, as I indicated, to negotiate on eligible activities, as well as the what will be the financial scenarios to support various needs as well as priorities as described to us in the decisions as well as guidance from the 6 MEAs that we currently serve as part of the financial mechanism. And for the JEF Trust Fund, right now we're serving biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, conventional biological diversity, Convention to Combat Desertification, Minamata Convention on Mercury, Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, as well as the Climate Convention here. And I should also mention that the JEF Trust Fund, as well as a replenishment we're discussing right now, is for the climate mitigation portfolio of the GEF. For the climate adaptation portfolio, we have a parallel process on the strategy development for the Least Developed Countries Fund as well as Special Climate Change Fund. And those are the 2 funds under the convention also. So just to clarify, going back to the replenishment of the JEF Trust Fund, it is a formal process, and we start out with a formal decision taken by the JEF Council, and that took place in December of 2024. And we start out the process by having a technical advisory group meeting, which took place in February 2025, into which I believe the colleagues, the CTCN, were invited. And we will have the first formal replenishment meeting coming up in May in 2025, followed by the second meeting in the fall of 2025, the third meeting in the winter of 2026, with hopefully a pledging and final meeting taking place in 2026. There will be a JEF Council meeting in June of 2026, and the whole package will then go to the GEF Assembly, which will take place in 2026. As I mentioned, this is a formal process, and those who are participating, their requirements to participate are specified in the planning note, and this applies to the recipients as well as the donors. And conventions for which the JEF serves as a financial mechanism, and currently there's 6 of them, they're all invited as observers, as well as other types of observers that are codified in the planning note, which I have shared with the colleagues in the CCC Secretariat. So what that means is that when we're rolling out the process to have update as well as iteratively revised the programming strategy as well as policy elements, we are to be taking inputs as well as comments on the strategy as well as the policy documents through those that are recognized as participants as well as observers. And in the case of CCC, it is the invitation goes to the CCC. In this case, it goes to the executive secretary. Executive secretary can designate whoever from the secretariat to then attend the replenishment meetings. And through that process, we are requesting inputs to come from that particular convention to be submitted back to the replenishment process. What we have indicated to the CCC colleagues is that because this is a formal process, we don't have the ability to have a parallel or informal process to solicit and consider comments that will be considered as outside the formal replenishment process. And this is why we have indicated to colleagues that because UNCCC has a observer seat and through which we do expect comments as well as feedback to be conveyed, we are suggesting the inputs from the TEC and CTCN to be conveyed through that existing mechanism. And we obviously are aware of the situation as well as the specific COP decision that has been referred to. But in a way, we do believe any feedback that would be put on the table would need to come formally through a formal process. And this is what we have indicated back to the Convention Secretariat colleagues to enable any specific comments to come out of the TEC and CTCN as per the specific COP decision from Baku to be conveyed back to the formal process of the replenishment. So I hope that clarifies the process as well as the situation. And I am happy to respond to any questions and offer any clarifications that you might seek. So with that, back to you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Aoki, for this information on both the JF9 replenishment and also the process. Now I would like to open the floor for comments and questions to you. Colleagues, the floor is open. Ambrosio, over to you.
Thank you so much for the Jeff and Mrs. Aoki for dedicating some time to explain the modalities of this consultation. So if the understanding is correct, then the way that we'll proceed, the fulfillment of the mandate coming from the Jeff decision on the COP will be using the channel of anything that TEC and CTCN can convey shall be conveyed through the TEC is the secretary, the TEC is part of the UNFCCC, so it will be conveyed through the UNFCCC secretariat. So that it's very much appreciated, the clarification. Then the question will be back in terms of the timelines associated to this. And since the specificity in terms of the guidance, because from the COP decision, of course, you have this is the technology related element of the programmings in the context of the climate change focal area for GEF8 programming. That was the pillar 1, that was heavy on technology. On pillar 2, you have the TNAs, so that's of course a technology element of the programming. And then within the focal set aside, within the climate change focal area, you also have several elements referencing technology. So pretty much there was technology on the GEF8 across the 3 elements of the climate change focal area. So now the question is a bit more on the substance in terms of what will be the plans that the GEF has in terms of the content, the plans in terms of the technology reflected on the content of the climate change focal area. So whatever is conveyed by the TEC and the CTCN through the formal channel is actually relevant and is a contribution to the programming. So in summary, okay, much appreciated in terms of the modality. If we can have from you or from the Secretariat a bit of the timeline for this, and then if you already have in mind some specific elements that perhaps the TEC and CTCN can reflect on related to, so the provision and any input is the most useful in the context of this mandated consultation. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Fred, over to you.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair, and I thank the GEF for clarifying or updating us on the issues regarding the 90 replenishment. I will refer back to the 8th replenishment, whereby we were told that there was no specific funds allocated directly to technology development and transfer. And then we were advised that if we wanted to access funds for technology development and transfer, we would do it through the existing mitigation and adaptation windows. I happen to be representing a very small constituency with limited capacities to identify and explore ways of knowing where these resources are within the adaptation window and how to access them. So maybe after doing away with the direct provision for technology development and transfer, there should have been some guidance given on how to go about identifying the sources and also submitting requests for assistance for technology development and transfer from the GEF. So the LDCs, I think we got lost, and up to now it's not very clear for us to find an avenue of accessing. Now we are going into the 9th replenishment, and it's very difficult for us to tell where the funds are for technology development and transfer. And this calls for at least inclusiveness, because if the GF replenishment is talking about issues to do with the technology development and transfer, I think the leadership of the technology mechanism should really participate in this replenishment, because the leadership is quite aware of the needs, the priorities of the countries, and could also guide on the direction of replenishment. So I request the GEF to consider at least including the chairs of the technology mechanism and all the vice chairs to attend the meeting when they are discussing replenishment, because you cannot discuss technology development without involving the leadership who will guide you on where to put the resources and how to allocate these resources. I hope this makes sense, and it will help us resolve some of the outstanding issues, because up to now it's very difficult to identify where money for technology development and transfer is within the GEF, other than relying on the role of the technology mechanism in mobilizing resources and responding to the requests of the parties. But what are the other sources? Another issue is that at the beginning, the establishment of the CTCN, the GEF put there some funds directly to the CTCN for operations and administration, 1.5 million, I still recall. And since that time, it seems the GEF has not directly put any money. We really cherish the efforts of the GEF in supporting the TNA process, and the other technology-related processes. But the direct support to the CTCN, I think we would request that the GF continues as they had started, and we long for an opportunity when the GF will do this. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Fred. So, any more questions? I see no additional questions. So then I would like to give the floor back to you, Ms. Saoki. So as I understood the question from our colleague Ambrosio from Chile, that to give us more specific guidelines on when we, so we understood that the intervention would be through this process with UNFCCC Secretariat, and how specifically we can, on the timeline, how we can intervene, and then also on maybe on the matter. Ambrosio, you mentioned both the normal allocation and then the set aside. So on maybe give us more feedback on what are the specific technology relevant elements which are relevant for the technology mechanism, and then from Fred on maybe additionally on the access for also developing countries directly to funds. Over to you, Ms. Aoki.
Yeah, thank you so much for those two questions. So on the question from Ambrosio, what I have done, because I can't seem to share my, oh, no, I can't. But anyway, so I have actually put in the link in the chat box, the planning note, the revised planning note for the replenishment process. And that's posted on the GF website. And that gives you more information about how the replenishment meetings are going to be organized, as well as who the observers are and so on and so forth. So it's a public document. The link is there. So please take a look at that. And I hope hopefully that will provide you with the more clarity on the question from Ambrosia, as well as another person who was asking a question in the chat box. And if I may, let me also try to share my screen. I hope it works. Can you see this?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so this is basically the same information you will see in the planning note. As I described, we had the TAG meeting February 25, and the first replenishment meeting you will see here in the I don't know what color this is, maybe yellow, on the first replenishment. So the meeting will take place on the 20th and 21st of May, and the LDCF and SCCF will take place on the 22nd of May. And the documents to be considered, and this time for the first replenishment, it's going to be the first draft of the programming directions and the policy improvements. Those two documents will be posted 4 weeks ahead of the meeting. So, and they're publicly posted. So we're probably looking at the last week of April when the documents will be posted. And what would happen is that observers, as well as all participants at that point, will have access to the documents that will be discussed during the first replenishment. So that 4-week window is typically when those attending the meeting will use to prepare their interventions, as well as their views vis-a-vis what has been posted. And what would typically happen is that their views will be conveyed verbally in the consultation. This is going to be an in-person replenishment meeting. So they will be conveyed, and some will also choose to submit their comments in writing. And we will take all those and revise the programming directions, as well as operational improvements for the second replenishment meeting. And that's planned to be October. And once again, the documents will be posted 4 weeks before the actual meeting. So then we will work on the updating, and the documents will be posted. And then there's a 4-week period to be able to look, provide inputs, and then relay those back to us to the JEF Secretariat and the trustee at the actual meeting, because people do take the floor and provide their comments and also submit written. So that's basically the process by which the replenishment process will unfold. So stop sharing. So that's my overall question in terms of timing, as well as ways in which certain comments as well as perspectives could be shared. And just to assure you, this is not a one-off process. That it's typically the replenishment meetings happen through 4 meetings, and 3 of which for sure we'll be discussing the technical and programmatic elements. So there will be at least 3 opportunities to have further conversations. And it's also relevant to also recognize that we are expecting 1, 2, 3, at least 3 conferences of the parties to take place between now and the conclusion of the replenishment process. So we're obviously ensuring that there's room to reflect the latest COP guidance as well as COP decisions of relevance to be considered and reflected into both the programming directions as well as a policy document. So I just wanted to make that very clear, and this also applies to the CCC COP that's coming up. Now the question from the Fred. We are going to be having regional representatives take part in the replenishment negotiations. And I should also mention for the SCCF and LDCF, in addition to the regional representation, we will also have the LDC group represented because of the nature of the LDCF being a fund to serve the adaptation needs of the LDCs. So the way in which the regional representatives were selected is a transparent process, and they are the ones, if there are specific country or sub-regional context that would need to be conveyed, that will be another avenue to ensure that specific questions and concerns could be relayed back to and sort of shared in the replenishment meetings. And who those people are, it's also going to be made public, and you should be able to have an option to also convey needs of the your region. And for the LDCs as a whole, as I mentioned, the LDC group will be represented in the LDCF SCCF negotiations. So that's also another avenue that I'm letting you know to ensure that whatever concerns you might have might be conveyed. What has happened in the JEF 7 and JEF 8 is, if I could summarize, is that there was an overwhelming preference that countries be given the flexibility and freedom to decide on their priorities to access support for the JEF Trust Fund for mitigation, but also for the LDCF. For the SCCF, we still have a window B, which is 100% geared towards technology transfer, innovation, as well as private sector. So that opportunity still does exist and has been the case for quite some time. It's that for mitigation, which is with the STAR allocation, and for adaptation, particularly for the LDCs under the LDCF, what we have heard is that countries really do prefer to have the flexibility and freedom to decide what priorities to support with their GEF programming. So that's the underlying feedback we have received in terms of trying to decipher what will be the entry points as well as the level of flexibility accorded in the programming directions to enable support for various priorities that the countries would have. So I hope that clarifies the situation. And regarding your question as to you would like to have more opportunities to understand the entry points, we'd be happy to continue to highlight this point. We have been carrying out expanded constituency meetings. There has been a number of national dialogues. I myself had the pleasure of going to Uganda, I think almost a year ago, and these are the opportunities that we would like to utilize to ensure that we can really clarify how access to the GEF resources through the trust fund, the LDCF and SCCF, or whatever else that the country might be interested in could be explained and clarified further. So with that, thanks for the questions, and over back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so many thanks, Ms. Aoki, for this additional information. So I would take one more question, and then I would suggest the way forward. Yeah, Maria, over to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and then thank you, the JEF Secretariat. I have maybe two-part question, and thank you for your clarification. So first part is you indicated that the Special Climate Change Fund resource mobilization process is in parallel with the replenishment of JEF 9. So my question is, what will be the modalities that will be used for that process? Would it be very similar to the replenishment of 9? Because I see from the document that you have shared, they have there is a meeting also scheduled back to back with the JEF replenishment. So I assume that there will be a complementarity that has to have taken place between the replenishment process as well as the SEF. The second point that I wanted to highlight is even the GF replenishment is allocated with star allocations. But however, the Special Climate Change Fund operates in a different way. So I was wondering, like over the past few years, we have noticed that for these allocations with regards to seeds and LDCs has remained largely unchanged. So what are your views, and how do you ensure that if the envelope size increases to ensure that there is more access to these countries that need to access to these funds for their climate actions? I would leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Over to you, Ms. Aoki.
Yeah, thank you so much. These are very good and informed questions. So as I mentioned, and as you notice, it's a parallel process for the LDCF and SCCF. And the first discussions will take place on the 22nd of May, same venue as the replenishment meeting. And the planning note was posted and actually approved by the LDCF and SCCF Council in December. And I don't think I can share my screen, but I will basically put the link to the planning note in the chat after I respond to your question. So it's a parallel process, slightly different sets of donors. It will have a few more observers in light of the fact that one of the funds is for the LDC. So we will have the LDC group, and we'll have more robust participation of other climate funds as observers to the process. Now, regarding your second question, in the JEF 8 period, we made a fairly significant shift, particularly when it comes to the support to the CIS. Previously, there was no clear earmarking as well as support to the CIS in JEF 8 based on independent evaluation recommendations as well as other feedback in the process. The decision was made that the CIS will get a cap of $3 million to access each and every CIS from the SCCF and its window And so just to clarify that this is a new change in the JEF 8 period. And so far, I think we have received fairly enthusiastic response back from SIDS. And we are looking into what more we could do in this aspect in the LDCF and SCCF strategy to be posted by the end of this month. And just to clarify, right now, there are two active windows under the SCCF. The first window is primarily now focused on CIS. The second one is for adaptation, technology, private sector innovation, which is accessible by all countries. So there are opportunities for adaptation support under the SCCF for all countries, in addition to the LDCF, which is primarily supporting the needs of existing 45 LDCs. Plus, this time around, I think there is clear COP guidance to do something for the graduating LDCs. So I hope that clarifies your questions, and I'm happy to elaborate further as needs arise. Thanks. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, many thanks, Mr. Oki. So I think so your message is very clear on the process, on the way how we can link to this replenishment. With this, I would like to propose the establishment of an ad hoc joint working task force, to prepare inputs to the JEF under the guidance of the chairs of the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board. I would like to ask the members if this is agreeable. So if there are no objections, I would ask the TEC and the CTCN Secretariats to solicit interest from members of the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board to join the ad hoc joint task force and to coordinate this work. Okay, so we got a 10 minutes break. So we're back 3:40.
And maybe, sorry, just one announcement. For those who are leaving a bit early, please leave your badges with BB or Gabi at the left side. Thank you.
want to just read that this is what we're going to do,
Yeah.
then I think it helps.
So, colleagues, we're getting back to work. And we have rescheduling of items. So we'll start with the joint engagement on NDEs. Then we'll go to the M&E. And then next to the resource mobilization. Target is still, we try as much as possible to finish at 5:30. Okay, thanks, colleagues. Let us now turn to agenda item 8EI on the TEC agenda and item 8.1 of the CTCN AB agenda, joint engagement with national designated entities, report on regional national designated entity fora. Decision 18 CP27, paragraph 6, invited the TEC and the CTCN to strengthen their systematic engagement with NDEs, including through regional NDE fora, to increase the reach and impact of the work of the technology mechanism on policies and practices on the ground. I would like to give the floor to Valentin Rudloff of the CTCN Secretary to provide information on the NDE Latin America Regional Forum held in 2024 and on plans for regional NDE fora in 2025. Valentin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I will provide a report on the regional national designated entities fora, starting with the review of the or the report on the LAC NDE Forum 2024, which took place after the last meeting that we had together, and this forum took place from 1st to 4th of October 2024 in Costa Rica and San Jose. It brought together more than 20 government officials, NDEs, CTCN advisory board members, TEC committee members, and CTCN network members, where several case studies were presented on successful climate technology projects, and trends were highlighted specifically on climate technologies in the LAC region. The forum furthermore explored South-South and North-South collaborative R&D and investment opportunities, and aimed at promoting technological solutions to climate change. And lastly, just as all the other three regional NDE fora last year, a capacity building on AI technologies was delivered that addressed the climate change readiness, the climate change impact and readiness for AI technologies in the LAC region, and potential technical assistances were discussed. The LAC forum, as the other forums, looked at the two key technology enablers, national systems of innovation and digitalization, as well as the 5 system transformation areas. And here we just provide 3 specific topics that gained a lot of interest during and attention during the LAC forum in particular, which is food and land use, circular economy and materials, as well as urban systems. These are some of the most prominent areas of work that were discussed in the LAC forum, with a few examples focusing on early warning systems, integrating renewable energy in AI, the development of cooling systems, and for urban systems, looking at adaptation technologies in cities, for example. Now we're turning our attention to the regional NDE fora for 2025. And just again this year, 4 regional forums will be delivered in 2025 in LAC, Africa, Asia, and instead of Pacific, we will have a forum specifically for SIDS, globally that will be organized, with, again, the key objectives to present the latest developments of CTCN and tech services and regional priorities, intra-regional sharing of experiences and best practices between these countries, and the presentation of linkages between CTCN support, tech support, sorry that it's not mentioned, and NDCs, TNAs and TAPs. Strengthening the regional NDE network and creating opportunities for them to exchange as well amongst them, and capacity building that will specifically focus this year on climate technology and finance to identify scale-up opportunities for climate technologies. So on the right side here, you can see a preliminary schedule of the regional NDE fora here, a 4-day schedule with the first and second day focusing on the NDE forum and the third and fourth day focusing on the capacity building on climate finance. Here you can see the anticipated dates and locations for the forums this year. For LAC, this is already defined. It will take place between 19th and 22nd of May in Panama City in Panama at the occasion of the Regional Climate Week. For Africa, we are yet to decide whether this will take place in July or in October, most likely also in line with the Regional Climate Week, where to date, I think it is still not defined what the location is. Maybe I'm not informed yet, but that was the latest update when this presentation was prepared. And then for Asia, this NDE forum is supposed to be taking place in August, September in the Songdo office in South Korea. And for the CITES NDE forum between the 1st and 4th of December in Brisbane, Australia. And both the Asia and CITES fora will be independent from the climate weeks. Here's an overview of the different modules that these NDE fora will include. These are also revised based on the responses and feedback that we received from NDEs during the last NDE fora. It will include notably roundtable discussions with NDEs on priorities, needs, and challenges. It's something that sometimes was a bit of a shortcoming in the last NDE fora and was specifically integrated now again to create more room for discussions. It will include presentations on technical assistance case studies and regional climate priorities, presentations both from the CTCN and the TEC on updates, activities, and outlook. Bilateral meetings between NDEs and CTCN and TEC to discuss potential projects and receive feedback, and potentially also go through the list of past projects that were delivered to a specific country. Presentations and updates by financial and technology partners, and also the forum will serve for the completion, collection, discussion of NDE feedback forms and other M&E products. Now we put our attention to the 2-day capacity building on climate technology and finance, and these 2 days will be structured along three main areas of focus. We will invite different regional financial institutions, including from the financial mechanism, but also multilateral development bank, potentially even national banks, to the forum. The first block that you can see at the top, in terms of introduction to the UNFCCC technology mechanism and innovative technologies and CTCN's portfolio, will specifically target the financial institutions that will be invited in order to create awareness amongst them around the technology mechanism and the CTCN portfolio. The second block that you see, seminar on co-hosting financing entities portfolio or modalities, will be specifically focused for NDEs, for them to get introduced to the modalities of different financial mechanisms and financial institutions. And the third block that you see at the bottom, ideation workshop on scalable projects with financial entities, as well as training on logical framework and TOC, theory of change, will be a session that will be that will target both of these both of the audiences, so both NDEs and financial representatives from financial institutions, so that there's room to ideate on different projects that have resulted from technical assistances perhaps, and provide specific training on logical framework and theory of change to build capacities. One specific request that came from the last meeting was what would be the specific role of Annex 1 NDEs, and we want to provide a few suggestions here. Because there are multiple opportunities for Annex 1 NDEs to engage within any of the regional NDE fora. First of all, as was done already in the past, specifically last year on AI, there is an opportunity to contribute to capacity building activities focused on climate finance by mobilizing national organizations and experts. There is an opportunity to share different opportunities, funding windows, projects, programs for regional collaboration and funding, and an opportunity to provide insights into ongoing or planned national or regional projects. Annex 1 NDEs are also very much welcome to participate in any of the regional NDE fora if it is possible for them on a self-funded basis. With this, I close this presentation and open for any questions. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Valentin, for the presentation. And yes, we would open for discussion, the floor for discussion. Yeah. Ketevan, over to you.
Christian.
Christian first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Katie. Thank you for the presentation on the NDE forums. We're pleased that the SEEDS forum will be held, close to the region this year. Certainly for me, it's the first time I've been to one of these conferences. I've had to fly for less than one day, so I'm looking forward to that. For the agenda, I think you said that there will be the NDE forum, and then there's going to be a capacity building on climate finance. Do we have an idea yet what that might look like? Is this specifically for the NDE members attending, or will that be wider for the governments and the stakeholders in the individual countries? Just like to know a little bit more about that if it's available.
Thank you, Christian. Then over to you, Ketevan.
Thank you for the presentation and all the work that you've done in terms of engaging NDEs. I'm not going to comment, so I'm going to ask a question. However, the question also reflects the importance of the topic, especially in the context of accessing fair and equitable access of in the context of CTCN and also in the to the CTCN's activities. So now my question comes. So as I represent, as I'm from Eastern Europe, and also I represent the especially non-Annex 1 countries from the Eastern Europe. So I wanted to ask the question with if, but I think it's better to ask the question with where, where the non-Annex 1 countries from Eastern Europe will be invited, because there is no forum like Eastern Europe Forum, so-called Eastern Europe Forum. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ketevan. And then I think we have Valeria. And also the floor is open also to observers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just want to recall that in the Gender Work Plan for 2025 of the CTCN, there is an indicator to integrate the gender policy into the agenda and discussions for the regional NDEs. And I also want to suggest, since there lack regional forum is going to be during the climate week, to suggest how we can explore the topic of just transition and adaptation. That is going to be basically the main topics that are going to be discussed during the climate week. And I think here the CTCN has a lot of things to bring into the table, into the discussion. So maybe this is an option to bring for the forum. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next is Ambrosio.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. We as Chile welcome that this year the GRULAC ND Forum is happening in May. We raised during the negotiation at the COP that the usual placement in the year after the second meeting of the TEC and the CTCN hinder the region's ability to have reflected the outcomes of the ND Forum on the report of the TEC and the CTCN to the parties. So we definitely welcome that opportunity is not provided and solved. We encourage that in the future all regions and the NDEs of the 11 countries of all regions, so taking into account the comment from Georgia, can participate in this forum, and these are scheduling in a manner that allows that whatever comes out of this forum that reflects the reflections and potentially their needs can be captured in the joint annual report of that year. That there will be a same comment, and of course welcoming again that this year it was scheduled in May. That's very much appreciated. And I consulted with colleagues within the region, and I think it's broadly appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Then Christopher, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Just want to support the point raised by Georgia and really the opportunity also for Eastern European NDEs to participate in these kind of forums. And I mean, I know there has been a challenge in the past as well that many of these countries have not nominated an NDE, but really to reiterate the importance of these countries receiving the support to be able to appoint NDEs, that would also make such a forum. And if, of course, all of this is subject to resources as well, but if there wouldn't be a regional forum for Eastern Europe, at least to give the NDEs that are interested an opportunity to attend one of the other regional forums. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Then Ketevan again.
Yeah, thank you, Christian. So I just want to add that there are at least 6 newly appointed NDEs from the region, from non-Annex 1 parties. Thank you.
And okay, so yeah, Tibian, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I would like to read an intervention on behalf of colleagues from FAO who had to leave a bit early. So the intervention is as follows. FAO would like to recognize and thank both the TEC and the CTCN for the positive and fruitful collaboration on climate technologies and agri-food systems, which has brought about positive momentum for the uptake of climate technologies in agri-food systems. In 2025, in its strategic framework, FAO has flagged technology as one of the game-changing triggers for agri-food system transformation, considering it a central element in climate action. Therefore, also following from the TEC-29 recommendations, which highlighted the importance of disseminating the work carried out so far at the NDE level, FAO would welcome and be willing to engage in the ND forums to further disseminate what is viewed as initial steps in strengthening technology uptake for climate action in agri-food systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Tipian. So I will give the floor back to CTCN, Valentin, if you want to comment. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the questions. Starting with Christian's question on capacity building on climate finance, the NDE forum is specific for NDEs. At least in terms of the capacity building recipients, it would be NDEs. But as I mentioned, a wider audience from the climate finance community will be invited for interaction. In terms of the questions from Ketevan and further emphasized from Christopher in terms of including Eastern European countries, for this year we will include them in Asia. They will all be invited. For the question from Valeria online in terms of the gender work plan, I think this is not coordinated right now with colleagues, but I think we can comfortably include this as it was already agreed in the past that there would be a specific part on gender also in the agenda, and I think the other points were rather comments, and they are noted.
Thank you, Valentin. If there is no further remark, I would suggest that we take note of the guidance given by all members and then also recommend the CTCN Secretariat to take note and in their operational planning for those for the guidance given. Okay. That's this item now. Okay. With this, let us now turn to agenda item 8EII on tech agenda and item 8.2 of the CTCN AB agenda, joint engagement with national designated entities, guidance on the role of Annex 1 NDEs. At the last joint session in September 2024, TEC and CTCN Advisory Board discussed the roles of nationally designated entities and the difference between the roles of Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 NDEs. The TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board invited the secretariats to develop a guidance document on the role of Annex 1 NDEs for consideration at this joint session. I would like to refer members to the document with the document numbers TEC 2025-3016 and AB 2025-25 8.2. I would like to give the floor to Julia Kemney of the CTCN Secretariat to represent the document. Julia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So I will be presenting the guidance note on the role of Annex 1 NDEs. This non-exhaustive description of possible roles of TEC and CTCN Annex 1 NDEs was first developed as a guide at the third CTCN Advisory Board meeting, and there has been a need to update the document since then to ensure it reflects the joint program of the technology mechanism, the CTCN's third program of work, the first PATM, and the third NDE survey responses. And this note will be updated on a periodic basis to ensure alignment with the new developments. Thank you. So this slide gives an overview of the main decisions with regards to NDEs, most notably that they were established by parties through decision 4 CP13. I will not go through all of them here as they are mentioned in detail in the guidance note, but it is important to highlight that while the nomination of NDEs is a prerequisite for parties to engage with the CTCN, as the CTC receives requests from developing country parties through the NDE. COP decisions provide only limited guidance regarding the specific roles of the NDEs, leaving it to each party's discretion to define their functions. For TEC, the main COP guidance regarding the engagement with NDEs mainly pertains to enhancing the reach of TEC outputs to NDEs, strengthening systematic engagement, enhancing technical and logistical support, enhancing efforts related to monitoring and evaluation of the technology mechanism, and reporting on engagement with NDEs. So it was already mentioned by the chair at the joint session in September 2024, TEC and CTCN AB advisory boards asked the Secretariat to update the guidance note on Annex 1 NDEs, which is now being presented for consideration. Thank you. On the suggested role of CTCN Annex 1 NDEs, Annex 1 NDEs can play a key role in linking the efforts and priorities of national stakeholders working on mitigation or adaptation to climate change with the services and opportunities offered by the CTCN. NDEs will act as focal points to liaise with key decision makers at all levels, and their involvement and engagement in the CTCN and in broader arenas related to climate change can create and open the door for new synergies and collaboration among actors that tend to reach similar objectives, and this would avoid duplication of work. In particular, Annex 1 NDEs can take the following roles outlined here. I won't go into details, but as you can see here, they can act as national or regional representatives to the CTCN. They can be ambassadors for the CTCN, identify synergies, and support non-Annex 1 countries and their NDEs. And more examples are found in the guidance note. Next slide. Thank you. Here again, so examples of CTCN Annex 1 NDE roles in the context of the CTCN work, and I'll mention again that more examples are mentioned in the guidance note. So they can act as focal points between the CTCN and their country by identifying opportunities for collaboration and resource mobilization. They can increase the efficiency of CTCN technical assistances by advocating for linkages and collaboration between development organizations and developing countries. They can contribute to increased information and knowledge sharing by providing the CTC with documents and information that are relevant to the CTCN knowledge management system and showcase best practices from their countries. Under the point increased collaboration and networking opportunities and developing the CTN, they can map programs, initiatives, and organizations the CTCN should connect with. They can furthermore support collaboration with CTCN to organize joint events on climate technologies and forums to contribute to the capacity building activities of the CTCN. Next. Oh, sorry, I can. Thank you. Taking into account the mandate and functions of the TEC, NDEs from both Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 countries have a critical role to play in informing the policy work of the TEC and are well positioned to utilize and improve in-country communication and coordination on technology-related matters among various stakeholders. In particular, the Annex 1 NDEs can take on the following roles. They can act as technology champions, supporting TEC's policy work by fostering collaborative partnerships, contributing knowledge, resources, and implementation efforts, and facilitating dissemination and impact. They can also promote policy coherence by aligning TEC work with the national technology initiatives. They can act as brokers. This may include organization of peer exchanges, different forums, north-south, and triangular cooperation among NDEs. They can act as early movers. This may include development of technology implementation stories, best practices, and guidelines. They can also act as technology coordinators. This may include integrating the work of the TEC into collaborative technology initiatives and high-level climate pledges. They can act as catalysts, and this may include supporting the sectoral work of the TEC on technology roadmaps, etc. So, as mentioned before, this guidance note is meant to provide suggestions how to frame the role of Annex 1 NDEs. And this is, as mentioned, a non-exhaustive list, which will be continuously updated to stay current. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Many thanks, Julia, and many thanks to both secretariats putting things and ideas together. With this, I would like to open the floor for discussions. So the floor is open. Ken, over to you.
Thank you for the presentation. I think this document is very helpful for Annex 1 NDEs. But for the sake of consistency, I would like to make a small comment. Para 16 of the document lists 4 roles as a role of the CTCN Annex 1 NDE, but the table in para 17 lists 5 roles which don't match each other. And the same is true for the role of the Annex 1 NDE in the context of tech work. Para 20 lists 3 roles, but there are 5 roles in para 21. So I think it would be better to make both identical number of roles. And another point is that para 16D says Annex 1 NDE support non-Annex 1 countries and the engaging with the CTCN activity. But this sounds the encouraging bilateral action, which suggests that Annex 1 NDE directly support non-Annex 1 NDE without going through the CTC. But my understanding is that the CTCN is a kind of a hub and spoke system, with the CTC placed at the center or the core of the activity, every activity. So I think this role corresponds to the 5th item in the table. So it would be better to use the same wording with the table, which is contribute to capacity building activity of the CTCN. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Then next, Christopher.
Many thanks to the Secretariat for the presentation, and first of all, that I agree with some of the points raised by Ken. But just to mention that I think this is a really good initiative, and because we already know the important role that is played by non-Annex 1 NDEs in terms of submitting requests to the CTCN. But I think it's particularly important also to keep in mind, exactly like you mentioned with the note, the role played by Annex 1 NDEs, and I think this is well captured in Julia's presentation. And I think these NDEs will perhaps be even more important in the future, considering the many geopolitical challenges that are out there today and that require resources and the interest and attention of our politicians. And also, I think this note is really useful for new NDEs, because the NDEs frequently change. In the case of the European Union, we have 28 NDEs, one for every member state and the European Commission, and I have to admit I don't know the name of all of them at the top of my head. So this note is really useful, because sometimes the NDE is the same person that is following the technology negotiations, but sometimes it can be someone else in another ministry in our capitals. And that also means that there are coordination challenges of working with the NDE, but it is also an opportunity for us to involve other ministries, other governmental departments in the work of TEC and the CTCN. So I only have 2 very quick comments that were raised by an NDE from one of the member states, but that is not here in the meeting right now. So one question of what is the status of this document once it has been finalized and approved, and also where will it be published, because that can also be a way for the NDEs a little bit to advocate for their role and also receive resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Next is Victor, and then Stig, and then we have a comment from online.
Yeah. Thank you. Also, thank you for the list. This is really illuminating to see the different ideas and roles that Annex 1 countries can play. I have kind of 2-part question. The first part is about how the list was developed. Maybe you mentioned it and I missed it, but I'm wondering what the process was, where the ideas came from. Is it sort of like existing practices? But I'm wondering, like, how were developing countries engaged in populating those columns with the different ideas? Because it would seem very useful to hear from them what kind of activities, what kind of role they would like to see Annex 1 countries play, the NDEs actually play, based on needs-driven activities. And then the second part is also about, we often hear parties talking about operationalizing equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. And so I'm wondering, as you develop this list, or as we look at it, how do you feel it actually operationalizes equity? Is it doing that like we need it to do?
Victor, next is TEC.
Thank you, and thank you to the two secretariats for this very useful suggested document. And I don't have anything actually to add to the text itself. It's more an answer to the question by Christopher, and as it says in the document, that this is the NDEs were created as part of the Poznan strategic program in Bali, so it's beyond the CTCN and the TEC, but of course this document is about the cooperation with the TEC and the CTCN. The NDEs have more tasks than just operating with the TEC and the CTCN under the Bali decision. But my point is that if you follow the Bali decision, this must be then transmitted to the UNFCCC focal points as soon as this is adopted, because this is the focal points, the UNFCCC focal points that has to say who the NDEs are. So that's just the easy answer to the question. We just follow the existing decision, which is to send out to all the focal points. Thanks.
Thank you, Stig. Then we have Ambrosio and then Lydia. Yeah.
Just a reflection on the last intervention. First, since this involves Annex 1 NDEs, definitely whatever the TEC and CTCN agrees should have, of course, the support of the Annex 1 members of the CTCN and the TEC, in terms of otherwise you're putting something that they might not agree with, so it's pretty obvious. But I think it will be important that if there is a document that in a way is endorsed by the TEC and the CTCN, then it should first annex to the joint tunnel report to be affirmed or welcome or something, or even note by the parties, and perhaps then is communicated to the NDEs that this has been adopted officially as the function. I also support the comment by Stig that NDEs are focal points for technology development and transfer, and that goes a bit beyond of what might entail being counterparts to the TEC and the CTCN.
Lydia.
I know there is online question or comments. Yeah, but it's okay. Thank you, Chair. In maybe in another words or another sentences, I support the idea from Norway and you say, Victor. What's the relationship between the two elements of Annex 1 NDEs and non-Annex 1 NDEs, and who will be the supervisor with this relation? Is it CTCN or other bodies, or maybe the UNFC focal point? This is not clear to me. When I read the documents shared by the CTCN for this meeting, I feel that the Annex 1 NDE is like an expert for the non-Annex 1 NDEs. Is it the relation, or maybe with the rules of the examples that CTCN suggested in the document shared to emphasize the work under the mechanism, technology mechanism and financial mechanism? Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. So we have a comment from an online participant, and I ask the secretary to read it out.
This comment is from Omar Alcock. He said, "Excellent, Julia. If possible, I recommend that presentation on NDE roles be made at the upcoming CTCN NDE forum scheduled in Panama in May. I believe it would stimulate action and bring lots of clarity to their roles and responsibilities." Thank you.
Okay, with this, I would like first, Julia, if you would like to respond to some of the comments made. Yeah.
Thank you for all of these comments. For some of them, sorry, let me just. Thank you, Christopher, for the comments. And this guidance note will be part of the NDE onboarding package, which is a welcome email and will be put on the website. So it will be published on the CTCN website. Thank you, Mr. Vada. If you could send your comments in an email to us, we will look into that. Thank you so much. For Victor, this was established at the third advisory board. So both Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 countries contributed to it. I would like to pass on to Ariesta for the question on for the other question on the status of the doc and the process. Thank you.
Ariesta, over to you.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Chair. Perhaps this is something that very interesting with regard to the question of the status of the documents, because the last status of the document is actually coming from the AB, third AB, that was a long time ago, of meeting report. So it has been stay there as a document in which the Secretariat used as a basis to actually revise. And this was based on the request by the AB to have some sort of like a discussion on what the roles of Annex 1 NDE is. So given that, and perhaps since the advisory board of the CTCN and also the TEC is currently do not have a request or never requested by the COP actually to provide the guidance on this. So this is a kind of voluntary activity that has been done. And therefore, the suggestion could be that this document could be included as part of the outcome of the joint sessions, for example, once it's actually finalized, taking into account the comments of the member, and then we can take it on board by disseminating it through what STIC suggested, for example, to inform the national focal point of UNFCCC, and also making it very, very visible without going to the COP for endorsement, because this probably could potentially also make the process a little bit longer. And if that's the case, then it has to be part of the joint annual report. And you know, with the joint annual report, we already have some sort of limitations in terms of the annex, translations, and so on and so forth. So I'm just trying to think about the most pragmatic way forward on this. We can definitely make sure that this document be visible and easy to access without making it too complicated, let's put it this way. Thank you.
Yeah, so colleagues, many thanks, Ariesta. So we heard your suggestions. So I would like to ask colleagues for further feedback on what Ariesta suggested. As a proposal. Use TEC.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me come back on this issue. Yes, I think the description by Ariesta is it's a very good one. And my point earlier is that this information should flow to the ones who appoint NDEs, which is the focal points of the UNFCCC. And I do not necessarily think it's a good idea to have it as a COP decision. It should be soft guidance, and as long as it's submitted to these UNFCCC focal points as soft guidance or proposals or whatever that can guide and help them when they appoint NDEs, I think that we have then met what we were supposed to do. If we have to send it to the COP, it will be negotiated and it will be a completely different document afterwards. So what we suggest here will not look the same after a negotiation. So I fully agree with that proposal from Ariesta.
Yeah, so if there is no other comment, so I would propose or would suggest that we follow this proposal and we'll continue working with that as an outcome of this joint session. And then we'll use it as an onboarding for new NDEs, and we'll also use it for further dissemination in the different forums we have. Okay, good. So we have 1 hour left, and yeah, I think we made good progress. And I would like to go to the agenda item M&E, and this is item AD, monitoring and evaluation, and CTCN AB agenda item 6. So we are requested to provide guidance, and let me begin by recalling that at the joint session in April 2024, the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board agreed on operational level indicators and tasked the joint open-ended joint activity group with focusing on joint reporting requirements to continue on impact-related indicators, taking into account the technology mechanism as a whole. TEC and CTCN joint open-ended activity group meet intersessionally and tasked the secretariats to report at the joint session on the implementation progress of joint activities for 2024, as well as present the draft impact indicators. In addition, the activity group highlighted the need to ensure that the indicators provide sufficient response to the first periodic assessment of the technology mechanism recommendations. As we move forward with this discussion, I would like to draw your attention to the document TEC 30/2025-15 and AB 2025-25-6, which contains the information on monitoring and evaluation of the joint collaborative efforts of the Technology Executive Committee and the Climate Technology Center Network. I now invite the TEC and the CTCN secretariats to present the outcomes of their work. Maya, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, yes, thank you. Great. I will walk you through the document and some observations of the 2024 M&E and also the impact indicators.
from the 2024, some findings on the observations that we found. And then you can also see it in the table that is annexed to the document, was that at this stage, we had a challenge in accounting some of the indicators, particularly, for example, one on the downloads and the publications. That's why there is a 0 or there is asterisk in the document. As currently known, TEC and neither UNO-CCC systems are able to track those ones. However, for the next reporting period, we are working with our technicians and to see whether we will be able to do that. Also, additionally, that you might also observe was that there was no, in some of the, particularly in one of the indicators, there is no baseline data for 2023. That's why the increase of the increased percentage of the participants was not calculated. Therefore, 2024 will act as the baseline, and then in 2025 we will show the full picture of how it has been implemented. Also, as you noticed, there was no joint policy work in 2024, and there was no joint recommendations of the joint policy document. And one of the reasons could be that there was no particular guidance from the parties at the COP. And another one was related to the gender roster related to the indicators. As far as the roster had some technical issues, so the results has been 0 at the year for the 2024. Next slide, please. Okay. In general, the purpose of the M&E, of the joint M&E, but also of the TEC and the CTCN M&E separately, is with the other, like the key objective, that is to track the implementation of the activities, but also to somehow implement the recommendations of the PATM. PATM stands for the first periodic assessment of the effectiveness and adequacy of support provided to the technology mechanism in supporting the implementation of the Paris Agreement on matters related to technology development and transfer. Some of the key findings, let's say, if we can say, of the PATM, that this M&E process also is trying to address, where that there was the lack of measurable indicators and tracking mechanisms to assess the effectiveness of the technology mechanism. It also identified the inconsistent data collection across the TEC and CTCN activities. Also, a number of TEC and CTCN activities are not directly linked to the NDC targets and the LTS long-term strategies. Additionally, it identified the weak connection between the tax policy work and CTCN implementation part. So as you know, the PATM was developed in 2021, and since then, technology mechanism, separately TEC and the CTCN also together, they work hand in hand, step by step, to address those parts, yes, those findings. And you might also be aware regarding the recommendations. There has been 8 recommendations that PATM kind of provided to both TEC and the CTCN. However, due to the lack of time, I will not go through those ones. Just here at the slide, and then you can also access the slides later, you will see what has been the recommendations and how TEC and CTCN addressed them together or separately, or in the joint, as a joint work. So in general, what we can say, also next slide, yeah, because these are 8 PATM recommendations. What we can say is that the majority of the recommendations from the periodic assessment has been addressed, but of course we are still in progress to improve step by step the processes and to implement those recommendations. Now to move to the I would say key issues that we will be discussing here is the M&E work under the joint work program of the technology mechanism. As you know, joint work program of the technology mechanism is comprised by the joint activities and common areas of work of the TEC and CTCN, also the rolling work plan of the TEC and the program of work of the CTCN. In terms of the M&E systems, the TEC established its M&E system in 2020 and has since is refined is through various revisions and adjustments based on the implementation experience and lessons learned. TEC in its 28th meeting revised its monitoring and evaluation system to align with the new rolling work plan, and also made like latest adjustments on particular indicators at this meeting. In case of the CTCN, CTCN began the implementation of its M&E system in 2020 also under the second program of work. During the 22nd meeting of the AB, there was reviewed revisions of the M&E indicators in the context of the discussions of the M&E and the annual operating plan for 2024 to align with the program of work and ensure the continuity of the data and the reporting. And also at the joint session in 2024, TEC and CTCN AB agreed to the operational level indicators of the joint activities and the joint work. And also the secretariats were requested to continue working on the impact of the technology mechanism as a whole. And this was also one of the recommendations from the pattern. This is a bit long text, sorry for this, but this is very important recommendation from the pattern, recommendation 3, which encouraged the TEC and CTCN to explore the opportunities of establishing the integrated M&E framework for the technology mechanism in the context of the that time forthcoming TEC work plan and CTCN program of work. Also, it recommended TEC or highlighted that the TEC's M&E system does not include the impact indicators, and then having the impact indicator would improve the tracking systems. And lastly, it also highlights that although both bodies have already aligned their systems with each other, they could aim now to improve the measurement of the impact with the technology mechanism as a whole. So this today's presentation and this document is also for to recall all that recommendation, and maybe yes, also this bit. I would like nice table. I would say nice table, but let me explain a bit. So this is the measurement indicators that a measurement process and the M&E system that is currently available to us. As you might see, I'm not sure that you can see, but anyway, so it has the 3 parts. I will explain. In case of the TEC, it has like the sphere, TEC and both also for the CTCN, the sphere of control, also the sphere of influence and the sphere of interest. As you might see, the impact of the technology mechanism, which was said already, is under the sphere of interest, now, which means that currently we are unable to have like direct impact, not or direct like effect that one, but this is our ultimate aim. Regarding the aim and the impact itself, as you might read, it is the transformational change envisioned by the Article 10 of the Paris Agreement. And the Article 10, Paragraph 1 of the Paris Agreement is that parties share the long-term vision of the importance of fully realizing technology development and transfer in order to improve resilience to climate change and reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions. And also impact has 2 kind of sub-impacts, if we can say so. One is the climate change resilient development and reduction of GHG emissions in developing countries, and the deployment and diffusion of the new and existing technologies in developing countries for the NDC and NAP implementation. So next slide, please. Yes. So the impact as such is there, but the problem that Patam and also we see is that we don't measure that impact properly because we didn't have the indicators that would measure properly those impact and the sub-impact, if say so. At the present, currently, in this table, you see the impact, the sub-impacts, and the indicators to measure those ones, as well as the means of verifications. Now, as at the present, the 4 indicators have been identified for this purpose, with 2 assigned more to the technology executive committee and 2 for the CTCN. And these indicators have been carefully selected to align with the respective roles and mandates of the TEC and the CTCN in the implementation of the technology mechanism. So the indicators, I will read it out, are the anticipated metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions reduced or avoided as a result of the CTCN technical assistances, a number of direct and indirect beneficiaries for the CTCN TAs. Currently, those are the indicators, the impact indicators that CTCN is tracking also already, although like the other two indicators are the number of policies and strategies developed or improved based on the TEC recommendations, a number of NDCs that reflect prioritized technologies, including referring to the technology planning tools. And those are indicators that can be tracked from the TEC side. Maybe one more information regarding the indicator on the number of NDCs that reflect prioritized technologies is one of the, because this is also recalling the pattern recommendations, is that many TEC and CTCN activities are not directly linked to the NDCs, and then future assessment should track the direct impact on the NDCs and LT-LED. So this indicator is almost capturing all the key issues of the recommendations. Additionally, maybe I should mention that as impact of the technology mechanism is seen as a combined impact of the TEC and of the CTCN. It's recommended that once there is a consensus on the definition of the impact in context of the technology mechanism, the selected indicators can be used for the measurement of both for the TEC and for the CTCN impact, because currently TEC also doesn't have its impact indicators, therefore it would apply automatically to that one. Yes, and in terms of the means of verification, as you can see, we will get information from the CTCN TA project reports, also from the COP and CMA decisions on the technology transfer, references to the TEC publications, NDE feedback form, and NDCs and NDCs incident reports, particularly which are submitted to the UNFCCC. And I think this is the last one. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to, if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Maya, for this comprehensive overview. I now invite the TEC and the CTCN Advisory Board members to share their comments and reflections on the joint indicators. The floor is open. First, Dick, then Ambrosio, then
Karina was first.
Okay, who was first? Stig, okay.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Maya, for your work. There is a small, just a technical detail, is that there are no mentioning of any, it's not supposed to be any mentioning of technologies or anything in the NDC itself. It should be ICTU. So when we mention the NDC, we will fail because the NDC is a number. I've said this many times and I keep repeating myself. So for Norway, the NDC for 2030 is 55% below 1990 levels. That's it. That's the entire NDC. Our ICTU talks about how we will implement this number, which technologies we are looking at, what priorities we have. So that means that it should not be NDC that we are measuring against, but the ICTU. Thank you.
Okay, Karina was next.
Thank you. My question is how you are thinking into support the global goal and adaptation, considering the last mandate of the COP28. The last SBI was required to AEC to systematize or to collect all of the information of the NDCs, adaptation communications, and all of these documents. And the result of this work was that the indicators were not appropriated to the necessities. No, the information was not so defined the same way, and there are not relation between NDCs and the results that were reported. For example, there are many gaps of that. However, we are trying to move forward in the goal of the adaptation and the indicators. And technology, means of implementation, are part of these systems. How are you thinking to include this gap that we know now that exists? So I just want to mention that this report is available for everybody, is public, and is part of the work of the AC. Maybe it could be an opportunity to work together in the same line. And just one message, additional message, that we are working as AC in the adaptation profiles of each country. And one of the things that we are looking at this is now we are concerned about, for example, in Latin America, the last TN technology needs assessment is from 2013. Most of the countries in Latin America, except Chile and Brazil, the last TNA is from 2013. And in this case, how these indicators that you are promoting reflects these situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambrosio.
Thanks. I think maybe a colleague from Japan was first.
Then, Ijiro, over to you first.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Secretariats and Joint Task Force for developing this proposed M&A framework. I understand the challenge of finding good impact indicators. Particularly, it is very challenging to find a good general indicator for measuring the adaptation impacts. Yeah. So, but I think there are other entities working on climate change adaptation having similar challenges, and there is ongoing efforts to finding better measuring indicators to find adaptation impact. So we can learn from efforts from other entities, and I'd like to strongly support the suggestion from the Secretariat that we should continue exploration for finding better indicators, and we should revisit this impact indicator in the future. Yeah. And I have one minor comment on the outcome indicator. There are two indicators measuring the number of percent increase. I was wondering what the base year, but I understand from the presentation from the Secretariat that this is annual percent increase, which means the base year is the previous year. So I think it's better to add, for example, footnote to clarify that, or change it to say it's a percent annual increase to indicate that this base year is the previous year. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jero. Then Ambrosio.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Chair. I agree with the colleagues that spoke before. I think that I had comments on the general level, and I agree with those comments, in particular that we're not saying anything about adaptation in any of these proposed indicators. I agree with Stick's comments that we should not limit ourselves to the NDCs. Many of the outcomes of the work will be reflected on the different plans and policies that parties are developing and are recognized by the UNFCCC. That means you are looking at the long-term strategies, at the national communications, at the PTRs, at the adaptation plans, and so on. So I completely agree with the focus that many parties will not put that level of detail or amount of content on the NDCs, so it's probably won't get the opportunity to actually measure anything related to technology because they have that part in a different document. But going a bit into the specifics on how this is proposed to measure. This goes a bit deeper, in particular with the CTCN technical assistance. We don't think that using the anticipated number should be used on the indicators. For those of you that are familiar with the CTCN technical assistance closure reports, that is where some of these numbers come from. They will tell you the beneficiaries that participated on the technical assistance, and it's good. We should use that number. It's perfectly fine. But there are also different section that is the anticipated CO2 tons, anticipated funding mobilized, anticipated beneficiaries, and the issue with using that number is that anticipated depends, and in many cases will depend on the provision of support. So this is very much related to the implementation of the outcome of the technical assistance. That has been a huge part of the negotiation for the last couple of years. So it doesn't seem using it as a credible source of indicator, something that depends in many cases to what in the same closure reports is being declared as the need of additional funding. They put anticipated international funding, funding that in many cases will need to be provided for that to be materialized. That's one comment. Another comment would be about the methodological aspect of how this is calculated, because this is calculated not in a standard manner. Each implementer will provide its own way to try to assess this number and make the projection. So that means that many of these numbers are not really comparable from one technical assistant to other technical assistant, because it depends on the team that is using that. And I don't think there is any guidance on terms of how to try to make that number a bit more standardized. So that's another that goes a little bit on the technical side. But even more deep, I don't think that is the fair manner or the correct manner in which you'll assess the CTCN, given the way the CTCN was designed and implemented by UNEP. It is right that there is some framing that was shown on the screen related to a technology framework, but the way CTCN is operated is actually based on the TOC, the theory of change, of UNEP product, the document that UNEP used to design and implement CTCN. And if you have the chance to see at that design, that is design we used to operate CTCN for the past 10 years, you will see that the outcome of the CTCN, and this is the declared outcome, so the thing that you should actually measure, is the capacity and capability of developing countries to identify technology needs and prepare and implement technology projects and strategies to support action on mitigation adaptation is increased. Thus, that is the actual outcome of the CTCN as defined as the CTCN product under UNEP. So if we were to measure the impact in a consistent manner, and if we're, especially when you're looking backwards of how the CTCN was designed and operated, it should be consistent with that specific outcome that was part of the design. Do it in a different manner. We're measuring the CTCN against something that was not designed to do. In the future, it might change, and many parties might feel the need that as part of the revision of the function, the CTCN might lean towards a bit direct implementation, but that's the future. But if we're measuring to the past and the next periodic assessment will still look into the past, perhaps the indicator that we need to look is one that is aligned with the actual outcome in the design of the CTCN. So how we can measure this increase in capacity and capability, and probably we can get a much more credible figure, or more directly related figure to the outcome of the CTCN technical assistant itself. That would be the major point, but I think that particular work should be done by the CTCN, and probably as part of the CTCN work on improving its M&E. I understand that part of the recommendations coming of the UNEP evaluation, I believe there was recommendation 1, was precisely to work on the M&E of CTCN. So I believe maybe that's something that can be addressed next week. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Then Victor, next. Yep.
Why don't you go ahead? You haven't spoken yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. As my first intervention, I would like to thank you all for being here, for the opportunity. Angela Fay, representing business. I would like to echo Mr. Ambrosio's word around the issues with having CO2, and also highlighting that technology implementation and mitigation, the benefits come over years. So if we have an absolute CO2 measurement as a way to evaluate its efficiency, we might jeopardize investments where we don't want. And also, absolute CO2 emissions also might be an issue, because depending on where it is, it might be a huge number for a place or a country, and it might be a very small number for another. So the percentual of it might also be an issue and might not reflect the real impact of the work that we are doing here. Therefore, we suggest to rethink that standard of evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Victor, now you.
Thank you. Maybe I'm making a point similar to Ambrosio's good point, but as I'm looking at table 1 there, you know, I think all those are important. Certainly the emissions avoided, the strategies of the NDCs, and different documents and recommendations. I mean, those I think are well linked to like the work. But when I get to like what's the ultimate result that we're trying to measure, beyond just the emissions, isn't there something about installed capacity of clean renewable energy or something like this? I'm not sure if it's joules generated or watts or whatever, but something there seems to be quantifiable. That's, you know, not only reducing emissions, but actually increasing, but also increasing access to clean energy for people who most need it. So maybe it's that second one there. Number of direct and indirect beneficiaries of maybe you're thinking that it's inside of that already, but I think it would be worth elaborating that a little bit to be more clear, because of course, you know, what Anglo-American is doing with installing renewable technology for more diamond mining, you know, has a different set of beneficiaries than, you know, a community that has no electricity at all, and kids can't do homework, or hospitals don't have electricity. So somehow trying to land on real ground truthing what success looks like. Thanks.
Right, with this, I would like to give the floor back to the Secretariat to respond.
Great, thank you so much. I will try to address some of the comments, and then I'll also give a floor to the CTCN Secretariat for elaborating from their part mostly. First of all, thank you, Stig, for your comment. We, of course, consider the ICTU and the guidelines also, but in many countries' cases, the NDCs are the nationally determined. So, for example, in number of non-Annex 1 parties, they do have, they reflect the technology development and transfer as a priority. ICTU is more for the mitigation part, and also in the NDCs, the number of countries, they have the adaptation part, financing, and so on. So each NDC is different, and our thinking was that while, for example, non-Annex 1 party or any other party reflecting or referencing the technology needs assessment or technology planning tools to their NDCs, we could consider that this is the impact of the technology mechanism, because this is the main output for of the technology mechanism, how they support the developing countries. So this is based on that. Now on the comments regarding the Just give me a second. Yes, Ambrosio, thank you for also your suggestions and comments regarding NDCs, but also considering the LTLETs and national communications, PTRs, and adaptation communications. As far as the impact itself is the Article 10, Paragraph 1, which we already all know by heart. In case of, and the problem or the issue, if we can say, in case of the NDCs and BTRs is that in those documents, it is mandatory that you should report on the technology or support received and support needed or the technologies received, right? Which means that it will be 100% kind of achievement, which is not something that we are looking for. So we don't want the TICSA books, but we want something that really reflects the impact or the impact how TEC and CTCN impacted the policy development. And also, regarding the LTS, it could be an option together with NDC to consider the LTS. However, NDCs are mandatory, if we can say, documents, and they are updating every 5 years, while LTS is non-mandatory documents, let's say. Therefore, if we want to see the picture and the trend, the NDCs provide good basis. And also, we within the NDC synthesis report, for example, Secretariat always looks for and analyze the technology components and including the references to the technology planning tools to those ones. So in a number of countries, we already see that there is there. Norway is a very specific case, so probably we cannot capture it in case of the Norway. The challenge may be in other documents also, for example, if we say the NDC implementation plans, because they are not mandatory documents and we don't have access to all those documents, it might also be challenging also to track, and it's important to track something, to information to be available so that we can find out what is there, and then we can link to the potential impact of the technology mechanism. Regarding maybe the comments on CO2 emission reductions and absolute reductions, and also regarding the TAs of the CTCN, which have anticipated, and the indicator that has anticipated CO2 reduction. And I will give on that more detail, to provide more detail to the CTCN, but also just maybe brief from my side is that we all know that CTCN technical assistance are very early stage of the support, therefore it cannot result direct emission reduction. That's why the anticipated number was there. Of course, there is the high uncertainty because it depends on whether the projects are scaled up later. It depends on the availability of funding and so on. But also, when we showed the file of the impact, where the impact of the technology mechanism relies, it is beyond our control. Also the same, this process is beyond our control, but this is something that we support to be happen. Therefore, this anticipated CO2 reduction, I think, is more relevant. And additionally, if we want, maybe the last comment from my side, that if we want to have as an impact indicator something that TEC and CTCN are doing on the ground and that we really already can see, then the impact indicators would be much lower in scale. And I remember during the last couple of years, it has been a long debate because CTCN and the TEC were always asked to have a high impact, and this high impact is the transformational change envisioned by the Paris Agreement, which we understand that it is not directly, nor CTCN nor TEC are impacting or are implementing these ones. However, probably this is also up to the discussion, but this impact that was set a couple of years ago, it's already there. Therefore, we need to find the indicators that are measurable, but of course we understand that there are some uncertainties regarding the NDCs, regarding the CO2 reduction, and regarding the resilience component. And maybe just one final point. Sorry for taking like CTCN's side, but the increased resilience through the TAs of the CTCN has been super challenging to calculate and to see because again of the early stage of the implementation and early stage of the projects. That's why having indicators that you cannot measure probably is not the best way forward, and this was something that we thought that is measurable and also captures the bigger picture more or less. And I'll give floor maybe to CTCN.
No, thank you so much for elaborating this. And just a short, really short side note maybe. So when it comes to these anticipated beneficiaries, anticipated greenhouse gas emissions, etc., as Maya already mentioned, this is because it these track beyond the timeframes of the technical assistances. This is, for instance, due to the fact that the CTCN technical assistances, they create enabling environments leading the way for larger scale adaptation mitigation efforts, so as to be, catalytic and transformative. And this is only possible to track if the M&E system goes longer term, and coupled to that, if we get more resources to do so, because it's unfortunately not possible with current CTCN resources. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, both secretariats. So I have 3 more hands. I would suggest that after that we close the discussion. So I think Maria was first, and then or do we need to the members first? Or? Yeah, okay, so we take the members first. So I think then first Ambrosio, then Stig, and then Maria. Yeah. Okay, and then, okay, so first Ambrosio, Stig, and then Christian, and then Maria. And then we hopefully close it.
Thank you very much. Just very brief reflection on one of the part of the response by Maya. You state as a fact that it will be by default a content on technology needs reported, in this case by non-Annex 1 countries on the VTRs. But I think that's actually a pretty good question, because there is a chance that not of them, due to capacity constraints, do report their technology needs on the VTR. So just wanted to make the reflection that what seems to be taken as a given might not be that way, and in that case, because we need to look at what will happen after all countries submit the VTRs, maybe it can actually be a good indicator that if the case is, not parties are actually able to identify their needs, because usually a non-Annex 1 not reporting their needs means they are not even able to identify what they need. But I think we need to have first the first round of VTRs analyzed, and maybe then that could be an actual good indicator.
Thank you, Ambrosio, and then Stig, over to you.
Thank you, and sorry to come back on the question of NDCs, and I don't agree with the Secretary's interpretation of the decisions under the Paris Agreement, but I will be flexible and say that we should say in accordance with 4 CMA1. And then we leave it out of the interpretation, because that's exactly what the parties have agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Stig. Then we have Christian.
Thank you, Chair. This is just in response to a colleague from ENGO who mentioned that this should be looked at in terms of the number of beneficiaries. I just wanted to point out that as a constituency, SIDS is one of the most vulnerable regions, but if anyone was to judge us on the number of beneficiaries, we would rank very lowly. But this does not change our vulnerability. So I just want to put it on the record that to make this call on the number of beneficiaries will disadvantage SIDS, and we want to be very cautious before we start to use those metrics. Thank you.
Yeah, Maria, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Maya, for that very good presentation. I just want to echo what Kristen just mentioned with regards to the mention of beneficiaries. If we look to the implementation of the NDCs and LTDS, we are looking for a transformational change, and in a population where there are fewer people, it's really difficult to measure the number of beneficiaries in that aspect, which is disadvantages to many small communities and islands. So just want to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, so the way forward is that we take note and then we make reference to 4 CMA1 in the indicators. So if everybody can agree, we would suggest that we move forward with this. So, okay, good. Then I would hand over to my colleague because unfortunately I have to leave it for 5:30 sharp. So Tipian will continue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and wish you safe journeys ahead, and to colleagues who are also leaving. We are very late on time, so I do request everyone to be as efficient as possible. We will now be turning to TEC Agenda Item 8F and CTCN AB Agenda Item 9 on the update on resource mobilization and partnerships. I would like to give the floor again to Julia of the CTCN Secretariat to provide an update on the joint resource mobilization and partnership efforts and interest received from potential partners for the technology mechanism. Julia, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So I'll be presenting this on behalf of both secretariats. So the two secretariats, we will continue discussions on joint partnerships on mobilizing resources. The areas that can be further explored between the two of us are joint calls for voluntary contributions and the joint call on accelerating technology development and transfer through the joint work plan of the technology mechanism. So the following presentation will be tracking the joint resource mobilization that's taken place since the last session. Here we go. Right. So the two secretariats had joint calls with the Google Foundation and the Hewlett Foundation, respectively, both aimed at fundraising for the Technology Mechanism Initiative on AI for Climate Action. The Google Foundation, they showed initial interest in funding startups within the CTCN Youth Innovation Accelerator, and the CTCN is following up on this. With the Hewlett Foundation, there appeared to be no apparent entry points for engagement between the tech mechanism and the foundation at that particular time, but we will continue exploring. For the joint call published on the TEC website, we have received 4 proposals, as you can find in detail here on this slide. The two secretariats had a call with the WHO Dakar and WHO Nairobi, who sent in a call for proposals to see how we could collaborate. We came to the joint conclusion that a collaboration would primarily be through knowledge exchange until such a time that we have a stronger health mandate. The Greenova 8. Okay, thank you. Greenova 8 and the Faith and Hope Association, they both submitted general expressions of interest to collaborate in their home countries of Pakistan and Mozambique. And the Athena Infonomics expressed an interest to submit a proposal. So these are the calls we received so far to date. We will continue to following up on the proposals we receive through the website and explore joint calls for voluntary contributions where appropriate. And this was, that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much. Over.
Thank you for the update, Julia. I would now like to open the floor for any comments and for any discussion from members. Christian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Julia, for the update. A little curious about the Google Foundation and their interest in working with the youth climate constituency. Is that something that the Foundation is prepared to make a presentation on, or could we see some of their past work? I think that, at least in my country, my constituency, we do have a massive youth bulge, and it's really essential to try and utilise this demographic sector. So very, very curious and optimistic that we might be able to utilise a partnership with the Google Foundation on that.
Thank you, Christian. I'll now give the floor to Oli.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you have anything to share about next steps, what you're planning, or is that something that you're going to address during the CTCN portion? There's another agenda item on this. Okay, so you're going to address that then. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ambrosio, you have the floor.
Yeah, just a bit curious on the health part, because if you look at adaptation, and especially the global adaptation, one of the impact areas related to actually impacts on health, and since the areas of work of the technology mechanisms are related to the agri-food nexus, buildings and infrastructure, some of those could have health impacts. So I'm a bit curious in terms of the matching, how far away were we? Or there was actually an opportunity in terms of synergies due to health impacts related to the focal areas of work of the joint work program.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Karina, please, you have the floor.
I was not clear about your last response regarding to how to support the global goal and adaptation with the strategy, with these indicators that you present here. And this, in the same line with Ambrosio, the new possible partnership in health or in other issues are related to adaptation. And part of the strategies that you mentioned on the work plan, food, water, and energy are also adaptation, are regarding to adaptation. How you are focusing in the system and the indicators, the adaptation. This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Now I give the floor to Fred.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just expressing my concern about the number of responses, because I know partnership is very important for the technology mechanism, but when we share calls for partnership, we should send messages that are attractive, exciting, and should be in relation to the technology development and transfer, but also considering the interests of the potential partners. So I see the number very small. It makes me feel, at least the way we packaged the message in our call may not have been quite attractive. And I don't know whether we can consider how to package that message and resubmit the call for partnership. I don't think this should reflect that people are not interested in partnering with the technology mechanism. I think the message, there must have been something wrong with the packaging of that message. I've not looked at the message, but I think it is better to review it and see if it really can attract partners or potential partners to join us. And I'm sure there are many stakeholders in technology, many innovators, many users who would like to partner with the technology mechanism. I think let's review that. I think there's something that went wrong somewhere, which you may find out. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Stephen, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Look, all points are well noted. I just want to perhaps add a positive, which is that, of course, all of the collaborations that we do have with third parties are not necessarily in response to a particular call on a website, but I think the two bodies, the technology mechanism, has been increasingly working with third parties and very well. And of course, we can also always improve on communications with the particular calls for partnerships. That point is well taken as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I would now give the floor back to the Secretariat in case you want to respond. Yeah, Julia, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So just to emphasize that this was the presentation on the joint resource mobilization. There will be a separate CTCN presentation on resource mobilization on Wednesday. And to just echo the words of Stephen there, that these are obviously conversations we're having ongoing apart from the call for proposals. So that's not the only means for resource mobilization. For Christian, so the Google Foundation on Youth Climate, yes, we are looking into this, and there is potential there for partnership, but early stages, so we can keep you updated. And there will also be an update on the Climate Youth Accelerator next week for Ambrosio. So the reason why we thought that a knowledge partnership for now would be the best way forward is because the proposal by WHO was on more on the infrastructure side, so health infrastructure, so beyond the scope of technical assistances. And I think that's what I wanted to add from our side. Thank you. Over.
Thank you so much, Julia. And I don't see any other requests for the floor, so I would request that we take note of the comments that we have received and obviously encourage the Secretariat to continue with the resource mobilization efforts. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. At this point, we would just like to check if there are any other matters that colleagues would like to take up at the joint session. We did take up the Jeff 9 replenishment item earlier, but we just wanted to check if there's any other matter at this stage. Victor, please.
Aren't we doing dates today?
It comes after this item. Other than that, do we have any other matters that we need to address? No? Okay. So let's move on to the dates and venue of the next meeting. So moving to TEC agenda item 8H and joint agenda item 11, which is regarding the dates and venue of the next meeting. I would like to inform you that TEC 31 and CTCN AB 26 is tentatively planned to be held in Bonn, Germany as follows. 9th to 11th September 2025, TEC 31. 12th September 2025, TEC and CTCN AB joint session. 15th to 17th September 2025, CTCN AB 26. As per the guidance received last year, the secretariats have ensured that these dates do not clash with the New York Climate Week and UNGA period. I invite the TEC and CTCN AB to take note of the tentative dates for the next meeting. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Before adjourning this session and proceeding with the closure of the 30th meeting of the TEC, I would like to ask you that if you haven't already, you should return your blue security badges for accessing the UN for TEC members and those only attending up to today, and your name badges to Gabby from the TEC Secretariat, the UNFCCC Secretariat. Moving to... I would now like to open the floor for brief remarks from members of the TEC and CTCN AB and from observers before we close the meeting. All right, thank you, colleagues, for being efficient on time. Now moving to the closure of the TEC 30 meeting. Distinguished members and observers, we have now reached the end of the 30th meeting of the Technology Executive Committee. We had a very productive meeting this week and a joint session today with the CTCN AB colleagues and observers and those joining virtually. I would like to thank all TEC members and observers for their contributions and to both secretariats for their support in arranging this meeting. I wish the CTCN AB colleagues a fruitful continuation of their meeting next week. The 30th meeting of the Technology Executive Committee is now closed. Thank you and safe travels.